Chapter 67, Asha v. Ugh. She groaned, rubbing at her stomach as she rolled over in bed, nursing a hell of a headache. Fuck. Despite her iron blood, Asha was still only a 140-pound teenage woman and most of that muscle. She simply couldn't handle as much drink as her crew, and the hangovers were just the price she had to pay whenever she had any real fun. Still, at least she was comfortable, her furs were usually so. Fuck. She sat up, displacing the covers. She was still clothed, that was good. She felt up and down her body, nothing even felt out of place. Guess the prince is a grass-eater after all then. She grinned at the jest before getting up, stretching out her arms in the darkness above her head. He said there was a storm, right? The ship didn't seem to be rocking, but it would certainly explain the dark if they had bolted the cabin shut. She fumbled around for the door and knocked a couple of things loose before she managed to pull a slot open, letting a trace of light enter the room. It wasn't much, just the light of the full moon above, but reflected off the floor it gave her a good idea of the layout of the room, looking far sparser than it had been and having obviously been prepared for a storm, and... oh, that's not good. Laying in a crumpled heap in one of the corners was the Baratheon prince, clearly having been thrown there by the force of the storm. She quickly moved to his side and sighed in relief when she felt he was still breathing. It was a little touching that he had stayed out of bed, probably in some misguided attempt to preserve her chastity, but more importantly, she didn't want to be found in a cabin with a dead prince who looked like he'd been beaten to death. Fighting through her headache, she laid the boy out on the bed. In the dim light, it didn't look like he had broken anything, but she could hardly be sure, amateur that she was. She moved to the door, pulling the rest of the odd seals off of it before pulling it open. To say that the deck looked a damp mess would be fairly accurate. A few lanterns burned here and there under the light of the moon, but it was clear the storm had done a number on the great white ship. The masts all still stood at least, though they looked quite battered. Sailors sat or slept in small groups, and some moved about the rigging, reattaching sails and replacing broken ropes. No, Miss Greyjoy, my apologies. She saw the ship's captain approached. The tall Velaryon was looking far less dignified than usual. His clothes had clearly been soaked, his hat, normally ever present, hung at his side to dry, and he altogether looked like he had been through hell. Excuse me, my lady, but I need to inform Prince Arthur of our casualties. The truth must have shown on her face because the man's frown grew even deeper. Is the prince all right? He was thrown about the cabin by the storm. I could not tell if he had broken anything in the dark. He does not wake, but he is alive. The captain stood there for a moment, before nodding deeply. I'll get a torch. Much to her luck, she supposed, Prince Arthur seemed to be unbroken, and even largely uninjured save for some harsh bruising on his shoulders. The captain stood from his side after a long moment, tucking him under the covers as he did so. Come, Lady Greyjoy, let's leave the prince to his much-deserved rest. There is work to be done. The fleet is scattered, and I suggest you help us in reuniting it should you wish to return to your own vessel. She glanced at him for a moment before sighing. Half of her doubted that the Black Wind would even make it through that. All right, what needs doing? Ultimately she ended up helping the workmen on the lower deck. While the hatches had been properly sealed, some amount of water had still gotten in, and like everyone else not directly piloting the ship, she ended up in the bucket line dumping it over the side for some time. By the time that the ship had been properly drained as much as buckets could manage, they had met back up with one of the cutters, aided greatly by the dark of the night contrasting against the ship's lanterns and white hulls. They agreed on a plan to split up just to the edges of their vision, sailing with the wind, and fire their guns if they spotted any other vessels. The fact that at least a few of them had probably sunk with their crews went unsaid, but she could feel the exchange between the eyes of the captains. The night was long and hard after that, and 4 more ships were discovered, all sailing the same southwestern wind that had guided them after her monstrous uncle. At the thought of him, she realized that the storm might well have been his fault, called up by some dread magic he conjured forth in his madness. And with no word of the Black Wind, it seemed that her uncle had been given an Ironborn burial after all, if in a roundabout way. Gods damn him! Him and his cursed soul! It was only in the very early morning, just as the sun rose, above the horizon, that a cry went up from the raven's nest, the basket where the sword's lookout sat atop the mainmast. A cry amongst many that she had not expected to hear. Land ho! She, along with many of the crew, rushed to the sides of the ship, and sure enough there in the distance was a large island, rising from the ocean. Unlike her home or the arbor, it was covered in a green ceiling that must be palm trees, with a visible tilt to one side that might be a cliff face. It must be the Summer Islands, she thought, watching as the men cheered, and she winced as she suddenly felt very alone. The islands were as far as any Ironborn had travelled, and here she was alone save for Greenlanders. She realized with a start that she hadn't been wearing her armor since yesterday, and had a sudden urge to go put it on. She was stopped though as the door she intended to enter opened outward onto the deck, and the Prince Baratheon staggered out, dressed in a simple shirt, his eyes racing back forth the deck with an intense glare. His eyes met hers, and he gave the smallest of nods, before turning to the island, which now grew in the distance, and finally up towards Captain Arain. Something was different about the boy, but she couldn't quite put her finger on it. Finally, it dawned on her as he turned for the stairs to make his way up the aft castle. His grayscale was gone, and a jagged red burn mark had replaced it. For a moment she could swear she saw lightning crackle along his skin, but when she blinked it was gone, as he marched up, to much elation from the captain and officers. At the sight of the captain moving to embrace him, she felt a pang of regret for her own crew, now likely dead. Her melancholy was broken, however, as both the captain and the prince yelped in surprise at some unseen pain at their contact. From the normally stern Greenlanders? That was just funny. Chapter 68, Arthur XXVIII 293 AC. It was good to be alive, and in full control of my body no less, well, by a certain definition. The stumbling and falling and getting ushered back into my cabin so I could lay down a while longer was not exactly according to plan, nor was my apparent newfound bioelectricity, a parting gift from whatever god or demon monster it was that had dragged me down to its temple, along with the seeming disintegration of my grayscale. The magical bullshit, oh and it was so clearly bullshit, had to wait, however, as I was drawn back down into the reality of things. That reality was that for the first time I had lost men. A lot of men, in fact, sailors under my employ, drowned in the unforgiving waves never to return. Apparently not worth saving in the eyes of the forces that may or may not have bailed me out after my concussion. On the Sword we were lucky, 8 had gone overboard with a dozen more injured. I had one of the mates give me a list of the names of the dead. For the Sword at least, I wouldn't be able to get a crew roster for the Virtuous Gale until I returned to Dragonstone in all likelihood. Her crew records went down with her. Our 8 lost were Rowan, Hearn, John, Elsman, Jekko, Henrik, John, and Edric. The name of my younger brother elicited a sigh, but I got to writing anyway. I didn't know any of them of course, but it was only right that they get a letter along with the gratuities I would be paying out, and for now, at least I hadn't had so many men die that I needed an office staff to write the letters for me. I would eventually, I knew, regardless of whether I went through with my plans, I could sit on my island and print money forever and Westerns would still end up in a frozen hell with no handbasket. Despite my being trapped in my cabin, Arain was at least nice enough to keep me updated on what was happening, and we ended up dropping anchor just off the island to send Marines in that would look for a place to do repairs. I nodded at that, reasonable as it was. He looked at me as if I was going to ask to accompany them or some similar stupidity, puffing himself up in preparation to argue it, but he seemed to almost deflate when I told him that he should wish the men good luck. Adventure on an unexplored island is for people who aren't walking off a bruise in a quite possibly magical case of exhaustion. I rubbed at the smalls of my eyes as I finished the last of the letters. Professional writing was always so tiring, and hardly worth anything compared to the lives of husbands and sons, but it needed to be written nonetheless. Moving the stacks of papers to the side of my desk, I began work on something of similar importance. Starting from the best oval I could draw, I began to chart out the rough shape of what I remembered from the sunken globe in the undersea temple. The shape of the continents and what major features I could remember. It was amateur, unprofessional, and would make any modern cartographer scream in despair, but at the very least having it meant that I wouldn't be forgetting about an island the size of Australia in the near future, or how ridiculously large Swordhose was, quite literally stretching down to the South Pole like a giant wall, albeit only with one branch. Honestly, the whole continental structure of the world was weird. Continental drift was certainly not responsible, at least visibly, as none of them seemed to fit together like the puzzle pieces that made up the Earth of my previous life, yet unnamed lands seemed to form across the globe with little rhyme or reason. But then that's par for the course with magical bullshit, I sighed, staring down at the rough map before me. Then the door opened behind me, and the current most aggravating figure on the ship walked in. "Your captain said you denied my request to go ashore," the Greyjoy noblewoman said, and I immediately slammed down the mental framework I needed to deal with the woman. "Don't let her get you off guard, knock her down instead. You're here to bother me because you're bored then." I kept my tone even as I turned to look at her. "Or do you have some other excuse?" "Oh, am I not allowed in here now?" the woman asked, trotting her way over to the bed, which she promptly sat down on. "You strip a woman, get her drunk and take her to bed and then kick her out in the morning? Are you sure you're a Greenlander?" "Ha ha!" I fake laughed, matching her gaze with my own. "What is it you want, Lady Asha?" "Well, my ship back for one, but I doubt I'll get that." There was a hint of melancholy in her voice that made do a double take. "Ah, shit, she's got that worse than I do. But no, I'm not asking you for a new boat, I couldn't afford the price for it anyhow. I'm asking you, little princeling, where your scales went. Your captain might not be willing to pry, but I am. Grayscale never goes away." I sighed, replacing my quill pen in the ink pot. "That's certainly true," I carefully stated, before deflecting with a question. "What do you think happened?" "I think," Asha said, closing her eyes, and in a rather surreal sight, kicking her feet. "I think that you had a vision, and had it cured by magic. After my uncle's bullshit, I could believe it. Especially since you've been crackling with lightning ever since you woke up. So what happened? You meet the storm god in your dreams." For half a second I considered telling the woman the actual truth, but foresight won out over honesty, and I crossed my fingers dramatically instead. "I did have what might have been a vision, but I can't remember much of anything from it, just a few images." I gestured to the paper before me. "I can't speak to gods or magic though, it might have been the providence of the seven or a quirk of fate, and I have no idea why I, as you say, crackle, though I do suspect the lightning is what drove back the grayscale." "Is that so?" The woman's eyes narrowed to mine, focusing for a second, before she threw her arms back, flopping back down onto the bed. "My bed? Well, whatever, not my worry anyhow." She traced a lazy circle in the air with her finger as she lay on her back. "Now, it seems like I'll be a guest on this boat of yours for some time coming, and I am indeed bored as you said." She turned her eyes to me with a villainous grin on her face, and I felt the urge to ram my head into the table. "So you better do your job as host and keep me entertained." Oh God help me! I would need his help to not shoot her. Chapter 69, Captain Ares. 293 AC. Ares nodded to himself as he glanced towards the departing site of his pride and joy, the Wave Dasher. He would be coming back soon enough. He had been chosen from among the surviving captains, poor John, to lead the expedition onto this little island because he was known for having a sharp eye, and as he glanced across the beach he planned to put it to use. The beach itself was clear, a sandy, pleasant white, as was the ocean floor beneath the clear blue water under their boats, which seemed to teem with fish that he couldn't recognize. There were a few mid-sized waves here and there, but the rowboats got onto the beach all right, and he got off at the head of 90 marines from across the remaining fleet. 10 came from each cutter and 40 from the sword. He called a halt to the men once he got on shore, his eyes now scanning the closer treeline, where a large grey lump seemed to be moving, close to the ground. He drew out his pistol and advanced at the head of the men. At about 60 yards from the thing, he stopped again, as it was clear that it was some sort of enormous lizard, walking on 4 legs and perhaps chest height at the shoulder, and with a spiny ridge rising from its back. "Is that a dragonling, sir?" one of the men asked behind him, and he shook his head plainly. "No, just a giant lizard of some sort by the looks. No wings. Still, I don't want to tangle with it." "Shoot it if you please." "Yes, sir." The main lieutenant nodded, before ordering his men. "5 of you form a line. Then fire at will." "Sir." A ring of gunshots rang out from his side, sending small tropical birds in the surrounding area flying, and the thing collapsed, bleeding. "That will be enough, I think," he said, raising his hand. "Break up into your squads and begin moving. I expect everyone to return to this beach by sunset. Oh, and keep an eye out for any more of those things. I haven't seen them before, but anything that large is likely to be dangerous. Lieutenant, bring your unit with me." He pointed up to the hill which rose at the center of the island. "We'll be heading for the pinnacle." The trek was initially fairly easy, the area around the beach was fairly flat and simple to walk through, but as they progressed further into the interior it became clear that the island had a bit more in store for them. While it was clearly bountiful, and reasonably pleasant owing to the sea breeze, the trees grew very close together, and all manner of vines grew between them. They ended up having to use hatches to cut a trail through. At least they ate well. Wild boars seemed to be plentiful on the island, and thoroughly cooked they provided a good lunch for the men in his unit. As they stopped to eat halfway up the hill by a spring, before finally making it to the top. "Now ain't that a view?" he whistled to nods from the men as they reached the pinnacle of the hill. From its peak, you could see the whole island, about a dozen miles across, and forming a sort of awkward U-shape. The hill looked over some cliffs which led down to a sort of alcove bay in the side of it. "I think the beaches down there should be sheltered enough to careen the ships come high tide. Even the sword." The lieutenant, who served on the sword, glanced down after him, nodding slightly. "Aye, sir. I suspect it would work. Looks deep enough to get her into. We'll let them know when we get back then." He drew out his Myrish eye from its sheath at his side, scanning over the horizon. "As I thought." He pointed out towards the horizon, where a faint bump was vaguely visible with the naked eye. "There's a second island out there, and another one a few leagues southeast of it." He squinted as he did a long drag around the horizon. "There's another 3 or 4 further out as well. Trending towards the south." "Really? Is it an archipelago, sir?" "I should think so," he said, sliding the device back into its resting position. "But I imagine that the prince would like to know regardless." Chapter 70, Arthur XXIX 293 AC. "Lady Asha cursed as I marked my third X into the sand. How do you keep doing that?" When the men on shore returned in the evening, they brought word that we had hit the northern end of an archipelago, rather than a singular island, and that the island possessed a sheltered bay on its eastern face that was suitable for careening and repair work. Thus when the tide came up in the morning we beached the vessels like great whales in the fairly sheltered bay, relocating to a camp on the beach for the time being while repair work was done on the vessels. In the meantime I had been running the gamut on ways to entertain Lady Asha that were both appropriate and not tests of strength, and had settled on a number of children's games, progressing through them as she got bored and started complaining. It was looking to be going that way for tic-tac-toe, as the young woman grumbled in frustration. It was clear, even from the moment that she started demanding attention, that she was taking the loss of her ship and crew harder than she was willing to admit, and I had to remember that this was her first voyage as well, and with far less confidence in her purpose than me. I hadn't spotted them immediately, but yesterday there had clearly been signs of crying around her eyes. I wondered how much of her abrasiveness and flirting came from her putting on a brave front to someone she saw as a potential enemy or rival. Would she have been more polite and reasonable if she wasn't under so much stress? It was hard to say. The fact that she was still being a bitch remained though. I'm getting sick of these games, Arthur. I suppressed a wince at the casual use of my first name. What on earth do you all day on board your ship? Surely not just play children's games. I manage accounts, navigate, and read when I have the opportunity, I said, gesturing to the chest that had been pulled out of my cabin which contained my collection of books. Do you read High Valyrian by any chance? I could let you borrow part of my collection if you'd like. Really? That's all? You must be bored all the time. I rolled my eyes at the young woman. I'm sure your ship is much more exciting, but since my company is probably making a bit less money in a year than all your islands put together, I'm willing to spend most of my time keeping track of it. I don't believe that's all you do. Nobody is that boring. Asha said, defiance lighting up her eyes. There is a time and a place for fun, but a sea voyage isn't the place for it. That's the only place we have fun. You've never seen the Iron Islands, little prince. The young woman let out a bitter laugh. There is a reason the Ironborn roam the world, and it is not solely for loot and whores. Have you ever been to Dragonstone, Lady Greyjoy? I countered fairly easily. It has changed nowadays, largely because of my own investment in it, but just a few years ago it was as bleak as any of your Grey Islands. Then that only means you should have more to do on your ship. What do your men do when they aren't half mad doing repairs or bailing out water? Gamble their wages, sing, drink. I imagine a few other things I would rather not know about, and they would rather I not know about, but that's about the shape of it. They don't take whores at port. Asha laughed. Or do you not know what a whore is yet? I ignored the crack at my age and answered her plainly, keeping a straight face. If they do, they're discreet about it and know better than to try to bring them onto my goddamned ship. The Greyjoy let out a burst of cackling laughter, before sighing, her eyes taking on a bit more weight in them as her facade dropped a bit. So, what's your plan, for me I mean? I don't suppose you intend to sail me back to Pike yourself. I paused for a moment, having expected another barb rather than an apparently honest question. Well, there's quite a bit going on there, I said, recalibrating my brain for a less adversarial confrontation. I haven't quite decided even how I'm going to deal with the current situation. Our current location is uncharted to my knowledge. Presuming we get back to Westeros though, I will likely not personally deliver you to your home, presuming you want to return anyhow. I hoped that I had read her tone right before, and wasn't overstepping my bounds too much by suggesting that she might not want to return to her father. The woman let out a long sigh. I'm not some salt wife for you to take, little prince, don't get your hopes up. She chuckled dryly. Still, what's this about the island being uncharted? I thought we were in the Summer Islands. I shook my head. Not by my calculations at least. One of the captains had the decency to keep his men running the hourglass after the storm, and we're much too far west. If the storm had thrown us that far east we would be on Sotho Rios. I went to the crate, pulling out one of my larger maps. I pointed out a large circle in the Sunset Sea. This is roughly the area I think the storm covered, and we were spat out somewhere on its southern backside edge, and it's had us on a southwesterly course ever since. A fast one too, despite the damage to the ships. In 4 days we've done what might take 3 weeks in a cog at normal speed. I gestured up at the shape of the hill behind us. At first I thought we were probably at the islands recorded from the voyage of the Sun Chaser. And it still might be the same chain of islands, they might have just missed the rest of the archipelago during their voyages. My man only spotted it with his telescope. Telescope? Amirishai, my apologies. I gestured to several lines I had drawn out of the potential courses we might have taken. These are the courses I predict we might have taken, given winds and currents, that would take us into this region of the ocean. Are you sure? The giant lizards are a pretty good indication. The Lady Meredith reported such creatures in and amongst these islands, and some of the men have reported them swimming about the place and eating fish, so I suspect they can move about the archipelago. Asha sat for a moment with that one, digesting the information with an odd look on her face. So what's the problem with getting back to Westeros? I gestured to the clouds, which continued to move southwest, towards a distant continent I had no name for, no particular desire to visit at the moment. The wind only seems to be going one way. It took the Lady Meredith 3 years to return to Westeros. I need to be faster, much faster. Who knew what could happen while I was gone? Chapter 71, Arraign 2. 293 AC. The camp on the beach was fairly active, more than 100 tents pegged down in neat rows up against the top of the beach near the treeline, with men on watch in hastily assembled watchtowers at the corners. The first night on shore many of the more foolish men had taken to hanging their hammocks between the trees off the beach, but after one man was bitten by one of the great lizards and fell sick with horrific vomiting they were all more than happy to join the more organizationally inclined men on the beach. The largest of these tents was an enormous yellow and black octahedron, positioned at the front of the main square at the center of the temporary dwelling, and this was Arraigns' destination as he made his way to the planning meeting which the prince had called on this their third day on the island. Further down the beach, the repairs were underway on the fleet, though most of the cutters were finished. The starboard side of the Sword still needed some work before she hit the water again. They were lucky the prince had brought as many carpenters as he did, anticipating the storms of Shipbreaker Bay. The situation was admittedly somewhat different compared to Westeros, but while the palms and fruiting trees on the island were useless for hardwood, they had managed to identify a type of tree with a dark heavy wood that worked well for the repairs they needed. No, the carpenters were doing their jobs well enough, but the fact that his ship still wasn't seaworthy irked the basted Velaryon. He didn't like being stuck in one place, that's why he had become a seaman, to begin with, first for his father and now for the Narrow Sea Company. He entered the tent and briefly took in the other people there. The prince of course and the other captains were seated around a large table, back away behind them were the 2 marine lieutenants and the sergeants for the ships that lacked marine officers. Mates and quartermasters and the like stood at the back of the tent walls. Behind the prince, and next to his sworn sword, Arraigns' second cousin Selyse was sitting the Greyjoy daughter, who had stuck herself to the boy like a barnacle ever since the storm. Thankfully the prince didn't seem to be seduced by the Ironborn woman, but it still rubbed him wrong to have her so close to the lord, especially when the bastards rebelled only a few years back. Still, he took his seat by the prince's right, it made him smile to be the highest ranked there, second only to the boy himself, and patiently waited for the boy to start. Once the last of the captains arrived the boy cleared his throat, drawing the attention of all present. "Good afternoon everyone," he said kindly enough, letting everyone focus in on him before he got everything started. "I am aware that many of you have questions in regards to how we will be leaving these islands, our courses etc. I'm sure that I have informed everyone that I believe these islands to be part of the same archipelago as the islands discovered by the voyage of the Sun Chaser some centuries back, and that the prevailing winds have been almost entirely southwestern for the duration of our stay here." There were nods around the table at that. The men at least had the decency to look as if they paid attention, which was good. "So what's the plan then, Your Grace?" Arraign supplemented when it looked like the prince was waiting for a question. Prince Arthur nodded gently in his direction before continuing. "I have spent the past 2 days studying through a fair number of naval records, and identified 3 feasible routes from here based on what I believe the wind current to be." Arraign glanced out of the side of his eye to the Greyjoy girl. He had been under the impression that the prince was spending most of his time fending her off, but perhaps she had the good sense to leave him to his business for at least a few hours. That was a sense that most women didn't have based on Arraigns' observations, not that he was particularly experienced with women himself outside of those one purchased for an evening. Perhaps the Greyjoy had picked it up by playing at being a sea captain herself. Either way, his eyes were drawn back to the prince as he continued. We could tack directly against the wind, however, that would be intensely difficult given current circumstances, and more importantly slow. We might make 5 knots, and our course is likely over 1,000 miles. We could brute force it, and it's the course I would rather take of the 3 by instinct. The prince drew out a map roughly drawn of Westeros coast running out to Essos and the Summer Islands. Of course, we could also bypass the wind entirely, sailing east to the Summer Islands, or north into the Sunset Sea. These are the other 2 workable courses. The wind blows into the Westerlands from the west, which is why it's so hard to sail the Sunset Sea out of Lannisport, especially with ships that can't tack. I believe this to be part of a circular wind pattern, and perhaps sea current, which has us trapped as well. The prince indicated with the back of his quill a large circle running into the coast of Westeros and then south. It would certainly explain the cool trade wind that had carried them here. The Summer Islands route would likely be the slowest of the 3, but opens up some trade possibilities the other 2 lack. Some of the captains perked up at that, but their hopes were quickly dashed as the prince continued. We will not be taking either of these paths on this voyage, however, at least if all goes to plan. Time is of the essence, and even slow as it is, the straight path is the quickest one. The prince continued. However, I can see a future use for these islands, so it isn't all doom and gloom. I think we may establish a permanent trade post here if the opportunity presents itself upon our return. And those of you who have already been here will have first rights for running a route from here up through the Summer Islands to Essos and back through the Stepstones. At that, smiles broke out around the table. Any man could see how profitable a route that could be, if somewhat long, at least 6 or 7 months. Either way, I would ideally like to depart in 4 more days, with enough supply for a month at sea, which we already have most of enough for since we restocked at the arbor. The prince glanced at the quartermaster for the sword, who was towards the back of the crowd. That's correct, your grace, we didn't lose much to the water owing to Lord Pakester's excellent barrels. With a nod, the prince turned back. In that case, I would also like to have the men, whoever isn't foraging or loading supply, construct a small dock and a wooden compound, or small fortress here. Just to make it easier for the next ship to come here, hopefully on course. It needn't be great or anything, just something to smooth the way while we can spare the men. Couldn't pirates occupy it, your grace? Arain had to chuckle, and what would they be pirating down here before we got back? As far as I can see, nobody else even knows these islands exist. The outspoken captain glanced up towards the Greyjoy, and it was obvious the prince took his point but dismissed it just as easily. I cannot imagine a situation in which a good group of Marines couldn't reclaim it, even were it occupied. That shut the man up, and the meeting ended shortly afterward as men assigned work to their officers. He was stopped from leaving, however, as the prince put a hand on his shoulder. Your grace! Come over here, Arain, I have a present for you. A present? The idea of the prince giving him something before the journey was even over seemed a bit odd, but dutifully he followed the boy into a side room, obscured from the main meeting area by a draped curtain. Still, it was one of those perks of working under the prince. He was wealthy enough to give to his employees often, something less common in the Valyrian navy. Yes, one of the men caught her earlier today, and I'm sure she'll look great on your shoulder. The boy opened a wicker basket, revealing an extremely colorful bird. Look great, look great! The bird said, taking an offered piece of hardtack from the gloved hand of Jaehaerys. I wanted to feed her myself, but she's small and I don't want to electrocute her. The boy said, waving his hand through the air dangerously as if he were expecting lightning to crackle between his fingers. Arain Waters, captain of the Sword of Baratheon, glanced down at the bird. Ridiculous and plumy and colorful and gaudy to an entirely unnecessary degree. The bird looked back up at him, probably thinking the same thing. Then again, the Valyrian navy made more sense. Chapter 72, Arthur XXX, no more numerals. 293 AC. I glanced up at the sword as it was hauled back into the water, now repaired with the mahogany-ish wood that seemed to be the only common hardwood here. The repairs were obvious though well done, clashing with the rest of the white hull due to their color. The men were carrying and loading now refilled crates of supplies into the ship under the watchful eyes of both Captain Arrayne and his parrot, and at this rate, we would be ready to depart in just a few hours. Fort Virginia, a name I had insisted on both for a bit of nostalgia and for the fact that I was tentatively naming this archipelago the Maiden Isles. I had thought of naming them after my potential betrothed, but that seemed tactless, and besides, I knew fairly well that one of them was likely no virgin. The fort itself was a small structure, a hastily assembled barracks surrounded by 12-foot wooden walls with towers on the corners, overlooking the mouth of the small bay that our ships were docked at. To most, it would look like crap, but with the resources I had, it might well someday be the guardian at the gates to the first city of this new Caribbean that I had discovered. It might be a small outpost at the edge of the frontier now, but it wouldn't be forever. I raised an eyebrow as Asha walked out of the gate. I had wondered why she wasn't harassing me this morning. She had clearly just walked out of bed by the fact that her hair was looking more like a rat's nest than its usual. Finally up I see, and just in time for mid-morning. I pulled my comb out of an interior pocket on my jacket. You could at least take the time to make yourself presentable. To who? You? The men I don't know on an island 1,000 leagues south of my father's castle? I'm not looking to be a pretty whore. Despite her touch words, she reached out and grabbed the comb, wincing a little bit as a snap of charge jumped to her finger. I thought you stopped doing that. She asked as she began straightening the tangled mass on top of her head. Something about rubbing dirt on yourself. Yes, will I ground myself every half hour or so, but that doesn't mean I don't carry a small charge between them. It would be a minor inconvenience for the time being, but I had to admit that my apparent transformation into an electric eel was somewhat worrying. Arrayne at least had taken it in stride, saying he had seen odder things at sea, and the men mercifully followed his lead. And Asha? Well, she was essentially attached to me personally as long as she was on my boat, so aside from some teasing over it, I hadn't gotten accused of witchcraft or anything serious. No, the real danger was what it was doing to my body, and how people at home would react. The court didn't matter much, they had little power over my naval enterprise, but my parents? Shireen and Edric? Ariane? These were all open questions, and dangerous ones to boot. Here. I turned back towards the woman, who was handing me my comb back. So, we getting off this rock today then? Yep, I said, smirking slightly. Don't worry, we'll get you back to your cold, grey islands soon enough. And here I was just getting used to the weather. The Greyjoy snarked. Hey, Princeling. Yes. Will you sell me a ship? I turned to look up at her, trying to read her face, but she continued staring up at the sky inscrutably. I wasn't sure where the question had come from. I don't think I can, not if you're going to use it for reaving. She frowned at that, sighing and turning her head away from me. Besides, I'm not sure what you'd have to offer for one, ships aren't cheap. I know it's just, she said quickly, before clamping her mouth shut, and turning back towards me, looking me in the eye. I was actually a little surprised she wasn't crying, though there was clearly distress in her voice. It's just that if I return to Pike having lost a ship on my first voyage and come back with nothing, well, I doubt I'll ever be anything more than a rock wife again. I don't even have my uncle's blasted corpse. She scanned my face as if looking for something, before turning to gaze down. I know it's a bit much to ask, and you've put up with me enough already, but I need a ship. I'll do anything you want. Alright, stop now. I put a hand on your shoulder with a slight crackle that made her jump. Before you offer to whore yourself out or some nonsense. She made no action to stop me, and I suspected I was dead on with what she was offering, but she only stood in silence waiting for me to continue. I suppressed a sigh. Westerosi thought with their genitals far too much. Anyone who took that offer would be a fool, simply because there was a better one to be made by anyone with a brain. There is something I'd be willing to give you a ship for. But here isn't the place to discuss it. I gestured at the sword. My cabin should be refurbished at this point. We can discuss it inside. I turned to stare up at the woman, meeting her unsure gaze. I'm no horn dog like my uncle, but don't think it will be cheap either. As I grabbed her hand, ignoring the crackle of discharge, she made a questioning noise. What's a horn dog? Chapter 73, Asha 6. 293 AC. Prince Arthur led her into his cabin, and despite his statements to the contrary, she wondered if he was not intending to sleep with her anyhow. Had he only been denying such intent for the purpose of his men? Her heart beat quickly. Despite some experimentation, she had not yet had her maidenhead broken. She was as unsure as any might be. Thankfully, or perhaps dangerously, he instead gestured for her to sit down at the table, though unlike before he brought out no wine from his cabinet. Seeing her gaze, he shook his head plainly. I would like you to be sober for this, Lady Asha. I will warn you now, that I do not intend to do this by half measures. She saw the prince then in the shaded light of the cabin. Gone was the largely sunny and cheerful face he showed his men, replaced with a dead serious tightness as if he had taken a long boat's weight upon his shoulders for this conversation. There was something dangerous behind the gaze he directed at her, that spoke of secret and risk. She would be lying if she said there wasn't appeal there, but her good sense told her that she should be careful not to cut herself. All right. Not like the wine is going anywhere. The boy, though he didn't look a boy at the moment, nodded once, before sighing. Before I make my offer to you, I would like you to understand how significant what you're asking me for is, and the potential risks I am taking by replacing your ship if you would hear them. Just so you can understand where I am coming from in regards to the offer itself, as without context it would likely be outrageous in the extreme. She rolled her eyes at the fancy workaround language. Just get to the point and tell me why you don't want to. The boy smiled at that, and it calmed her down a little bit, as it was one of the sunnier smiles she was used to, in contrast to his grim face of a moment before. Ah, sorry, I forgot who I was dealing with. Arthur seemed to visibly relax for a moment, before tightening back up, though not so much as before. Still, this is serious. He folded his fingers into each other. All right, so what you want is a ship to replace the Black Wind. Just to clarify, I suppose that means you want a cutter. She said, glancing out of the shaded windows behind the prince. They tack well and are as quick as knives. Indeed, the prince said, nodding. And how do you suppose to crew it? Well, I assumed I could recruit one when you give it to me. As much as she would prefer an Ironborn crew, one made from Greenlanders would be all right in the short term. Most likely. And tell me, what would happen to that crew once you got back to the Iron Islands in all likelihood? Well, I'd replace them with Ironborn and they'd be. The point he was getting at hitting her like a brick, and she turned her gaze down to the table. Oh. Yes, while they might get lucky and buy passage back to the mainland, they would probably end up getting taken as thralls by your father or some other lord instead. Asha kept staring at the table. That wasn't something she had really thought about when asking for a ship, but it made her feel stupid now. Obviously, no Greenlander would willingly agree to be a thrall, gods knew she wouldn't in their place. And that doesn't get into the possibility of your father or the Ironborn as a whole copying my ship designs, something the Bravasi have already been up to with mixed results. I have no doubt that everyone will figure them out eventually, but I have little desire to gift a better type of ship to your father for nothing in return. The Ironborn have used longships for ages, thousands of years, what makes you think we'll change now? The idea was a little preposterous. Her father was a strict adherent of the old way, he would never do that. Perhaps not quickly, but in the long term, I would be helping with the rape and slaughter of potentially tens of thousands of people. Do not think that I don't know of the ravine your people still practice in Essos, or in the parts of the north that lack a lord to protect them. We don't raid the north, Asha said firmly, at least. Not since Lord Stark took your brother, I'm aware, even your father is not so much of a fool. Asha bristled for a moment at the insult, but then recalled his refusal to chase Euron. Which brings me to my last point. I believe your father is likely to rebel again the moment my uncle dies. Her eyes widened at the insinuation, clearly pointing at her, but she could find no crack in the prince's face. All that said, you can understand why I am going to demand something significant, and I mean truly significant, in exchange for a ship. Asha nodded. The prince did put into perspective a little how much she was asking for, but still, whatever he asked was better than being shut away in a castle for the rest of her life. She steeled her nerve for what he might ask of her, what he thought she could offer that would match the risk in his mind. What do you want then? The rest of your life? The prince said plainly, raising his hand before she could reach for the axe at her hip. Hold, let me finish. Asha sat tensely, her eyes meeting his deep blue gaze. I want you to swear your life in service to me. Not a vassalage contract, but a direct, personal pact to follow and obey me for the rest of your days. Sealed in blood, and above and beyond any other oath or obligation, on either of our parts. You. Asha let herself relax slightly, he wasn't threatening her at least, but still. You don't ask for small things, do you? I do, but not in matters of this level of import. Asha was near half a foot taller than the prince, but at that moment it felt as if he were towering over her, a drastic change from the snark but kind boy who had been willing to put up with her in her weakness. Still, she was a woman and an Ironborn both, no other Greenlander would give her a ship of that she was sure, and she would never be able to live as a rock wife. What is it that you would likely want of me? For now, little. The boy gave what he probably thought was a comforting smile, though to her it seemed like the grin of a shark. You will return with your ship to the Iron Islands, and there begin trading journeys, as you likely would have anyway, but this time under the stamp of the Narrow Sea Company, or some other institution under my control. It will likely be more profitable for you due to our offices. I also won't restrict your movements, you'll be free to trade wherever you like. However, you must never leave. I will not have a slaver or a pillager under my banner. Indeed, if you do well enough, I may even give you a galleon after a year or two. Asha nodded, that wasn't so unreasonable sounding. It was better than being a rock wife by a mile and a half, even if she wasn't sailing entirely under her own flag. I can live with that. Good. The difficult part will be in the long term, however. The boy said. Please do not speak of this to anyone. Asha nodded, though she would wait and see if that was an affirmation worth upholding. Arthur's lips were tight as he continued. I intend to conquer the Stepstones, and refound a kingdom there, before adding islands such as these to it, and perhaps more in time. He gazed directly into her eyes. When I begin to found that kingdom, I will expect you to serve under me directly as a captain in my fleet. Gods! Asha thought, turning to gaze at a map of the 7 kingdoms on the wall to her side. Many things made more sense with the boy's ambition revealed. The ships, his private army, and from such a young age. How long have you been planning this? A very long time. The boy nodded, smiling. But it doesn't stop there, I will have one more expectation of you beyond that, and it is probably the one that will irk you the most. Oh! Asha wondered the first 2 were not that bad. When your father dies, whether in rebellion or of age, I will install you as the Queen of the Ironborn, and you will help me break the Iron Islands over my knee. What? Asha stood up from her chair. You would have me betray my people, my father and my brother, be no better than Euron. She reached for her axe. This is a dangerous thing you ask, Princeling. Peace, Asha, peace. I do not mean for you to slaughter the Iron Islands, in truth I intend for you to save them. Asha grit her teeth. Save them? From what? You? I can do that right now. And my father would then revenge himself greatly upon you. I know he already thought my uncle sparing your father was a mistake. I'm sure he'd be happy to rectify it. Please, sit down, have I asked anything of you without good explanation yet? Asha wanted to strangle the brat, but some sensible part of her brain held her back, and she collapsed into her chair, throwing her hands up. Fine, since you will take me as a hostage against my people if I don't. I have no intention of doing that, nor do I even intend to punish you should you refuse my offer. The prince said, though she had a hard time believing it. The Iron Islands are not going to be able to stay as they are in the coming days. The old way is failing already, and once the whole of Westeros has cannons? What will your longships do? What will your people do as they continue their raving against people who can now sink their ships from 3 miles away? Asha grit her teeth harder, trying to stare the prince down, but if anything he just became firmer. No, the Iron Islands will change, or your people will be wiped out. That is why I need you, want you to help me. I will break slavery during my lifetime if I have my way, and your people are its only true practitioners in Westeros. That is why I need a queen of the Ironborn in service to me, that is why I need you, and only you. With both the backing of my fleet and your will on the inside, we can alter the Ironborn to a point where they can survive the coming fire and the night. She gazed into the boy's eyes, trying to find falsehood, but eventually, her jaw sagged. He believed what he was saying. And damn it, he's smarter than me. Is that all you want? A loyal servant to rule the Iron Islands? No, Asha. I want you, and you alone. To rule the Iron Islands as a loyal blood-bound sister. I will take your oath as I would a man's. The boy went to the side, withdrawing a bowl from the cabinet there. I told you before, I want this oath to supersede everything else in your life. I want to be able to put my trust in you completely. The boy reached down and pulled a knife from his boot, a pale green thing that glinted in the light. Dragon glass, I'm afraid, not Valyrian steel. I haven't been given any of that yet. I suspect my father is waiting for me to come of age. He held the dagger out to her handle first. Give me your axe. Asha felt her hands tremble. This was all moving so fast, her heart beat in her chest like a battle drum, and she felt like she was standing between a dragon and a cliff face. Should she refuse? Could she refuse? The storm-touched demon in front of her wanted her life, her very soul, in exchange for letting her live it the way she wanted to. Was it better to serve a devil on the sea than be a rock wife? If one had asked her hypothetically, she would have said yes in a heartbeat, but now she wasn't so sure. The prince's blue eyes seemed to crackle in the shady cabin. She thought of the islands, of her father, of her uncle, and of all the other lords, all the people she was probably betraying. And she realized she did not care about any of them nearly as much as she did her freedom, of the sea and its call. Of not being some fat war pumping out children until the day she died. She handed him the axe, and he pressed the dagger into her hand. It was heavier than she expected, and as she looked up its blade she felt like it glowed slightly as if it were still fresh in the lava that spawned it. She sat transfixed as the boy drove the axe's blade along the palm of his hand, splitting it open and letting his blood run forth into the bowl below. I swear that on this day, I, Arthur Baratheon, Prince of Dragonstone, will take into my service as a blood sister Asha Greyjoy. I shall care for her as if she were my kin, and ensure that she received all that she has asked of me and more. I will lead her rightly, and keep her well-being in my heart throughout the rest of my life and hers. Her sons will be my nephews, and her daughters my nieces, and I will ensure that in my service she will have status as great as any man who serves beside her. There was a sort of stillness in the air, a greasy silence that seemed to be just waiting to burst as she turned to her own palm, and then the knife, before putting the two together, letting her own lifeblood dribble and mix with his. The words came easily, far more so than she had expected, as if her heart was more willing than her mind. I, Asha Greyjoy of Pike, will take you as my blood brother and lord. Arthur Baratheon. I shall care for you as if you. No, greater than my kin, for they are cowards and dogs and monsters. The betrayal of her family stung a bit, but she hardened her heart. It was the next words that truly hurt to speak. But she would accept them for freedom. I will obey your will, and trust that you will lead me rightly. I will keep your well-being in my fear throughout the rest of your life and mine. Your sons will be my nephews, and your daughters my nieces, and I will raise you up to the heavens above the earth if that is what you desire. It was a promise she knew she couldn't break, but to live as she chose? She would promise anything. The prince clasped her bleeding palm in his own, and she felt lightning crackle between them, bolts of it seeming to fall like rain from the prince's hand into the mixture of blood below. The surface crackled with the blazing magic, lighting up the room with flaring arcs as their blood mixed. The prince nodded to her, and raised the bowl to his lips, partaking in the mixture of blood. After a moment, he offered it to her. Lightning crackled along the surface, streaming and filling her nostrils with its smell as she lifted the bowl off of the table, holding it shakily to her lips. As it passed over her tongue it had a flavor of iron and lightning, and she swallowed the mixture with a gulp, feeling it crackle as it passed down her throat before returning the bowl to the table. The prince nodded seriously. It is done. I greet you now as, Sister Asha. He offered her a bandage he must have prepared ahead of time, and she gratefully covered the cut on her palm. Then the serious tone of the binding was dropped as the boy reached over to the wine cabinet and pulled out a bottle of Arbor Red. Now, let's talk about getting you some better quarters. Can't have my sister sleeping in some shared mate's bunk room now, can I? No, Asha chuckled, the inherent ridiculousness of the entire situation finally hitting her. All she could do was laugh. It was all just so quick. The boy had made her a blood sister, with magic no less, and they had barely known each other a week at that. The prince moved like a lightning bolt indeed, even before he was storm-touched. I suppose not, you wouldn't want her sleeping around with the men. Indeed. The prince smiled, and she wondered where the devil of a few moments before had gone. There was only her ambitious little brother, to whom she was now sworn in obedience. If it meant being able to sail as a captain until she was old and grey, she could live with that. Chapter 74, Arthur 31. 293 AC. I pinched at the space in between my eyes as the sword finally hit the open water. Even with all the potential that the islands presented, I was glad to be leaving them. The sooner the better, in my opinion. It would be a long and grueling journey home. At least a couple of months presuming the wind remained constant, possibly longer, or shorter if we got lucky, but still long enough that I worried. At the very least the morning had seen me deal with one of my greatest potential problems. My eyes were drawn down to my bandaged hand. Asha, my new sister, and bound with magic I had no idea how to replicate, and never had expected to cast in the first case. It was a silly thing, bound up in pop culture and novels. Oh, I knew how to make Valyrian blood oaths, but like most of their magic it required a sacrifice of slaves proportional to the weight of the oath, and it was thus like most of their magic useless to me. No, whatever it was I cast today was powerful, but it was not the cursed magic of the Valyrians, it was a binding of blood freely given. Even now I could feel a sort of care that I was quite sure I had not felt before forming in my heart for Asha. I had wished her no real harm before, true, but now I found myself worrying about whether her father would even accept her with a ship, or if he did not, how much that might hurt her. It was odd, as if the feelings were creating themselves, but I would not deny their truth nonetheless, and I was sworn to them. I would just have to be careful of making similar oaths in the future. Whatever magic I had tapped into was changing my very mind, and I couldn't take that lightly. In addition, I doubt my father would be happy I had sworn to treat a Greyjoy as a blood sister, or my mother for that part. But then I didn't really intend to mention the magical component. Let them just call it a discretion of youth, or a useful way to forge an alliance. They likely wouldn't understand what I now felt unless they experienced it themselves. I could no longer dismiss the value and feelings of Asha any more than I could Eric or Shireen. I would ensure that all of them had a good life and that they got to live it as they wished. Honestly, I doubted that I would ever perform such a ritual again, at least not without far more careful wording. I tapped my fingers on the table as I thought. Perhaps a modified version for my marriage. I'm sure Arian would like it. I could see it, though it would, unfortunately, need to be bereft of flowery language. That was too great a risk with magic, better to be concise and get the point across. Still, it isn't so bad. If Asha felt half of what I was feeling, then she couldn't betray me. I certainly couldn't imagine discarding her anymore, something that I had seen as a real possibility earlier in the morning. Having her as a sister would be worth the cost, I was sure, but how much of that surety came from my spell? Fucking magical bullshit. I grumbled to myself. Technology could be experimented with, in a safe environment, but blood pacts? You kind of had to mean it. I much preferred alchemy. It was clearly magical, sure, but it wasn't completely out of nowhere like the spell this morning or my ridiculous lightning. Alchemy was magic that looked and felt like science, something I could control feasibly. As far as I could tell, there were no deep ones or pacts with dark gods involved. Of course, thoughts of that magic brought to mind the idea of Gerald. 1 year. I had 1 year presumed dead, minus however many days since I had left the coast before he would dig the books out of their hiding place in the Dragon Glass Tower and share them with my father, that or 297 AC, whichever came first. I wouldn't leave my father flat-footed in the War of the Five Kings. Presuming that war even happened, which it might well not. At least not the way it ought to. Gah, the Game of Thrones is a pain in the ass. I personally would much rather just conquer the world through brute force. Unfortunately, guile was sometimes necessary, and my position put a target on my back from birth. I wonder if my father had even realized the scope of my private army yet? 1,200 men under arms would be big even for a large house, outside of the reach anyhow, and that wasn't even counting my sailors, which easily tripled the number. Would he be proud? Shocked? I had told him of its creation and growth in my letters, but been discreet about its size so as to not hand Varys anything unnecessarily. Hell, if he let it grow apace, it might now be 1,500 strong, with more by the time I got back, as grizzled old sellswords and greenhorn alike were busted into line so they could fight properly. Dragonstone possessed the world's first boot camp. I grumbled as I felt the ship start to turn again, tacking into the wind at a hard angle. Someday this cool tropical current would be the lifeblood of my empire, but for now, it was just a pain in my ass. Chapter 75, Stannis 7. 293 AC. The Lord of Dragonstone walked the castle's halls with his eyes closed. It wasn't quite a prayer, he believed in no god, but still, he hoped that whatever providence had saved his uncle from death would also apply to his namesake. That his son, his heir, would return out of the storm. It was certainly possible. The men at the docks even said it was likely. He had never seen the sword of Baratheon himself, but the men who built it said it had nearly twice the weight of the Great Stag, and that ship was better than most. They even spoke of steel reinforcement, a warship, perhaps greater than his own Fury, which now sat in port at King's Landing, loading troops for his brother's war. By duty, he ought to be there with it, but he would not forsake Shireen and Edric during these times. He found that since the news of Arthur's disappearance pursuing the mad Ironborn off the coast of Dorne into the greatest hurricane to strike that desert in history, he had even softened in feeling for Selyse. His wife and he shared anguish over their son's disappearance that lessened even their distaste for each other. Still, Robert had for once showed discretion, given him leave from his duties as master of ships even as he called the banners and rallied his armies. It was a bitter thing to think well of brother, but he could not deny the gift he had been given in this. Dragonstone had changed, as it always seemed to do since his last visit here. The city below the castle was even more massive, outgrowing the rammed earth walls his son had decided to build even before they were finished and spreading into the surrounding ports. Maester Crescent was somehow caught up in its sewer system, which seemed to always be overloaded with the city's growth, but he hadn't seen the old man as active in years, so that was something at least. It was odd how a boy not yet in his majority could cause so much, not just personally, but for the world beyond. While Arthur had always kept him informed of his company and its growth, it was an entirely different thing to be handed the ledgers and asked for directions. The amount of money passing through the boy's hands from trade into the pockets of the men in the city below was staggering, at least 3 times what Stannis himself made in a year from tariffs, the tribute from his vassals, and his salaries combined. It brought a small smile to his face to realize that with his son's income factored in, the Dragonstone Baratheons were likely making more in a year than Renly was in the Stormlands, from his own holdings at least. The private military forces of his son were another matter. His armies of Marines were already larger than the household forces Stannis could call upon to fight on the land, and seemed on track to dwarf what vassals he might be able to call, all armed with their flame-spewing hand cannons, rifles they called them. Arthur had told him in his letters it was going well, though after questioning the Frey alchemist it became clear that the lack of information was intended to protect his secrets from spies in King's Landing. A sensible precaution in hindsight, though he could have delivered the information in person safely enough. It irked him slightly that they were distributed across 24 trading vessels on the route, and thus wouldn't be useful in the coming campaign. Not that he couldn't see the utility in it. Reading over the boy's work and talking to the Frey, it became clear just how much he was doing, things Stannis never would have thought of, educating small folk to make them more useful. Building a dozen new vessels simultaneously, establishing offices in every major port, even in Bravus across the sea. It was a sobering thing to see how much his son had already done. Probably more than Stannis ever had outside of war. Most lords were stewards of their realms, but it was clear his son was intent on being more than that. It was painfully clear that given a bad situation, a barren rock full of sulfur and subjects who loathed him, his son had made a better choice than him, had ordained to make Dragonstone a power in its own right. An equal to the kingdom he had lost. How could Stannis allow that to fall to ruin? His son's great work, wrecked in its infancy by a storm so like the one that claimed his parents? Stannis grit his teeth. He was needed in King's Landing. Robert wanted to sail to Essos with his army. He needed a master of ships. He needed Stannis. But Stannis couldn't abandon his son's cause. Living or dead, Arthur would want him to see it continued. For Edric and Shireen at the very least. But Arthur understood duty, and wasn't that always the crux of it? It always came back to duty, the duty to his brother, duty to his family, duty to the realm, duty to his vassals. Always duty. Stannis sat, and as he sat he grit his teeth. There was never an easy answer for the Lord of Dragonstone, but that was what being dutiful meant. Chapter 76, Robert 1. 293 AC. Robert Baratheon, first of his name, King of the Andals, the First Men, the Roiner, Protector of the Realm and the Lord of the 7 Kingdoms. It was all a load of horse dung. A song the dickless courtiers sung to get him to show them his favour. If they wanted to fillet him so much they should have been whores. Those did a better job of it at least. No, Robert Baratheon had spent himself in the rebellion that made him a king, or at least that was what it felt like at times. His belly grew fat with wine and game, his armor barely fit, and his warhammer felt heavier than it ought to in his hand. His wife was a Lannister whore who didn't know her place. His heir was a monster and a moron besides. He had seen it himself in the guts of those lifeless unborn kittens strewn across the floor of the boys' chamber. As mad as Ares he was. Had he been in his cups at the time he would have killed the boy, but now the sight of Joffrey just brought an emptiness to him. His own son's deficiencies brought into stark contrast with his brother's precocious little brat of a son. The difference between the types of arrogance that both princes possessed was clear as day. Stannis hated him, or at least held the grudge of Dragonstone far longer than he ought to. Yes, it wasn't the Stormlands, but Robert needed him there, couldn't he see? Everyone else in the thrice-damned court except Jon was a schemer or a fool. Even Renly, who spent all his time with his knightly friends, wasn't reliable further than you could throw him. Stannis was the only one he could give Dragonstone to and expect to keep it. But for his brother, that didn't change that it was a miserable rock, and he had very nearly lost his brother's loyalty for it, he feared. Only duty had held Stannis to him, and perhaps duty was all that kept him there. It was part of why he had let Stannis leave the fleet for a while, even though he was needed there, to mourn his son. The one who had gone chasing pirates at 12 with his wedding fleet, and probably died just like their father. He knew that pain, he had felt it alongside Stannis before, and he didn't begrudge him his time to mourn now. Renly he didn't think had ever loved him, not really. He hadn't been born until Robert was nearly a man, and Renly had grown up alone as a result. He was his brother, true, and his loyalty was there, but past that? Robert couldn't say. As always, that left him Jon and Ned, the only men that truly cared about him, and in some ways the only ones he cared about. There had been Lyanna once, but now she was gone, and worse, he could never be sure if she loved him back. Stolen away by the fucking dragons. Robert Baratheon ran a razor through his beard. Most days he had a barber trim his beard in the morning, but not today. Today would be war. He could see the lines of age running down his face. They hadn't been there at the Trident. They hadn't been there when Rhaegar had crumpled like a damp rag, cast into the Trident with one blow. They hadn't been there when he had taken the throne. Or when the whelps that now dared send assassins after his nephew had fled with their ruddy tails between their legs from Stannis' fleet. No, none of it had been there. None of the manacles and chains that dragged him down had been present when he had smashed the greatest dynasty in the history of the world for the woman he loved, only for her to die before he could hold her. He had been strong then. Stronger than he was now. But as the beard fell away, and he lifted his old helmet over its head, it still fit. His eyes were still the eyes of Robert Baratheon. They were wiser, older, and shackled to 100 clutching fools, but they were still his. His hammer might be heavier, but it was still his to lift where a normal man might struggle. His arms might be weaker, but they were still the arms that had slain a dragon alone. He clamped his visor down, and he could almost imagine he was at the Trident again. Then it came back up, and he was the fat old king again, stuck with a stupid, pointy throne that he had never really wanted to begin with. Gods! I might die out there. Even clean-shaven, he was still an older man now. If it were the Robert of today, would he have managed what he did at the Trident? He doubted it. Though the beggar prince who had travelled Essos so long, even once been sold as a slave, would he be a match for Rhaegar, all bedecked in his fancy shiny plate? He doubted that too. No. This would be no Trident. He would march across the sea with Ned and Renly too this time. His brother would get to see a real war after all, and he would put down the last of the fucking dragons. The last vestiges of the Targaryen legacy. This wasn't a grand battle. This would be cleaning up, not glorious conquest. He hefted his warhammer up onto his shoulder, one-handed like he used to, and his king's guard followed as he made his way to his son's room. He didn't care what his Lannister whore of a wife said. If Stannis' son could go chasing Ironborn kinslayers off the coast of Dorne and risk his life and limb for the good of the realm, then the spawn of his loins would be coming to war as well, albeit only to watch from camp. Just let her try to stop him. She didn't even know he was planning to take the boy, and he would be leaving as soon as he got him. He had even had her king-slaying brother guarding her, unaware of the plan, so he would not be able to tell her if he wanted to. He opened the door to Joffrey's chamber and immediately felt his blood temperature spike. The boy was beating his servant. Typical. Robert breathed hard as the boy turned to him, looking such a Lannister in the red clothing his mother dressed him in. Father? Why are you here? And in armor? I am about to leave for war, Joffrey. He said, even his idiot son ought to know that. Oh, but why are you here then? He reached out and grabbed the boy's arm with perhaps a little more force than was entirely necessary. Robert Baratheon glared down at his son, who had dropped the wicker cane he had been holding and squealed in shock. Like a spoiled fucking pig. He felt his nostrils flare, the idea of one of his own ilk being so fragile. Oh, there would be changes in the future. As he towered over his son he must have looked just the demon he was at the trident. It made him almost want to laugh as he pulled the boy out of the room. "Because you are coming with me." Chapter 77, John 2. 293 AC. He watched from the throne room balcony as the ships departed from King's Landing. 20,000 men from the Stormlands, Westerlands, Reach and Crownlands borne on the decks of 180 warships and another 90 bought-out merchants. They would add another 10,000 from the Riverlands and the Vale, and then perhaps again that much in the north depending on what young Ned brought with him. The Iron Islands were still largely shattered from their rebellion, and Jon had advised him not to call Dorne. They were still recovering from the great storm that hit them recently, and besides, they weren't trustworthy. He didn't want Robert struck by a poisoned arrow. It was no levy army either. Perhaps a quarter of the host would be cavalry, landed and hedge knights from across Westerns who had answered the king's call. Especially after the High Septon had announced his support for the war against the Red God. It was heartening to have the support of the most devout in this effort. Perhaps the Seven would smile on their efforts. Though for Robert he suspected it was mostly just an attempt to finally wipe out the Targaryen dynasty. Still, as Lord Hand, it didn't really matter what Robert wanted, only that Jon could get it for him, and while assembling the army and fleet had taken no small amount of coin as Lord Baelish had noted, it was only a bit more expensive than his regular tournament schedule. And wasn't that a distressing thought? Thankfully, Braavos was also backing the war, and as a result, the Iron Bank was willing to give them a favourable interest rate for the funds, something that would likely save the crown thousands of dragons in the long run. Indeed, most of the free cities had aligned against Volantis, fearing that the election of a second warlike triarch for the first time in centuries would mark a return to the bloody century that had followed the fall of Valyria. At last the news, all powers were still marshalling their armies, and the war was thought likely to occur mostly in the disputed cities. Robert would be landing at Pentos, which the Spider had arranged through his contacts there. Any land Robert's army took had to be granted to the city when the war ended, but that was acceptable. Even Robert could see that holding territory in Essos would be impossible. Still, despite his age, the one thing he had never been able to teach Robert was how to control his damn impulsiveness. Hence why he wasn't looking forward to. Ah, and there she is. The Queen stalked into the throne room looking disheveled and angry as if she had just thrown a tantrum, which, Jon supposed, she likely had. Her hair, normally perfectly straight, was frazzled, and her dress wasn't quite on properly. Her bother beside her didn't look much better, and Jon had to feel a bit of pity for the Kingslayer. The King's Guard had likely felt the brunt of his sister's anger upon the discovery of her son's abduction. She turned and stared at him for a moment, and her eyes were full of venom as she did so, her mouth twisting into a sneer and looking as if she was about to speak, before thankfully she stopped, turning away from him in a huff and walking to the balcony, where the ships filling the Blackwater were now a good ways away from the city proper, though still visible. From the way she clutched the railing, he half expected the Queen to scream at the heavens, or perhaps throw herself off of it. Thankfully her brother was there, dragging her into a hug, and comforting the distraught woman. Technically a breach of protocol, but one that Jon would let slide, technical regent that he now was. The King's Guard ought not to lay his hands on the Queen, or any royalty for that matter, but exceptions could be made for the situation, and they were family besides. Hopefully, the Kingslayer could talk some sense into his sister before she did something drastic and stupid. He had enough on his plate as hand already to have the Queen adding more to it. Then again, perhaps I should have a food taster added to my staff. Just for a few weeks. After all, he would need all the safety he could get. With Prince Joffrey gone, the nearest living heir was Stannis' son, Edric, who was all of 2, and a deadly recipe for civil war should all of the army die. Jon would need to keep any such rumblings as low as he could manage. Still, he had to remind himself that Robert and Ned were not children anymore, and if they knew anything better than him it was war. For his surrogate sons though, he could not help but worry. Gods, I hope Robert knows what he's doing. Chapter 78, Melisandre 1. 281 AC. She kicked her feet over the rocky shore, feeling the salty breeze impact against her as she watched the fireflies dance through the air in the night. Their lights flashing in hypnotic dance in the air above the coast. She hadn't been near the ocean since the old woman had bought her, way down in Volantis. She had been weak then, uninitiated. The Red God had not yet spoken to her in the fire. She had not yet wandered the world in the old woman's footsteps. When she had been Melanie, she had worn rags, been a pathetic mewling thing. Like the other children on the street. Now she wore a plain red dress that hugged her skin tightly and served at the old woman's call. Staring into the fire and speaking of the visions the Red God gave her, for the old woman was blind. Well, perhaps not entirely. The old woman walked with a cane but never needed help knowing where to go, her footing was as sure as Melisandre's, for the Red God gave her sight. The old woman spoke much of the Red God, and of prophecy, but never of herself. Melisandre did not even know her name, only that she was ancient, and that when they visited the temple in Bravus the priests there cowered away from her. They had gone there for her initiation, just a few weeks ago, and even now Melisandre felt different as if she were possessed of a different soul than she had been before. The darkness which had clawed at her skin and scoured her of impurity had altered her at such a level, her hair now fell straight down her back, her eyesight was sharper. When she had taken a new name all that had been Melanie had been left behind. Now though, they waited by the small, rocky cove, waited for the dirt that the old woman said was coming through her prophecy. The old woman said that the world was broken, the prophecy snapped by the birth of the living other in Westeros, that the great other had borne his own self into the world in mockery of Arhillar, and broken the cycle just as the Red God was meant to rise from the ashes. She said that all the Red God's priests in Asai had gone blind at the sight when the flames burned bright with the anger of their god. She didn't understand why the Red God was angry, but she was sure she would in time. Someday she would be the old woman, and little girls would wonder at her. Such was the cycle as the old woman had said. Such was the nature of all things, as one died a new one took their place. As her mind lingered on the nature of the cycle, she felt the swift crack of the old woman's cane against her back. Up girl! No more musing. The clay approaches. The woman's voice spoke through teeth cracked and yellowed with age. We must claim it now, and begin to shape it before it can set. She glanced up and saw that indeed, a battered ship bearing a three-headed dragon on its sail was coming to port in the rocky cove, rowing, as its mast was splintered, perhaps by a storm. She climbed to her feet and followed the old woman who was already making her way down the path. When they reached the shore where the boat had stopped she saw that 3 people had already stepped onto the land. 1 woman, a big man in armor, and a silver-haired young boy. The woman had a bundle of blankets clutched to her chest, which Melisandre saw was likely a baby. As they approached, the man raised a sword towards them as if that would ward the old woman away from where she wanted to be. Who are you? Step no closer, hag, and identify yourself. The man spoke in High Valyrian, albeit with a thick Western accent. Who am I? What does it matter to you? The old woman said, leaning on her cane so as to appear weak. It was a trick she used often, but it was one that worked. The man, to his credit, did not lower his guard. Please, just leave us be, I don't want to shed an unarmed woman's blood on this night. The old woman laughed as she wrenched her teeth from her mouth. It was a disgusting sight, but one that Melisandre had seen done once before, though then she had only used 1 tooth. That is your mistake then. The man rushed forward, trying to wing as the old woman threw her teeth into the ground with a flash of fire, and even as the man moved to attack her, the teeth began to spew fire from the ground, forming 3 blazing skeletons whose bones seemed to dance with shapeless shadows, their toothless jaws chattering as they pounced upon the man before he could strike the old woman. They bit at his flesh and tore at his body. The woman with the baby screamed, even as the young boy cowered behind her, and the blazing skeletons turned from the dead man to their new prey, before the old woman directed them elsewhere. No. The clay must be preserved. Burn the ship for your tribute. The skeletons seemed to laugh, throwing themselves into the wooden craft and turning it almost instantly into a beautiful conflagration. If only the sailors would stop screaming and realize that it was a blessing to die for our healer. They were truly saved, as their souls would be at his side now. Even as the ship burned, the old woman walked forward, her bony hand reaching forward towards the maid, who was huddled to the ground over her young charges, before she stopped, turning her sightless gaze back towards Melisandre. "Girl! Come serve your god." "Yes, mother," she said, stepping forward. For the old woman preferred that she call her mother, though the old woman's womb bore only shadows. Melisandre drew out her knife and gloried as the hot blood of the young maid flowed out onto the stone, her corpse collapsing onto the crying and cursing boy and the screaming baby. Their wailing unbecoming of the clay that the old woman had chosen. "Bring them to me," the old woman said, and she nodded, kicking the useless maid off of the two, and grabbing the young boy's wrist with one hand while the other scooped up the baby. The boy protested, trying to run, but she was older and stronger and brandished the knife towards him with the arm that clutched his sister, and he relented, crying and cursing all the way in the tongue of Westeros. She brought them before the old woman, who looked them over with the same eyes as she held at a butcher's. Melisandre watched with interest as the old woman reached out with her bony claw, squeezing the cheeks of the baby. "This one is fresh clay. She will be your charge. Girl! You will shape her as fits her role." Melisandre felt a thrill run through her at the responsibility, the opportunity to serve the Red God, and she barely heard as the old woman turned to the boy, who had been cursing the both of them in between his tears, calling for the knight who lay dead and glasses-eyed not 10 feet away from them to kill them. His mouth was covered by the old woman's hand, and Melisandre could swear that the fires of Arhilla burned in her old, blind pits. "You, little one, have already begun to set." The old woman threw the clay to the floor at her feet. "You need to be broken, shaped, and formed once again. You will be mine." Melisandre smiled as the baby in her arms began to suckle at her thumb, even as the old woman knocked the child on the head with her cane, snatching his young body so that they might leave this place and wander once more. It was good to serve the Red God. Chapter 79, Ned 1. 293 AC. He had heard of the galleons of Arthur Baratheon from Lord Manderley, of course, but it was another thing to see them in person, great castles that sat on the ocean, with their sails scraping the clouds. Or at least, that was what it seemed like to him. He had never liked the ocean much. Sailed all of twice in his life, to and from Pike at Robert's request. He half chuckled to himself, now Robert needed him again, and so he came, with a marshal of some of his best men, though less than he had hoped. Not all of his vassals were willing to war against a foe so far away as Volantis, even out of respect for Robert or for Ned himself. Only half of them had sent men, and not all of as good a quality as he would hope. Lord Manderley at least had been an exception, tied in as he was now to the missing Prince Arthur's company. Indeed, down at the docks, he could see the distinctive 3-story building which Wyman had informed him was the prince's office. Apparently supported in its height by steel pillars in the walls, of all things. Ned honestly couldn't imagine having enough steel to waste on buildings when it could be used for swords, but then Southerners did like their status symbols. Lord Wyman seemed quite taken with the prince in general, and White Harbour did seem to be doing well by the increased trade, especially in ironwood. "If the Seven had only given me a daughter, Lord Stark, I might have won myself the richest son-in-law in Westeros." The Lord had chuckled. "Honestly, I'm surprised you didn't put your little Tully up for the betrothal. Would have been nice to have a visit from the fleet that every mummer in Westeros is writing sad songs about." Sansa. Ned sighed. It had been a tumultuous issue in Winterfell. Cat wanted to. She thought the marriage would be good for the house, and she was probably right. Ned closed his eyes. It hadn't been an easy decision. "But as much as I wouldn't mind tying my house to Robert's, I wasn't going to marry my daughter away so young. Every time she brought it up I just saw Lyanna in my mind and I couldn't do it." I won't go offering Sansa's hand to someone she's never met. The Manderley lord nodded. I can see your reasoning at that, though frankly, I'd have married my boys off to a fray if it meant keeping them out of the maid's underclothes, though thankfully it never came to that and they've both straightened out with age. The old lord looked at him with a hint of sadness in his eye. Do look after Wendell, won't you? You're going a lot further than King's Landing this time, and I love the boy dearly. I'll try to see your son through this in good shape, Lord Manderley, don't you worry, Ned said, putting a hand on the old man's shoulder. His word was as good as an oath, and his vassal knew it by the relief on his face. I don't intend to lose the pride of the North to some SSE sellswords. Wyman nodded at that, before turning to the dock. I imagine the king is on one of those big galleons, probably the Great Stag. The lord gestured to one of the ships coming into the wide docks of the harbour. If you can't guess, that's the one with the stags all over the sails. I think I could have figured that out. Ned chuckled, before patting the old lord on the back. I'll be sure to see your son to you when I get back. As he departed the balcony, he wondered if he would be able to do the same for all the other sons he was taking with him on this voyage. One was manageable, but as in every battle, there was no way he would be able to keep every man alive. How many would lose sons, fighting in a foreign land against the last vestiges of a dynasty that by all rights should be dead? Well, not entirely dead. He thought, his mind turning to the young boy who remained at Winterfell, but then, Jon would never be the kind of monstrous tyrant that Robert now called him to fight. The Red Faith was, from what he had heard, as monstrous as the Boltons of the Dreadfort in the worst of their stories, and perhaps beyond even that, what with their slavery added atop their cruelty. And wasn't it Aerys who had burned his family alive? The son taking after the father was a little surprise. He gripped Ice's hilt as he thought of the cold wrath that had filled him in those days, so much thrust upon him by the hand of the Mad King, his father and brother dead, Lyanna gone. He would give anything to avoid that happening to his family again. That was something worth fighting for. Just as much as his friendship to Robert. And speaking of his friend, he saw the great armoured four of the king, guarded by his white cloaks as he stepped off of the enormous ship, and soon found himself drawn into a crushing hug, laughing along with the other man, who he had to admit, he had not seen in far too long. His troubles seemed to melt away in the enthusiasm of the man's presence, and Robert seemed to look younger without the beard he had worn in the Greyjoy rebellion. A tad sadder than he had been in their youth, but more the old Robert he knew and loved. As they laughed and joked, it felt like a return to form almost, and Ned realized why after a moment. This was war. There was nothing confusing about it. They had an enemy to fight, and an army to lead, and he was together with Robert once again. They might be older, gimme than they were before, but it was still war. There was nothing the two knew better, even now. Chapter 80, Melisandre 2. 284 AC. She stared out at the sun, rising over the rocky plains in the distance. She could see the old Valyrian road with its black stone carved into the earth like a great burnt trench. They would be following it today, heading east, to lands she had not yet visited, even in her wandering with the old woman. As she glanced over the horizon, she felt a tugging at the hem of her skirt leg, and she turned down to see the silver-haired toddler who was her charge, raising her hands in the air enthusiastically. Up up! Ah, here you go! Melisandre smiled as she lifted little Daenerys onto the wagon. They had stopped by a well to let the mules drink for a while, and it was back onto the road again now. They had passed Norvos at night, so as to avoid the heathen priests of the city who considered Arhilla a demon, and now they passed on towards Qohor, where they would be stopping at the small temple of Arhilla there to stay for some time. She sat Daenerys on her lap and started to correct the small braids in her hair as the old woman returned from the woods. The boy, Viserys, walking alongside her, his mouth silent but his eyes full of tears. When they had first acquired the prince, he was intransigent and unwilling to hear the word of Arhilla. But the old woman knew her trade. Melisandre did not know what horrors she had wrought on him in those early days as they journeyed from the Brava Sea coast south to Pentos, only that for many months after he had not been able to stop shaking, a clumsy wreck of a child, and yet the old woman made him serve her. Gone were the robes and finery he had worn, replaced with simple red rags, like those of a slave, and he trembled at the bony touch of the old woman's hand. His screaming made it difficult to sleep in the night sometimes, but she knew that whatever magic it was which the old woman cast on him was to shape him into a proper vessel for our healer's work, so she simply comforted her own little clay and slept as best she could. In truth, the only punishment which she saw was for when the boy in his shuddering clumsiness dropped a drink meant for the old woman or knocked something over. Then the old woman would push his left hand into the fire with a cruel smile on her face, and he would scream and beg as his flesh burnt and charred, and the old woman would laugh. This happened for many months before the prince finally broke, a mass of quivering sobbing and tears, screaming and crying he had fallen to the floor of their stony house, and the old woman had smiled, picked him up, and carried him away, to where Melisandre knew not. When they had returned, he had been silent, and they had brought a cat with them, black as night. The boy had named it Balerion, and when he had held it, his shuddering had stopped. Aside from the rags which the old woman forced him to wear, all he was left with was that one cat. She had seen how he cared for it, loved it even. She had seen how it brought him rats sometimes, to supplement the gruel that the old woman fed him while the rest of them ate well from the wealth of the old woman's Pentoshi friends, staying in palaces while the clay slept in the stables. She had watched the boy grow, from 6 to 9 now, gaunt and harried. His silver hair hung in a loose matted mess over his eyes, his wool broken to the service of the old woman, who forced him to call her mother, just as she did Melisandre. She saw how he had loved that cat, and how it had grown with him, shielding him, licking his burns, and comforting his nightmares. When they had set off into the east, the cat had come with him, licking at his heels, even as the old woman made him walk beside the cart instead of ride. He looked for all the world like any other slave, albeit one with Valyrian blood, clutching hold of that cat. Then, this morning, as they had stopped by the well to drink, the old woman had taken him off into the woods, as she sometimes did to work her magic, and now they returned, the boy's hands coated in blood. Melisandre had expected it was coming. Of course, the old woman would never let the clay set into shape again after all, not until she was done shaping it. But Melisandre did not know the day or the hour it was coming. There was a fondness for little Balerion on her own part as well, though not enough for her to mourn its passing. As time passed she had grown used to the cat, to Daenerys chasing it about or grabbing at its tail, even to the fear that filled Viserys' eyes when he could not find it, or when his sister played with it too harshly. Now there was something else in his eyes, as he turned to look at them there. There was despair in droves, that she expected. With all he had been through she was sure that the boy's whole being was driven by despair. However, there was also something more dangerous, a wave of anger that seemed to burn out from the very inside of his skull. His lips might be sealed for fear of the old woman, but she was sure that in his gaze he would send them all to the hells without a thought. Melisandre almost shivered as his eyes landed on her, but that would be a show of weakness, and one that would earn her her own beating from the old woman, and so she repressed it, only staring back with a face of mock interest. The old woman saw it too, though her eyes had no sight, and she grinned a toothy grin as the boy fell to his hands and knees as he always did, throwing himself into the muck to let the old woman step onto the cart more easily, before walking behind the cart, as they journeyed, his burning eyes never leaving the old woman's back. That evening, as they stopped at a tavern and Viserys was sent to the stable with the mules, her curiosity finally overcame her. "Mother, why do you choose to make the clay hate you? Is that not dangerous?" The hag smiled broadly, and Melisandre thought that her eyes glimmered in the torchlight, huddled as they were around a dark corner table. "Girl, of all the things which rule men's hearts, it is hatred that burns the brightest." The witch seemed to take glee in the words which left her lips. "And hatred born of love burns the brightest of all. It is a fitting tribute to our healer." Melisandre took the words, and placed them within her heart, for there seemed more to them than their meaning today alone. "Thank you for your wisdom, mother." The old woman nodded, her thin flesh like pale parchment seemed to barely fit around her skeleton in the dim light of the tavern. "You will be wise too, in time, Melisandre. Our God demands it, and we who walk in the light do all things for our healer." She raised a cup of Lorathi blood wine, and Melisandre did the same in turn. Their voices echoed as one, though they were drowned out in the dim cacophony of the tavern at night. For our healer. Chapter 81, Magister General Arnia Hodahan 1. 293 AC. He stood at the edge of the shrine's steps, for only the priests were allowed to set foot within, and watched the clouds go by across the windy sky. The heady scent of incensed smoke filled the air around him, and he toyed with the 9 long braids that hung from the back of his head. One for each of his years as a magister, but in that time he had only fought one war. A short-lived thing over the cadet city of Noroihos on the shore. It had been battle with Lorith, now ostensibly their ally against Volantis, who as in ancient days wished to swallow them all. Their eldest sister had bit off more than she could chew this time, it seemed. Though she had allies on the Demon Road and her own large cadet cities to call up levies from, she still could not hope to war against all 8 of the other cities at once. Even an army from Westeros was coming, to lay waste to the last of the dragon lords who found there. Still, Volantis had strength enough that it would be a great war, with many prizes to be won, perhaps a cadet city for himself? The thought was appealing, and entirely within precedent. If he could demonstrate himself properly, he might become the ruler of Selhurris on the Rhoyne, which was nearly the size of Norvos itself, and larger than Lorith, though far less prestigious. He came back to himself as the high priest stepped from the temple doors, his beard white with age and dragging along the ground alongside his hair. Arnio quickly fell to one knee, placing his right fist on the ground, as was custom. The high priest stood over him, casting his gaze down through his black eyes as if searching for any weakness. He would find none. Arnio was strong and powerful, taller than most men, and with his red-dyed hair rising in carefully greased spikes from his head that would fold down on each other. Then he wore his helmet. His mustache was necessarily short, but interwoven through it were bands and bangles he had taken at the Battle of the Rock Beach. After a long moment, the high priest nodded. "Rise, child of Norvos." He did as he was instructed, rising to his feet, as one of the other priests lifted the newly anointed long axe from its pillow. It was a beautifully made thing of Valyrian steel, forged at the founding of the city, and it belonged to the office rather than its current wielder. It was only taken up by the Magister General in times of war, and it gave him right to lead the city's armies, and more impressively, the Holy Guard which made up its elite component. The priests lofted the weapon carefully, holding it above his waiting hands as the high priest closed his eyes, speaking a short and silent prayer. "Go then, child of Norvos, and find victory for your people." Arnio nodded sharply as he felt the unnatural lightness of the weapon he had held once before. "For Norvos and our God," he said, and the high priest nodded, before sending him from the temple courtyard, and down into the city below, armed now as well as any man in the free cities. It took him 3 weeks to organize supply routes. Boats commissioned to carry food and lumber down the Nwan to where they would be joining with their allies from Qohor, 50 or 60 leagues north of Selhurris. There they would wait for the army of Lorith to arrive before besieging the cadet city. The hope was that the Volantents would be unable to respond with their forces tied up fighting the Triarchy in the southern disputed lands, but if their gaze did turn northward, the combined force ought to be able to meet them on the battlefield. Indeed, as he looked out over the assembled host of Norvos alone, some 50,000 men which stood in lines before her gates, with 5,000 being long axe-wielding holy guards, and another 2 or 3 mounted warriors from amongst the nobility, he felt reassured that even this army alone ought to be able to contest the hosts of Volantis, and there at least this many more on the way from Qohor and Lorith. As the 50,000 looked to him, riding high atop his mighty warhorse, his hair cloak blowing high in the wind, he felt that this was what he had become a general for, not putting down rabble, but leading great hosts of men to war. He placed his helmet down over his head, feeling his heart begin to beat with excitement as he raised his axe into the air above him and the marching drums began to beat. He took a deep breath into himself, opening his throat to project his voice, and then, with all the fury of a bellows, he shouted over the crowd. To war! The cheer that returned was equally deafening, men stomping, spears shaking against shields, hunting horns blaring. Yes! Arnia thought as he turned his horse about to trot at the head of the great host of Norvos. To war! Chapter 82, Daenerys 1. 286 AC. She held the candle in front of her face, the light flickering back forth just a little bit in the muggy evening breeze. It was boring staying inside the cart all the time, but Mother told her to never stray from it while they were on the demon road. She hadn't seen any demons on it, only lots of men and women in chains, marching back and forth in great caravans. Sometimes grandmother would stop and talk to the men from the caravans and lead them in the faith of the Red God, but mostly they left them alone. Mother said the men from the caravans would snatch her away to be sold at the flesh markets if she strayed from the cart without supervision. Even her brother, the wretch, was allowed to sleep inside the cart while they travelled the road. It irked her that he was allowed the privilege, for he smelled greatly of mule dung and dirt, and she had to share a blanket with him, but that was selfish, and Mother said that the Red God disliked selfishness, so she quieted her tongue. Instead, to distract herself while Mother and Grandmother spoke with others, she took a candle and brought it close to her eyes, staring into the flames with the silent prayers on her lips that her mother had taught her. The flames flickered and burned, and it felt as if all the other light in the tent began to disappear, at least to her senses, as she was drawn into the red world of the flame. She found herself lying beneath a great tree, though everything was cast in a fiery hue. She was looking up to the sky, and amongst the branches of the tree, crows squabbled, cawing at each other and hiding to their branches. She felt a boiling breath at her shoulder and turned to see that it was the head of a long sinuous dragon, a creature of deep purple and black, that seemed to flicker in the fire. Its horns were black and fiendish, and its eyes a burning red. It coiled about her shoulders like a snake constricting its prey. Her eyes turned back to the tree, as one of the crows flew to a branch, and tore out the heart of one of its fellows with its beak, swallowing it down. The other crows recoiled in fear, all save one small and dark, which chased it from the tree, dueling it in the air, but it was smaller and weaker than the murderer. But the murderer did not remain triumph for long, as a hawk descended from the heavens, crushing its body between his talons. The predator glared down at her for just a moment, its sharp eyes matching her own, and the dragon beside her growled, snorting fire from its nostrils. The hawk flew into the clouds above and dropped the murderer down towards her, but with a swift bite, the dragon ate it. The crows above all recoiled once more, fleeing the tree and abandoning it, leaving their nests unprotected. A noise started to sound in the vision, a sort of harsh and heavy breathing, that seemed to break the vision apart as it all fell back into fire and nothingness. She felt an odd sensation, pulling her back from the fire, and after a moment where her head felt very odd, she found herself back in the cart, her legs feeling a little strained, and her hands clamped in a death grip around the candlestick. The noise which had broken her vision was her brother across from her, snoring loudly, and at the sound, she felt anger flash through her veins. Here she had been having her first true vision, her first gift, and connection to the Red God, and her worthless brother had to go and ruin it. Enraged, she brought the candle into his face, and he awoke with a great shriek as his flesh was burned, his cheek scarred by the fire. She realized her mistake too late. Her brother awoke in a fury, and even with his emaciated form he was so much bigger and older than her, his eyes were as wide as saucers, and burning with anger as his hands closed around her tiny throat, pinning her to the wood of the cart with an inarticulate growl of anger and bitterness. He looked mad and half feral, and it hurt so much that she couldn't think any more. She tried to scream, to call for her mother, but she couldn't breathe. When Daenerys awoke, it was in the arms of her mother held against her bosom. "Oh, dear girl!" her mother said, stroking her hair gently in her hand. Her neck still hurt, but it wasn't the overwhelming, unthinking pain it had been before, and her mother's touch soothed her, promised safety and warmth. "Don't worry. Don't worry, he won't hurt you anymore. You won't even have to see him again, not for a long time." She wanted to ask what her mother meant, but the woman only pressed a finger to her lips. "Hush now, don't talk, your grandmother has taken him away, she will be gone for a while, but we will continue on to the east, until we can find a boat to take us across the sea, all the way to Asai. You want to see Asai, don't you?" Daenerys nodded. Grandmother had spoken of Asai, of the wonders to be seen there, and of the greatest temple of Arhillar. "Good, good," her mother said, playing with her hair. "Rest now, little dragon. Sleep until morning." And so, sleep she did. Chapter 83, Arnia 2. 293 AC. The fortified wooden camp of Norvos was set on a hill just east of Dagger Lake, which afforded a great view of the surrounding plains. The old Valyrian road stretched southeast of it, bending so as to avoid the cursed land of sorrows, which he could see shroud in that section of the Rhoyne with the darkness of its eternal fog even in the midst of the day. He eyed the area with suspicion and annoyance. The need to move supplies overland in this part of the region was an expected but nonetheless unfortunate issue. Further south he could see the floodplains of the Lesser Rhoyne stretch out for miles and miles, down towards the lands of Volantene holdings. To the north, a branch of the Great Black Road led to Qohor, and upon it marched a host of men, far smaller than the camp of Norvos, at perhaps 10 or 15,000, however even at this distance it was clear that little flesh was visible in the army. No, the army of Qohor marched forth underneath the heaviest armour seen in the lands of Essos, worn in many cases by the smiths who made it. It wasn't long at all before the host arrived at the foot of the hill, and the general of the army rode forth under the banner of the Black Goat. "Magistrate?" the man at the gate asked, and Arnia nodded, signalling the gate to be opened. "Let him in. We have much to speak of." He stepped down from the battlements as the gate was pulled open, and the general of Qohor rode in. He was an imposing sight, a large man clad in silver armour engraved with black spirals and tracings. His helm was shaped like the skull of a great goat, and his horse bore as much armour as the man, clattering with an unholy screeching as it trotted. He could only imagine the sound it made as it charged. The man dismounted after being let in, removing his helmet. "Greetings, Magisterial General. It is good to see that Norvos has been so willing to support our people's ancient alliance. Certainly, we have as much to lose from Volantene aggression as you, especially with all the sell swords they've been buying up." He nodded. "If I may introduce myself? Arnia Hodahan be my name. Orion of House Viahar," the man said, nodding, looking back and forth. "You have chosen an excellent place for a camp, Magister Hodahan. This will be a good place to wait for the host of Lorith, especially with Triarch Magur leading his army north." Arnia blinked at that. My scouts had reported no such thing. The birds of Qohor sing that he has marched north from Selharis with 80,000 men and 300 elephants, though half of his men are levies. The black-haired man said, shifting his eyes about. "But surely there are better places to discuss this." Arnia stopped himself from asking anything more, closing his eyes instead. "Yes, please, follow me." He led the man into the command tent, strung beneath banners of horsehair that shifted in the breeze above them. "Now, you were saying, the old tiger marches to meet us with the lesser of the two armies of Volantis." The Qohorish lord gestured to the map which was strung across the table. "I suspect he plans to meet us in open battle where his war elephants can best serve their purpose, on the floodplains. And his forces outnumber our own? Volantis shouldn't be able to raise enough men for two armies of that scale. They have aid. The cities of Slavers Bay have sent them 10,000 unsullied, and the cult of the Red God has swelled their numbers with willing levies, though both those forces march on the Orange Coast with Triarch Velos. What we have to contend with will mostly be citizen levies and sellswords." "I see. He stroked his bright red mustache thoughtfully, twirling the end around his finger. I have 50,000 with me, 10 of its elite. What of Qohor? The man's face tightened. There have been sightings of a Dothraki Khalasar north of Qohor. We have had to hold back our unsullied legion as a result. The 10,000 men I bring are the majority of our forces, with another 5,000 cataphracts to come once their preparations are finished. They should arrive by the time that Maghr does, if not sooner. And what of your current forces? The black-hair man paused in thought for a second before continuing. 2,000 cataphracts and noble horsemen, and 8,000 citizens with their armor. They are better trained and equipped than the rabble that Volantis has called up, likely a match or better than most sellswords companies. They were founded after the sack of Qohor by the Golden Company 80 years ago and were intended to prevent any such disasters in the future. They have done so admirably since. Arnia tugged at the space between his eyes, nodding. And we can hopefully expect some 20,000 from Lorith, though of what quality I don't know. He turned to face the map. Let us hope that they arrive before Maghr does. I would like to meet him in the hills and valleys east of the Sorrows if I might. That will at least confine the impact of his elephants. That is reasonable, but we should not act with haste, and wait for the Lorithai to arrive. That should allow us to outnumber even his great host. Orion said, before stopping for a moment. If we'll have our engineers begin building siege weapons, with any luck the elephants will not be a problem after all. Arion said sternly. We can hope. Chapter 84, Arthur 32. 293 AC. You know, Asha said, sipping slightly at the half-empty wine glass in her hand. I had needed to cut her back, rationing the stuff like everything else on the boat trip. You really should get out of your cabin more. It can't be healthy to be in here all the time. I turned to the next page in the book I was currently reading, or rather rereading, a copy of a reasonably old Valyrian text regarding the applications and consequences of blood oaths. While the magic I had used was obviously different since it lacked a sacrifice, I still felt it necessary to re-educate myself on the concepts, and since I had copies of most of the tomes on magic with me, now felt like as good a time as ever to refresh myself on the mechanics. My newfound sister, however, was intent not to leave me alone. Come on, there's got to be something else to do on a boat other than reading. She pouted heavily. I mean, if you aren't the captain anyhow. Arain seems to have his work cut out for him with all the tacking. We had been making slow progress north for a little over 2 weeks now and travelled, I estimated, about a quarter of the way home. The wines had been remarkably constant actually, which meant that even if it was a pain in the ads we hadn't yet ended up becalmed for more than an hour. Unfortunately, I had still run out of simple children's games to entertain Asha nearly 2 days ago, and she was growing increasingly restless, constantly harassing me at any hour she was awake, which unfortunately was cutting into my sleep due to her tendency for all-nighters. Furthermore, whatever had changed in my mind made it more than a little difficult to tell her to fuck off. Well, I could tell her fine and had on several occasions, but my conscience wouldn't let me have men come up and drag her from the cabin. I rubbed my eyes and closed my book. Fine. Asha, what do you want to do? Other than drink, which you won't let me do any more of. She said, lazily placing her glass down beside her. Not much. I'd figure you'd have some ideas, oh wise and powerful sorcerer. Please don't call me that, I said quickly. I don't want to get burned by peasants the moment I return to Dragonstone. Oh, I won't. In public anyhow. It can be our little nickname. The Ironborn woman came forward, leaning on my shoulders with her bony elbows. Still, you've been a fountain of games so far. Why stop now? Your cute little noggin runs out of ideas. I closed my eyes for a second, the realization that not even my mother had called me cute in years striking me before I shifted in my seat. Not quite out of ideas, it's just, well, the other games I've thought of are a bit higher concept. Is that a fancy way of saying they have more rules? I'm not an idiot or a child, you know, I can handle thinking. I rolled my eyes but nonetheless began to search through my head for rules I could remember fairly well. Okay, I've got one, but we'd need some dice to play it, and I don't have. I sighed as she dropped a bag with a familiar clatter onto the table. And here I had been hoping to distract her with whittling them out for at least a few hours. How did you get these? Won them in a bet 3 days back. She gave me a look. You don't think I spend all of my time bothering you, do you? I nodded, that actually made a bit of. What were you betting against them? For once, I actually saw a bit of a blush cross the Greyjoy's face. Her eyes turning to the floor for just a moment. Nothing you need to worry about, brother. Now come, tell me how this high-concept game is played. Trying to remove the idea of my new sister's indecency from my head, I drew one of my notebooks out, handing a small sheet of paper to Asha, who took it with an odd look. The game involves writing. A bit. I nodded. Let's call it Heroes, for now. It's a role-playing game. Am I supposed to know what that means? What it says on the tin, I said, looking down at the dice, which were made of enameled bones by the look of them. Though they were all 6-sided as I expected. Good thing the rules didn't matter too much. Basically, you are going to think of a character, like a hero from myth or legend, and you are going to play the role of that character, deciding how they think or act, while I play the role of the world around them. That seems a little unfair. Couldn't you just say a kraken came and ate me? I nodded. I could, but I wouldn't. This isn't an I win you lose game. Think of it more like we're writing a story together. I wouldn't just have your character eaten by a kraken for no reason. The goal is to basically play out a legend. The same way mummers sometimes create stories about people who never existed. You're creating a hero who doesn't have a real legend, but we're going to make a legend for him, or her if that's what you fancy, anyway. Asha looked at me for a moment, before chuckling deeply, forming it into a full-blown laugh as she wiped tears away from her eyes. Then couldn't I just play as you instead? Chapter 85, Cheraza 1. 286 AC. Cheraza Zosharna wrapped her talker around her body as she departed from the bath, the scent of sweet flower perfume clinging to her skin and hair even as the slaves fanned the air around her to drive off the heat of the evening. It was a beautiful thing, befitting of her status as the daughter of one of the wise masters, albeit her father was currently the least of them, having lost much of his power with the failure of a particularly expensive voyage to Sotho-Rios. It was a thin and elegant thing of golden silk, taken all the way from Uti. The fringes we mere trimmed with a fine velvet string, which turned in and out of the garment, and dangled down at the ends. It was suited well to the silver bangles she wore on her wrists, and the thin cloth left her with a deliberately chosen air of mystique. Her evening bath over with, she revelled in the feeling of cleanliness, though she knew it would pass away in only an hour or so with the sweat which even the nights in Yunkai caused. She stepped down the great stone hallway of her father's pyramid, out of the night and into the torchlight interior, making her way towards the dinner chamber which sat at its center. She noticed as she walked that the slaves were carrying more food and drink than usual, which meant that her father was likely entertaining guests. It would be ill-mannered to disturb them if they were already eating, but she still let her curiosity get the better of her. It'll be all right if I am tired. She entered the room on the balcony, carefully laying herself down on a pillow to look down over the floor below. Her father lay on his side across the table from an older woman wearing an elaborate red dress, perhaps Volantine in make, with a piece of fabric hanging from her shoulders that looked like a blooming flower, or perhaps a sun, but she could not tell. Beside the woman, a boy sat shuddering, perhaps a year younger than her. Even from up above she could see that his red rags were torn and frayed and that his purple eyes were blankly staring forward. A new Valyrian slave for father then? She wondered half-mindedly. They were worth far more than others, and it would explain why one would be brought to him directly, but she sensed from the tenseness in her father's features that there might be more afoot. You expect me to what, babysit your slave for 3 years? With no prospect for keeping him afterward? What do I gain from this? Her father's face sat in a frown as if he was being forced to swallow a particularly sour date. Come Sesvar, the old woman's voice sounded cruel, even with her lack of teeth, a tone of power to it that was normally reserved for slaves. She wondered who the woman was that she could speak to her father in such a way. He is the last of the Targaryens, think of the glory that keeping him will bring you. I care only that he is bodily whole and well fed at the end of his time here. Not what you do with him. The woman took a sip of the dark wine that filled her cup. Beat him, break him, parade him around in front of your peers and whore him out to them as well if you want to. Even scars can be healed with time if necessary. The old woman's eyes seemed to glow with a cruelty she had only ever seen in the faces of the slave drivers who held the whips before. Indeed, it would be better if you treated him that way. When else will you be able to so torment a boy who ought to be ruling an entire continent, the last of the dragon lords who destroyed Oldgeese? Your prestige will be enormous. She could see her father's eyes narrow as he stroked his short purple-dyed beard. And why is it that you come to me with such a good offer? For the briefest of moments, she felt as if the blind eyes of the old woman turned upwards, towards her, and she got the feeling that one would experience if trapped in a far too small cage with a lion, her blood freezing in her veins as terror rocketed through her spine. Then it was gone as if it had never been there, to begin with, and the old woman was talking to her father as if nothing had happened. Because you have the most to gain from this, as does your house. If you had not suffered losses, then you would have much less room to grow. To others, I would be giving at best a temporary benefit, but for one who is lower, there are often even greater possibilities in the future. Her father sat for a long time, as if thinking over all of the possibilities, then nodded. Fine, I will take your bargain, but know that if you do not come to claim him, I will keep him forever. Of course, the woman glanced to her side, grabbing hold of the boy's hand and dragging him to his feet. Come Viserys, come to the side of your new master. As the boy prince was forced to kneel to the ground before her father, the old woman placed the boy's wrist in his hand, and she could see her father wince at the contact. It was as if he thought the old woman's very being was dripping with poison. The old woman left, hobbling on her cane, but Cherazza found her eyes instead lingering on the boy. He was a dragon prince then? Of Westeros in the far reaches of the world at that? She wondered what it would take to reduce a prince of Valyrian blood to such a wretched state, shivering and staring into the distance as if nothing was real. I suppose I shall have time to find out. Chapter 86, Robert 2. 293 AC. Robert smiled as he saw the coast of Essos come into sight, a smooth white beach that seemed to run back a few hundred feet before rising into enormous rocky cliffs. It reminded him of the Stormlands, and he smiled slightly, turning to his brother, who had joined the fleet at last when they had come south from White Harbor to make the crossing. It seems that the Seven are with us. Perhaps all the High Septons prattling about destroying the Red Heathens might have some value to it. His dour brother sighed, glancing towards the coastline. Perhaps, but then perhaps not. Stannis turned to the other man in their little cluster, a Pentoshi emissary by the name of Elnora Rivia, that is the Flatlands Wall, yes. Aye, my lord. We are just north of the Bay of Pentos. If you turn your sails south, we should be able to pass between the straits in just a few hours. Robert smiled broadly. That is good news indeed. He was getting sick of this stupid boat anyhow. The sooner we get ashore, the sooner we can defeat the dame's dragonspawn and go home. Indeed, your grace. The man said, nodding slightly. And might I say that the army you bring is most impressive. We SSC hardly ever see so much cavalry, save for the Kalassars of the Dothraki. Even Qohor in the east could not assemble such a force. Well, that's what a knight is. A good man and his good horse. Robert chuckled. He had earned his own knighthood at a young age, but then he was a Baratheon, and they were all large and powerful as a rule. There were many such men in Westeros, and it seemed all of them wanted to join my army, at least once the High Septon got to talking. Robert chuckled at that. The army he led might not be the greatest ever fielded in Westeros, indeed the Reach alone could field men in greater numbers, but it was likely the most knightly. Of the 38,000 that had answered his call, perhaps a full 20,000 were knights or mounted squires and men at arms. A force of cavalry to shatter any army in the world. "Well, we are glad to have your aid," the envoy said, gesturing south towards the city, though it would be hours before they reached it. Pentos is not allowed to field a proper army of its own by treaty with Bravos, so we only have a militia to call up against Volantis. The Council of Magisters hopes that in assisting you we can still make our contribution felt. Certainly, certainly, Robert said, patting the man on the back. It was good to have allies here. It would be far easier than shipping food and supplies from West Eros after all, and freed up the fleet for Stannis to pursue other ends. Even as he thought of him, his dour brother spoke, gesturing towards the rock face. "There are riders shadowing our movements atop the cliffs. Are they yours?" "Ours or Bravasi, most likely. This stretch of coast is ostensibly a region of Shred Dominion, but the Bravasi enjoy reminding us that we were forced to give up its ownership." His brother ground out. "Their fleet is docked at Pentos, yes. It should be if all is moving to schedule, yes. You should be able to sail south and relieve Lys as soon as the army is ashore." Robert glanced at Stannis. His brother seemed to be thinking something over on his head, but with his face as unmoving as a rock there was no way to know for sure. Come to think of it, he had never actually fought beside Stannis before. His brother had been at Storm's End when they were fighting the rebellion and had taken Great Wick instead of aiding at Pike. Now once again it seemed that they would be broken up, with Stannis heading south to relieve the island city of its siege by the Volantene armada. Odd that. Either way it mattered little though, with the royal fleet and the Bravasi one combined there was no way that his reliable sibling could lose. Not to mention that his nephew's ships came armed with those odd cannons of his, and his brother had been very confident in them when he spoke. Overall the trip so far had been pleasant if anything. Ned was on one of the other two galleons, but they had still seen more of each other than they had in years, and while Joffrey had taken to getting seasick like the little shite he was, the boy had already started acting a bit less of a brat without his mother to goad him on. Though only a bit. The habits she gave him, Robert suspected, were deeply planted in his son's mind. Cursed woman! Without his mother clinging to him like a greasy hen, he had actually been able to get the boy into sparring with him a few times. What he saw was disappointing, a weak sword arm, even for a boy his age. No concept of balance, of stance. Thankfully however there was some hope, once actually challenged, and without a chance to flee to his mother's arms, the boy learned quickly enough. Indeed, he might be a great swordsman like his uncle one day, if only he could be kept away from his mother's grasping fingers long enough to learn. But then, Robert couldn't do it himself, she was still his queen even if she was a dumb whore, but there were opportunities elsewhere. He turned his eyes to the galleon Ned was on the Morning Glory. A plan was quickly starting to come together in his head. Hadn't he himself been fostered by Jon Arryn in his youth? Yes, between the cat and the beaten servants, his son could do with a bit more honor. A smile crossed Robert Baratheon's face as the other possibilities of placing the boy to be fostered with the Starks dawned on him. It will be good for the boy after all. Chapter 87, Cherazza 2. 286 AC. She was sprawled across 3 velvet pillows, lounging as she ate away at the sweet grapes which filled the bowl in front of her. There was little for her to do since she had finished her music lessons for the day, so instead, she merely waited to the side while her father finished settling his accounts and holding court for the day. "And that was why I am unable to pay my debt this day, O wise master. Please grant me another 4 days and I will bring you all you ask and 10% more." The plea came from an overweight man, a merchant with her father's backing. He owed her father a great deal of money, but the caravan which his men led was running late. Her father stroked his goatee lightly. "You have 5 days, but I expect the payment to be prompt the moment that the caravan arrives, or else you will be paying off your debt to the tigers in the blood pits of Yunkai." The man nodded, pressing his face to the floor at her father's feet. "Oh, thank you, wise and beneficent master. I will not forget your mercy this day." Her father nodded, dismissing the man, and glanced towards the door. Once the line of courtiers he would address on a daily basis was far longer, his court held into the late evening, but now they tended to dry up around midday. Ever since his fleet had sunk off the coast of Sothorios, their family's power had been in decline. Her father could see it too, rubbing between his eyes at the lack of business. He gestured one of the courier slaves over. "Fetch me Agasman, I want to hear how our chained dragon is doing with his training." The slave nodded, sprinting off down to the server's stair, and towards the base of the pyramid where the slaves in training were kept before they were sent to the pleasure palaces as entertainers or whores. A few moments later, the courier returned, guiding her father's slave breaker. Agasman was a large, and cruel-looking man, dark-skinned and of Sothoria sea stock, who wore a plain grey tomar. He bore an enormous tattoo of a stylized rhino over his back, chest, and shoulders, and he claimed that his ancestor was a rhino man from Gorgassos. He certainly looked it, what with his upturned nose. She had seen true beast men captured from the ruins of that city before though, and it was clear by his largely human appearance that whatever rhino blood ran in Agasman's veins was thin at best. The purest of them often even bore the heads of animals, from what she had heard. Agasman himself had once been her father's slave, but proven such an excellent trainer that he had been freed. He was known to be exceptionally skilled with bed slaves, despite his intimidating appearance, or perhaps because of it, and that was largely his role in the pyramid, as well as being one of her father's most loyal free servants. Her father nodded to the enormous man, gesturing for him to cease bowing. "It is good to see you this day, master," the rhino man said as he stood to his full height. "What do you need from your humble servant? Tell me. How go the dragon boy's lessons? I would like him to be well prepared by the time of the festival of the Harpy in 3 months." A complicated look passed over the dark man's face, and after a moment he answered. "Well, in some ways, and poorly in others. The boy knows well the slave's lesson and is as obedient as one raised from birth. He also has proven intelligent, despite what I had first taken to be muteness or stupidity. His mind is actually like a dry talker thrown into a bath, absorbing all things around it. He has already proven to grasp most of the sights and the seats of pleasure in concept if not mastery. I have no doubt that by the time of the feast he will be ready in that regard." "That is good, that is good," her father said, reclining in his chair. "What then, is the issue?" Agasman winced but continued dutifully. "The boy, well. He has no passion, no drive, or lust or anything at all. He learns the techniques as quickly as any I have ever seen, but whether handling men or women he merely goes through the motions. It is as if he were a walking corpse, empty of will." Her father brushed his hair out of his face, grumbling. "Of course the Red Witch of Asai brings cursed gifts." The wise master seemed on the verge of cursing the woman but stopped. For as he had told her when she had asked, it was wise to fear the Red Witch's power, even when she was not present. "Can you think of any way to recover his will, make him passionate enough to please the other masters?" "That is not my expertise, master." "Drat! You can go then, Agasman. Do all you can with him. He will at least bring status to me by his blood, if not his ability." The larger man nodded, and Cheraza watched him depart. She had not thought too much of the boy slave since the Red Witch had brought him, for the witch's story her father had told her was more interesting, and frightening besides, but now her mind turned back to the boy who seemed so broken and empty. Perhaps he would tell her more of the witch and she might find out his story, what magic she had used to break his will so thoroughly that Agasman had nothing left to even reshape. She stood carefully from the table, bringing with her a bowl of grapes and a few pieces of soft, oiled bread to bribe the boy, as she did her guards when she wished to go out in the evening. After all, he might well be dead inside, but if his body lived then he would still need to eat. Chapter 88, Arnia 3. The clouds streaked across the sky in thin lines as the assembled host of 3 free cities marched across the foothills of the old Rhoynar kingdom. All told 90,000 men and horses beating a trampled dirt road into the ground with their footsteps alone. Arnia sat atop his steed on one of the greater hills, watching the men march. The thundering battle drums of Norvos, the great war horns of Qohor, and the great stringed Lamijan, instruments of the blind god's choir from Lorith, all formed together into a song of war and coming doom as the men marched to the voices of 100 battle hymns. It was like the roar of a great multicolored serpent god, set to swallow Volantis whole. And he was its head. Lorith had sent only 25,000 men, their levied rabble to be thrown away like chaff into a fire. They would do little in the battle to come, other than slow the Volante nest down with their massed spears. Their commander, a young noble named Corn Alvar, was inexperienced in battle and had been sent out merely as a gesture of support by the city, which lacked a true army. He and his rabble would hold the right flank, soaking up the sell swords of the Volantine horde with their numbers alone, while Arnia himself and the army of Norvos took the center, and the black cataphracts of Qohor with their heavy armor over on the left, sweeping over the rest of the hopefully shattered army. The scouts had reported the Volantine forces to be massing at the Grey Crag, a valley which had once held a Rhoynish cadet city burned to ashes by the Valyrians. It was now a great and lifeless grey field between 2 ranges of hills, dotted with boulders and half-ruined stone buildings. It was worse ground than he had hoped for, but better than they would have had on the floodplains of the Rhoyne. The boulders would hamper elephants at least a little bit, and the light and medium cavalry of Norvos could avoid them well enough. The Qohorish cataphracts might face issues, but that was Orion's worry. He and his bodyguard rode ahead of his forces in the late afternoon to the edge of the Grey Crag, a sea of pale granite that flowed like a river between the hills. On the opposite side of it, he could see the single enormous Volantine camp. A high wooden wall had been erected around it, and it stretched over and between 5 small hills. The great camp of the Triarch Magar, striped with orange and black, sat atop one of them, and hundreds of banners flew in the colors of 1,000 sellsword bands or noble houses. He watched as elephants pulled great wagons across the encampment, which was at least a mile wide. It was a bit intimidating until he remembered that the size of the force behind him was greater. He raised his axe into the air, its mottled Valyrian steel head gleamed in the light of the noonday sun. Tomorrow, men, there will be blood on this field, but not tonight. We make our camp here. Raise the banners. The army took many hours to arrive, even though the Qohorish and Lorithai had split off to form their own camps on the hills beside his own. The logs that his men carried with them in a multitude of carts were laid one at a time into enormous barricades and battlements facing the field below, and catapults were set upon them in case the enemy made it that far. Lesser barriers were erected at the rear so as to save time and lumber. As the sun set over the horizon, the men of the 3 allied cities had erected fortresses against the enemy that would be difficult to impossible to raid, not that they thought the old tiger would. He was an experienced general, but one who loved field battles, much like Arnia. Neither side wanted a siege. The hours passed into the night, and Arnia slept early, avoiding drink so that he could rise awake with the coming of dawn, and the battle drums and horns began to wake his whole camp. After a short breakfast, the armies began to depart their camps. It seemed that the Volantine had formed 3 armies on his own, and across the span of the valley he could see the banner of Hungmagar from a great war elephant, even larger than the rest, like a walking tower more than a normal creature. It had 4 tusks, and 2 trunks. A Yeti great elephant, he thought, tightening and loosening his grip on his axe. It was said the beasts were not bred but made with magic by the molding of 2 baby elephants together to grow into their monstrous size. No single man could ever hope to battle one, much less bring it down, and its skin was too thick for normal arrows. It is a good thing we brought scorpions. He nodded slightly, before clearing his throat to shout over the crowd. Advance. Chapter 89, Ned 2. 293 AC. Ned considered himself well travelled for a northerner. He had seen the Wall, and both coasts of West Eros, and during the rebellion, he had travelled south all the way to Dorne in pursuit of Lyanna. Still, though, the sight of the city of Pentos baffled him, and he made a silent prayer to the old gods that they would protect him in this strange land. Great walls, thrice the height of those which shielded King's Landing, rose up to almost touch the sky, and behind them, towers of the same stone rose even higher. You could fit Winterfell within the walls 100 times, and stack it 10 times atop itself before reaching the height of the tallest towers. He clutched at the railing on the side of the ship as he realized just how far out of his depth he was. The bay itself was filled with hundreds of ships, ranging from small fishing boats all the way up to dromons which rivaled the galleon beneath his feet in size, many bearing flags that he half remembered as being that of Bravos. It made him feel very small, knowing that all of Westerns together would only make for a tiny portion of this war. It wasn't long before the boats docked at the long piers of Pentos, which stretched almost half a mile into the bay and could accommodate even galleons. Before leaving, Ned made sure to thank Captain Adams, one of the King's brother's men and the captain of the Morning Glory. "Thank you for your courtesy during this voyage. I am sorry to have kicked you from your quarters." The man just snorted. "I don't take it personally, it's honor enough having a Lord Paramount aboard." He smiled at the man's humility. He had gone out of his way to ensure that the Northerners were well treated, despite the ship being more cramped with more men than Ned had imagined would ever fit inside of it. "Nevertheless, thank you. I suspect that voyage could have been far worse if not for tour expertise and courtesy." The man looked him in the eye and nodded. "Let's see if I can repeat it when you get back then, my lord." He let out a swift chuckle at that, before walking down the gangplank onto the sandstone dock below. Robert and the Great Stag had docked at the Prince's Port at the center of the harbour, so he was going to need to walk a fair way on foot before he caught up to the man. Glancing about, he smiled as he spotted the man he was looking for and placing a hand on his shoulder. "Sir Wendell. Over here please." The knight almost jumped out of his skin, turning to face him. "Ah, my Lord Stark, I apologize, I hadn't seen you there." The man lifted the visor on his bassinet. "I take it you want an escort into the city? I still have some time before they have Randolph off of the bloody boats." "Randolph? My horse, sir." "Ah," Ned said, it sounded an odd name for a horse, but then the Manderleys were strange folk. "You can get your horse later, Sir Wendell. I need to go meet the king and plan the accommodations for tonight. Unless you would rather sleep outside." "No, my lord," Wendell quickly said, stepping into line behind him. "I'll accompany you, certainly." Ned nodded, smiling, as he walked down the enormous dock, Wendell falling in behind me. The men working seemed to know well enough to clear a way for him, probably due to his height and armoured bodyguard. He wondered how much wealth they all spent on dyes, with all their brightly coloured garments and frippery. Even the south of Westeros was not so exotic. Eventually, he got into the warehouses of the port proper, making his way to the jutting peninsula of the Prince's Dock as he pressed on through the crowd of men and women who seemed to fill every nook and cranny of the area. He kept tight hold of Ice, and of his purse as well while he moved. Thankfully Wendell had no such fears in his plate harness. Eventually, he reached the circle, and spotting Robert was easy at that point, since he stood out well above the crowd along with his brother Stannis. He had not spoken to the famously dour master of ships in some time, but the man had at the very least done a good job getting them here. As he approached, someone pointed him out and Robert turned to him with a smile. "Ned. They made you walk through the city, did they?" "Ha, if they could fit more than one galleon at the Prince's Dock I would have had you land here." "Yes, well, it was an experience." He eyed the Pentoshi emissary who stood nearby. "Your city is breathtaking, far larger than anything in Westeros." "Oh ho, that's certainly true," Robert said, laughing. "I think half of those towers dwarf Magur's rotten old keep, though none of them come close to Harrenhal." As the Pentoshi emissary seemed to swell up with mixed pride, Robert turned back to him. "So, have you heard the news?" "News?" Robert's smile widened. The Volantens have marched from their city down the Orange coast towards Myr. It seems they intend to meet us in open battle, where we can use our cavalry. The king sounded almost giddy, like a boy going hunting for the first time. We're only waiting on Renly now to go speak to the magisterial general and come up with a plan. Ned smiled at the enthusiasm his old friend was showing, toying with his massive warhammer in his hand as if they were young again. The man really was born for war. Chapter 90, Cheraza 3. 286 AC. She walked down through the hallways of the lower pyramid, a small basket held under one arm. The chambers here were simple rooms, they normally only held a plain bed and a vanity, so that the best slaves could make themselves presentable before joining the men or women who hired them. Anything else was generally considered a waste of money. The room she was approaching, however, was slightly different. It was the same size as the others, but it also contained a dresser, as the dragon boy was not expected to immediately serve in the nude. Rather, her father wanted to parade him around in front of the other masters, and that required at least a modicum of decency, at least until he was loaned out for favors. There were no doors in these halls, so she simply strolled into the room. "Hello, Viserys," she said, placing her basket by the door. "I am here again." The boy sat was as she always found him, sitting on the bed staring blankly at the wall, and dressed in the same red rags that he had been brought to her father wearing. Indeed, the only differences between now and then in his appearance were his hygiene and his tattoos. Gone were his dirty, cracked nails and ratty hair, replaced now by long but well-kept silver hair, and trimmed nails painted a bloody red. His face and skin were also better kept, smoothed she understood by days of applied ointments and salves, to ease out the burns and scratches and usher in a new skin that was healthy and smooth. On his upper arms, just below his shoulders, he bore an identical tattoo on each side. It was a carefully made depiction of the three-headed dragon of the Targaryen dynasty with collars wrought around its necks. Chains ran up from the collars and into the claws of the golden harpy of Geese, her screaming features seeming to leer down at the dragon in victory. The boy, however, did not seem to care, just as he didn't seem to care about anything else. Whatever he had once thought of his dynasty, it seemed to have long since left him. She sat down by the door in a chair she had asked Agasman to place there for her after she had realized that she had no place to sit on the second day she had come to visit the boy. Carefully, she placed the basket down in front of her on the floor. As far as she knew, he did not eat the food, and it was likely stolen by the other slaves, but she hoped that he recognized the offered basket for what it was, a gift that it was his choice to accept or not. He might eventually speak to her of the Red Witch's secrets. This was the 5th day that she had brought the basket to him. She would sit a while and let him rest, though, from the way his eyes did not move from the wall, she did not think it likely he would accept today either. She nodded, seeing that he did not intend to move, reaching down instead to take her flute from the basket. Agasman believed her silly for trying such things, she could tell, but there had to be some stimulus, some emotion which could be drawn out of the boy by some means, and once she identified it she could move on from there, like pulling a thread through a needle. She knew that music was a potent tool by which to draw out an emotion in even the most cynical of men, and so each night after the first she brought one of her instruments down, to see if she could draw out feeling by that means. Her velvet lips ever so carefully pressed against the side of the flute, and with a careful breath, she began to play. Songs she had been taught by her teacher, songs she had heard in the market, just as the night before. Nothing seemed to work. She scratched her head, trying to remember other tunes, the ones played for her father by foreign musicians and the like, often only once or twice. She began to practice around them, trying to match notes and sounds to them as she often did to practice new music. After perhaps an hour of playing, she noticed a strange humming sound coming from the boy as she played a certain, swooping chord. Experimentally she played it again, and the humming sound from the boy's throat repeated. She cheered in her head at her success, even as she turned her gaze to the boy. "Why are you doing that?" Viserys Targaryen, a prince who ought to be a king, now a slave, turned his gaze from the wall for the first time, though only moving his neck. She felt his purple eyes meet her own, and for the first time since seeing him heard his voice. "I don't remember." At that moment, she felt herself drawn into those deep, deep purple eyes, despite their lack of visible feeling or emotion. Indeed, they seemed so deep that it took her a moment to recognize the context of the boy's face around them. He was crying. "I see," she said, as the boy turned back to the wall, his blank eyes leaving her to return to the yellow brick as if trying to pierce the mystery of his own existence. Inside, Cherazza cheered. The boy before her had shown emotion. No longer was she left with just a needle. She had found the end to her string, now she needed only pull it through. Chapter 91, Arnia 4. 293 AC. When two armies charged, the noise of their footsteps alone could drown out all thought, and their battle cries screamed up to the firmament of the heavens. Such was the noise at the Battle of the Grey Crag, the sound of shouting and screaming echoing through the valley as Arnia led the Holy Guard of Norvos into battle. 5,000 of their sacred long axes raised to the air with shouts of anger and jubilation. They were followed by another 10,000 levies behind them. Most equipped with shields and spears or hatchets, though some bore lumber axes into battle in imitation of their betters. The other 30,000 kept in reserve to reinforce the line, as even this many men easily filled the center of the barren valley. While the elephants of the Volantines stayed back, their infantry did move forward, a great number forming a makeshift shield wall and moving into a great line of battle, which began to charge towards them at the same rate, their own shouts and horns and battle cries filling the air as the armies of the free cities clashed in the greatest battle since the end of the Century of Blood. The clash was cataclysmic, dozens of men were thrown into the air or trampled beneath, as the waves of human flesh and armor slammed into each other with all the force of a raging torrent. Blood splattered against the pale grey ground and the smell of iron and of men soiling themselves filled the air. He loved it. The great axe or Norvos wrought a bloody toll on the front line of Volantis. With every swing, the monster of Valyrian steel sundered shields and shattered the shafts of spears, not to mention the arms and bodies of men. Limbs were thrown into the air and blood poured to the ground amongst the wounds of dead and dying men. Alongside his flanks, marched the Holy Guard, trained from childhood, they were masters of their craft, easily a match for a dozen of these citizen levies of Volantis. The men they faced were not untrained, but they were militia at best, and he and the Holy Guard drove like a bloody arrowhead through the center of the Volante first wave. Their axes soaking and covered in blood as man after man fell, their tendons split or their bones shattered by the ever-falling heads of the long axes of Norvos. The Volantine line threatened to split in two, and Arnia laughed, for the bloodlust was upon him, rage and fury and glory filled his mind. Cackling, he waited for the Volantine levies to begin to flee before he pulled his half-helm off of his head. He felt the thrill of battle begin to depart as he raised his hunting horn to his bloody lips. His call was echoed by the noble cavalry behind him, and the army of Norvos began to split. To the left and right, the Holy Guard and the levies separated, forming trenches through the Chanel pit of the Crush, and through them, the noble cavalry of Norvos came pouring. Two groups of 1,000 riders shattered the spirit of the enemy infantry with their cries as they rode into the mass of men, who even now turned to try and flee. What had a moment before been a battle, now becoming a massacre as they drove into the backs of the cowards. Unfortunately, it was not to last. As the cavalry charged through and pushed on towards the enemy army, the sounds of dying horses and the screams of the anger of their riders began to reach his ears. Arnia cast his eyes across the battlefield, and anger quickly found its way into his heart. Pull back, you fools! He raised his axe and waved it towards the cavalry, but they were overcome with battle fury, chasing their fleeing prey. They had not realized that the Volantines had placed pits of spikes in the cracks and gullies of the valley, which men could pass through at little risk, but which were now proving deadly to his cavalry. Too late, the nobles began to see what was happening, too late, they saw their comrades' deaths, for the army of Magur would offer them no respite. The archers of Volantis opened up with a deadly rain against the scattered and demoralized remains of his cavalry, more than 1,000 arrows falling on the survivors, and before the first had even landed the archers sent 1,000 more. Arnia could only grit his teeth in frustration as what was left of his cavalry forces limped back into his line. Scattered and broken, they would be of little aid. Still, he could take solace in the fact that he had put to waste a great number of the Volantine foot. Though there was more yet to come. He scanned the enemy carefully as the next line of Volantis approached. Marching in far greater order, he recognized them as hoplites. Men of Selyse who fought in the manner of the ancient Roiner. Their great bronze shield wall stretched easily exceed the length of his own line, though it was much thinner. They advanced in close order, breaking only to avoid their own traps, still clogged with corpses of his men, and Arnia felt the blood run hot in his veins. To beat a phalanx, he had to make an opening in it, but fortunately for the army of Norvos, that was precisely what he did best. "Vengeance, vengeance!" he shouted with fury as he clattered his axe against his shield, and the men of the Holy Guard behind him did the same. Soon, even the levies were borne afire, and as he lifted the axe once more, all the men of Norvos charged, a massive arrowhead homing with Arnia the tip. A rictus grin spread across his face, as he knocked 3 men's spears asunder with the impact of his first blow, driving into the formation with the mass of his horse, and running over their shields with his horse, trampling the first men to the ground. The third rank, however, were more resilient, skewering his warhorse beneath him on their long spears. He saw red, screaming in inarticulate rage as he leaped from the saddle to join the Holy Guard, and set to the slaughter of his opponents on foot, his armor stained with the blood of every enemy he killed. The men of Selyse falling as easily as any other beneath the onslaught, though the levies were performing poorly against them, unable to break their spear wall as the Holy Guard had been. He would need to see to that, just as soon as he broke through the back of the phalanx. Through his bloodlust-addled mind, he heard the great horns of Qohor blow in the distance, but his eyes did not leave his foe, as he split another man's shield asunder with his axe. The back of the enemy formation was visible now, the Volantine cowards were splitting apart, breaking and running, their phalanx broke as he raised his bloody weapon into the air once more in anger and to signal the pursuit, charging after the fleeing cowards to cut them down in their escape. His blood went from hot to cold, however, as he looked up to see the charge of the Earth-Saken Titans which even now spelled his doom. The trumpet of the elephants deafening even his cries for vengeance. They were too far forward, away from the scorpions as the most feared of Volantis weapons came crashing towards them like an unstoppable rock slide. Gods help us! Chapter 92, Cheraza 286 AC. She laid the basket down on the cold, rocky floor once again, and as her new habit, took out her flute, and began to play. Viserys, despite his apparent lack of emotion, was no fool, and ever since the first day she had played, he had turned to look at her as she entered, seeming to wait for her to play as he sat on his bed, and echoed her song with his own humming throat. From that hummed tune she had slowly pieced together the full tune of the song, note by note. It was a simple thing, quiet and low, and tonight she hoped to finish it. She played it again and again as if it were a chorus, and each time she practiced she got a tad better at it, and when she got it right, a new note had been added to the end. She could feel that the end of it was coming, only a few more notes. She could tell that Viserys could too, a sort of imperceptible tension building up in his form as she reached the end of the song that she knew. Viserys kept humming another 3 measures, just a calm trio of notes. She felt her eyebrows raise at the sound. "Did you remember the rest of it?" Ever so gently, the boy nodded. Before, with the most movement she had ever seen out of him unordered, he lay down back onto his bed, with his feet still hanging over the side. It took her a moment to that was all the answer she would get. "Will you tell its meaning to me?" There was a long pause of silence, but then the boy finally said no. There was a finality and a rawness to it that she hadn't expected, especially from who had otherwise seemingly learned the slave's lessons so well. His voice dropped from its emotional high down to the cold sound that she expected from him. But, if you play it again I will tell you other things, that is what you came here for, isn't it? She sat back in the chair, feeling almost naked. Had the boy seen so much through her while only glaring at the walls? Then she realized the terms of his proposed bargain, and put the flute to her lips once more, preparing the quiet tune in her mind once more. One question a song. She could likely get more, but in the rocky room, so much smaller than her own, she had grown used to its sound and didn't mind the extra songs she would need to play in order to have her questions answered. At the boy's nod, she pressed her lips to the flute once again, the sweet and soft tune beginning to echo through the halls of the lower pyramid once again. When the song was finished and concluded, the boy sat back up from the bed, and seemed to eye her up for the first time, his gaze tracing her form, perhaps putting it to his memory. "What is it you want to know?" Sherazade tried to keep her smile small, but couldn't help herself. She thought for just a moment before speaking. "Tell me about the Red Witch." And so he did. He told her of the old woman's cruelty, of the way she would send shadows of magic to torment him in the night, of the way that she would push his hand into the fire if he did wrong, of how she seemed to know people in every city they visited despite appearing as an old poor woman. He even told her a fanciful story of burning skeletons that she could summon by throwing her old and rotten teeth to the ground, and how she could see visions of the future in the flames. As he spoke of her, she saw the second emotion that the boy had ever shown her. It was fear, and sometimes pain. The boy's fear of the old woman was deeper than the charnel pits of Mirian, and darker than the night of the new moon. As he went on, she got the feeling that it was her grasp around his heart that kept him from showing feeling, like a great bony claw wrapped around his soul, letting nothing seep through. She couldn't say why, but the thought of it made her sad. Here was a dragon, so chained and tormented by the fear that even the bonds that her father wrought round his neck meant nothing to him. She had never seen a slave broken so completely, but here one was in front of her. She could imagine many of the Giscari masters would be proud to have such a trophy, but rather than being impressed by the old woman's work, she felt only a sort of sad revulsion. It was one thing to think about breaking a man, or in this case child, so completely that he lost his emotions, but another to hear how it was done from a boy in front of her who could not be older than 12. But now those emotions were seeping through. She had opened a hole in the old woman's hold with her song. She had mistaken herself for holding the needle, when the boy came equipped with a needle of his own, or perhaps a vase that was slowly cracking to allow the water inside to leak out. Viserys was a puzzle, something for her to decipher, and by deciphering, learn. She clenched her hand around her flute as she departed. If the cracks were there, she needed to widen them. As she returned to her chambers, she idly wondered what special significance the tune had. Perhaps, he would tell her in time. Chapter 93, Joffrey 1. 293 AC. Joffrey picked at his chicken. He did not think he was suited for war, not as his father intended him to be at least. He could hold a sword now, better than he had been able to at least. His father had made sure of that, but it was all the other things. The voyages, 2 weeks stuck with a constant need to vomit, and having to put up with a tiny room to his own. He knew that most of the men had less, but he was a prince and they were small folk, and his father slept in a room that was at least tall enough to lay flat across. His dead cousin must have designed these galleons to be uncomfortable for everyone except the captain. That was sensible. What was worse, he had the cabin across from his uncle, who always seemed to look at him with cold disdain, everywhere he went, probably because he couldn't measure up to his cousin. How often was he reminded of that? His cousin made cannon, his cousin made ships, his cousin had as much gold as Castor's Rock without a gold mine. His cousin was lost chasing a crazy mass-murdering barbarian from the Iron Islands, while he only sat in the palace. His mother told them that it wasn't true, that he was more beautiful, better than his cousin, but he knew she was lying to him. He could hear the truth in their words, especially when it was his father that spoke them. It all built up in a frustrating tornado inside of him, because he didn't have power over anything, anyone. There was no way for him to match his cousin when he could hardly even leave his room without a dozen guards. Where was one supposed to even learn of ships and cannons? The servants could not tell him anything useful, that was why he beat them. Pycelle was a doddering old fool who knew nothing about them. Now he had seen the ships, and even the cannons, and he disliked both of them. The ships were uncomfortable, the cannons ugly. He was glad to leave them and his dour uncle behind. His other uncle was much more cheerful, though he still felt that Renly didn't like him much. He was always at least polite, as befit a prince of his status. He and the Reach men seemed the best of the camp anyhow, aside from the 4 Kings Guard that accompanied his father. He wished that Sir Jaime had come, as he was always kind to him, but then, he hadn't wanted to come in the first place. "Finish your food, Joffrey," his father said, snapping him out of his thoughts, and he nodded, tearing into the chicken with haste. He had learned quickly once they were at sea that his father was more than willing to smack him about in training should he fail to live up to his obligations as Robert saw them. It made sense, he was a king after all, and Joffrey would never tolerate such things as a king. His father nodded at the haste with which he ate and turned back to Lord Eddard, or Ned as he called him. Joffrey didn't know what to make of the Northern Lord. His father loved the man and had always told stories of his friendship with him, so Joffrey had always thought he would be a big man, like his father or uncles, or even like the Mountain, but Lord Eddard was a normal man by appearances if a northerner, and it seemed odd that his father would be friends with him. Then again, across the whole of the camp, Lord Eddard had been the only highborn lord he had talked to who had not immediately begun comparing him to his cousin. That at least stood in his favour, even if he was not the titan that Joffrey had always imagined. He listened quietly as the two continued talking. They were speaking of supply lines and deployments and which lord or knight should command what group since their current commander had fallen sick. It was all quite odd. Joffrey had always thought of war as being very simple. Whoever had the more men or the better ones tended to win the battles, but the men talked about these seemingly superfluous things as if they were of grave importance. It was nothing like the camp of his uncle Renly, which was all lances and polished armor and splendorous knights. Something scratched at the back of his mind from their conversation, and he resolved himself that the next time his father took him to the field for training he would ask him about what all of it meant. If that was part of war, then shouldn't he know of it? He was a prince after all. Wasn't he going to be king someday? A king needed to know how to fight wars, didn't he? He finished his chicken off and passed the plate to a servant as he thought on the mystery before him. War seemed to be a very confusing business. Chapter 94, Cheraza 5. "You summoned me, father," she said, stepping gently into the study near the top of the pyramid. Her father sat inside amidst his various records, scrolls and ledgers, keeping track of all who owed him favors or money, and of all to whom he owed debts. "Indeed I did, Cheraza, please, sit, I have something to discuss with you." She did so, sitting down on one of the many velvet pillows that decorated the area, before turning to face her father. "What is it?" "It is about the dragon boy. Agasman has told me that you have taken a liking to him." She paused for a moment. Did she like Viserys? He was certainly far more interesting than any of the other slaves in the pyramid, and she had been spending a great deal of time with him. She shrugged her shoulders. "That is accurate. As I had thought. Agasman had also said that you had been making him speak by playing your flute for him. Making him break from his emotionless front. That also is true." She pursed her lips, as she realized where this was probably going. "Have you taken him into your bed?" her father asked, and she felt a slight blush across her cheeks. "No, father." "Ah, but I see your look, you would like to, even if you do not yet realize it. It is understandable, your mother was a slave as well after all, and she charmed me for much the same reasons." Her father nodded as she reeled from the accusation. Did she want Viserys in her bed? How would she even know if she did? "Still, this has left me in a poor spot," her father said, shaking his head. I am in danger of losing our position as a wise master and falling into the lesser nobility if I do not recover my prestige soon, and the dragon boy is an easy ticket to that. However, I do not wish to rob you of the boy if you desire him." She was still blushing, but she nodded sharply, bowing to the floor on her hands. "Thank you for being considerate of me, father." She knew that most would care little for such feelings. Truly her father was kind to her. "You are my daughter, I can do no less, which is why I wanted to propose to you a compromise." She nodded, awaiting his judgment, for though he called it a compromise, she would not be able to argue against it. "At the festival of the Harpy in a month and a half, there will be a great feast of the masters. Many will be in attendance throughout the week from all over the cities of the Giscari. Perhaps even nobles from as far as Karth. It will be a great chance to improve my prestige." She nodded, she could see his point, but she would hear it from her father's mouth anyway. "During the festival, the boy will be loaned as a bed slave to those I want favors from. Know this in advance so that it does not shock you. His worth in this capacity as the last of the Targaryens cannot be understated, many will want him, and that desire will only make his value to others grow." "I understand, father," she said, nodding her head. She had hoped against it, but ultimately the status of her family came before whatever attachment she had to the boy. "Good," he said, placing a hand on her shoulder. "If I can use his worth as a springboard to stabilize our status, then I will leave him to you to do with as you please until the Red Witch comes to claim him once again." She nodded, sighing. "He has told me of her, and her magic." "Really?" Her father raised his eyebrows, seemingly surprised for the first time in the conversation. "I would have thought that she would hide that well. Has he opened up to you so much?" "There is a song I play, he will not tell me what it means, but each time he plays it he allows me to ask a question about anything else." Her father stared at her for a moment, before nodding his head. He shows emotion." She nodded, and her father smiled. "See if you can ask him to focus that emotion when he is loaned away. It might not be precisely the passion that makes for the best of bed slaves, but it would enhance his value even above where it already stands. Better than sleeping with a walking corpse." She gaped at her father. Up until now he had been so reasonable, rational, but this request it just seemed so invasive, so wrong. It was one thing to accept that Viserys would sleep with others. He already was doing so during his training, she knew, but to ask him to feel, to show what literal vulnerability he had to the cruel hands of the other masters and nobles? Many would enjoy torturing him even more. She pushed herself to answer, though the words felt like ash on her tongue. "I will try, father," she said, even as she resolved herself not to. The boy had been through so much already, forcing him to open his shell to the predations of those her father wished to court would be far too cruel. Chapter 95, Arthur 33. 293 AC. I grimaced as the padded sword hit my shoulder, my own practice blade knocked aside and caught out by Asha's riposte. "That's going to leave a bruise." I thought Asha withdrew. "Good match. You still leave yourself too open from above, Arthur," Jaehaerys commented from the side in full teacher mode. "When you grow taller it will be less of an issue, but you really do need to spend more time with it." I had not realized how long we had gone without practice. "You will need to spend more time on your swordplay when we arrive home." "Thank you for the lesson, Jaehaerys," I said, only a slight tone of sarcasm in my voice as I turned back to Asha. "Did you really need to hit me that hard? Serves you right for killing poor Gina," my blood sister said, stretching her arms out. Her thief had tried to pick a fight with a giant earlier, despite warnings against it from the townspeople, and she had insisted on a sparring match after she got squashed. So we had cleared a bit of space on the deck and had my sworn sword come up and serve as referee. It wasn't as if he had much better to do. He occasionally stood guard outside of my cabin, but I got the feeling that the Velaryon was quite bored with the journey, much like most of the crew who weren't up in the rigging or behind the ship's wheel at any given time. I honestly had no idea what the Marines were even gambling with at this point. Perhaps they were passing the same pairs of socks back and forth around their groups to pass the time. I didn't kill your character, Asha. The dice did. Like hell they did. She said. That fight was unfair. You weren't supposed to fight it, it was a giant. It'd be like trying to fight an elephant by yourself in real life. Asha rolled her eyes at me, chuckling. But you put it there. That whole game's been unfair from the start. That's why you wanted to run the world, to begin with, so you could decide what type of monsters there were. Gods, Asha just quit it already. What do you want? Cooped up together in a cabin for more than a month at this point, I could read my new sister fairly well, and it clearly wasn't just about her dead character at this point. Asha stopped chuckling as she turned to see the crew loafing around us, mostly those who had come to watch the fairly short sword fight. Not here. Inside. She said, and I nodded, following her back into my cabin. Now, what is it? Asha's face turned a bit guilty, and she sighed deeply. The men are saying that you're sleeping with me. Ah. That was a problem. I suppose I should have seen that coming. I had just assumed they would think me too young for that. The rumors are that I've seduced you, so your age probably isn't a factor, Asha said, matter-of-factly. The issue is the harm that it could do to your reputation when you give me my ship, especially since you've said you want to marry Arianne Martell. My own reputation is probably rock bottom anyhow owing to my being an Ironborn. Asha shrugged. Still, the issue is that we need to suppress this without looking like we're trying to do so. I pressed my fingers into the space between my eyes. This wasn't the kind of issue that I was expecting to run into for at least another couple years, but I really should have started worrying about it the moment Arianne pulled her little stunt the first night in Dorne. Still, nothing to be done now. Right. Well, be forthright with it. That's the best way to appear guiltless. I'll get Jaehaerys and the others who've guarded the door to testifying. With no one credible backing their case, it should be fine. I saw Asha kind of squirm for a moment, but then she straightened out and nodded. I'll need to tell Arianne about our blood oath as well. That should at least alleviate any future fears on her part. Asha nodded, turning to the window, which looked out over the wide blue ocean. Gods, I'm getting sick of this boat. I was born to the waters, but this voyage is just taking too long. I shared the sentiment. We had been at sea for nearly 2 months at this point. Can't let it get to us though, we'll be back to land soon enough by my calculations. And if you're wrong, then we have another month of provisions if well rationed. We can use the wind to go east to Sothorios or the Summer Isles, but I doubt we could be much further south. We haven't been making great time back, but it has been constant movement for the most part. I moved up, hugging my sister with a small crackle of electricity. We'll be all right. I know, Asha said, shaking her head. I know. I quickly released her, however, as I heard a knock at the door, stepping back. Come in. My prince. The wind has changed. Has it calmed again? It had done so a few times, leaving us painfully stranded for hours. No, it's a warm wind, heading to the east. I felt a shiver of excitement run through me. The wind of Dorne. The captain thinks so. I turned to Asha, grinning from ear to ear. Told you so. Chapter 96, Cheraza 6. 286 AC. The air in Yunkai was ripe with tension in the weeks leading before the Festival of the Harpy. Of all the cities of the Giscari, from Mirian in the north to Nugis in the south, the festival was a way to usher in glory and victory through the new year, a week-long period of festivities and plenty that was considered to provide for the future. The best of each of the cities brought to bear and exchanged between them in great feasts and galas. In Mirian that meant lavish blood sports, thousands of men fighting and dying, fighting everything from great beasts of Sothorios to mock navy battles in the colosseums and blood pits of the great city. In New Ghys, it was largely a harvest festival, with rituals specific to the gods of that land, and military triumphs with their iron legions marching in lockstep through the boulevards of the city which pretended it was old geese come again. Astor was much the same, only the unsullied or other, more specialized breeds of slave soldier were shown in its streets, showing its products for sale. The same was true of Yunkai, but the products were not soldiers, but dancers, entertainers, bed slaves, and more. It was said that any pleasure imaginable could be purchased in the Yellow City on a normal day, but that during the festival of the Harpy one did not need to look hard to find them. Indeed, it was widely held that Yunkai held the best festivals, and most lavish feasts of all the free cities, drawing in merchants, masters, nobles, and other prominent men from the Giscari cities and beyond. In past years, she had looked forward to it, especially the fire dances of the monkey men of the dancing palace, who leaped through the air with almost contemptuous ease while juggling torches between them, laughing all the while. Now, however, even the thought of their silly theatrics couldn't end the guilt in her heart as she went to see Viserys. She knew it was unreasonable, that he was ultimately her father's slave and not her own, but it still felt as if something was being stolen from her as he was to be lent out to bed those whom her father wished to curry favor from. She sighed, turning her eyes down as she stepped into the room. "Hello Viserys," she said, nervously rubbing her elbow underneath the cover of her talker. "Hello, Mistress Cheraza," the boy said. He had agreed to do so for only the price of a song some weeks back, though Agasman said that he still did not speak to others unless ordered to. There was some comfort in that, a sort of private happiness that only she was deemed worthy of his real face. She turned her eyes from the floor, forcing a smile onto her face. "I suppose you would like to hear a song?" "Yes." She nodded, placing her flute to her lips, playing a tune that she had grown quite used to, the soothing tones echoing through the depths of the pyramid and bringing a small smile to Viserys' face, which turned into a frown as she finished. "You are sad," the slave prince said, not a question, but a statement of fact, and she nodded slightly. "You are sad that I am to be whored out at the festival," the boy said again as if he could read her very soul from her face alone. "Why?" She gaped at him, unable to answer for a moment as she realized that he didn't know she cared for him. Thought their time together was only transactional, that for all his apparent wisdom he could not see her feelings in truth. She stood up from the chair and walked over to the bed. With a huff she wrapped her arms around him, drawing her into her embrace. He seemed to stop for a second and then moved to strip his rags, but she stopped him with her hand. "It is because I care for you, and I don't want to see you hurt," she told herself as much as she says him. The admittance felt like a leaden ingot had been removed from her stomach. For a moment, all was silent in the small stone chamber. Then came a sniffle, and after that a sob. Viserys pressed his face into her shoulder, burying his nose into her talker, his snot and tears leaking into the fabric which she would need to have washed. She rubbed lazy circles on his back as she held him there, though no words would leave his mouth. They sat like that for a long time, the boy cradled against her as his tears fell. Eventually, she placed her hands on his shoulders, pushing him back so that she could look him in the face. His purple eyes met her own, and she smiled gingerly. "Don't worry, Viserys. You will be mine soon enough. And then you won't be hurt again, I promise." He gave a small nod, wiping back his tears, and his voice was a small and weak thing. "How? You know my father plans to loan you out during the festival." The boy nodded. Agasman had likely instructed him on his role to be, which still filled her heart with guilt. "Well, once it is over, he has said that he will give you to me. No more training, no more loaning, only serving at my side. Doesn't that sound nicer?" The boy smiled, gently. "I could do that," he said, sounding unsure, before he shivered, clutching his upper arm suddenly. "But what about Mother, what about the Red Witch?" Cheraza paused for a moment. She had not thought that far. "I will figure something out. We can flee if we have to." The boy seemed to consider that, then nodded. "You should probably go, Cheraza. Thank you for the song." She winced, realizing how much time had likely passed. She would be late to bed tonight. "Good night, Viserys," she said, returning to the basket and placing it on his dresser. As she turned to gather our things and make for the door, however, she was frozen still by the words that left the boy's mouth. "I love you." Cherazza felt all the guilt she had felt before come crashing down on her with a weight like the pyramids of Yunkai themselves. She barely managed to reply in a whisper. "I love you too." Chapter 97, Orion 1. 293 AC. Orion watched from the hill as the army of Norvos began to engage their foe. A great number of worthless chaff from Volantis who the holy guard of the bearded god threw themselves into with great fervor. As for his own army, he held it back. The army of Volante sellswords across from his lines were similarly inclined, both were dug in behind rows of spikes, and while skirmishes moved up and exchanged a few volleys of arrows, there was nothing like the battle going on in the center of the valley, a charnel pit of blood. The Lorathi likewise were moving forward with the bulk of their forces, though the Volantine cavalry was driving into them just as the Norvosi were making their play. Orion didn't have the forces to waste on a charade. Every man lost today would be one which Qohor lacked tomorrow, and most of his army were smiths, or sons of smiths. Men who would one day form the spine of Qohor's wealth. He chuckled darkly as he turned to the woman beside him. "It seems that the Norvosi have blundered straight into your master's trap. As you predicted. Your read on their Magister General was more than enough information for the blessed Triarch Magar to do his work with. You do your people proud, Lord Orion." The young witch who rode beside him said, laughing slightly to herself with her hand covering her mouth. "I am sure the Red God will be pleased with your support, and that the Black Goat will benefit as well." He turned his eyes from the silver-haired girl to the battlefield as a whole. The Norvosi had continued their reckless surge forward, smashing now into a great phalanx made of men from Selharis. A wide smile crossed his lips, and he shut his visor, a visage of the Black Goat of Qohor triumph covering his face. "I believe it is time for us to spring the greater trap, however. Send your signal, witch, and I will bring forth my own." He could not see the witch as she began to pray, nor did he particularly care for the words she spoke, only for the shadows that rose above his head as he raised his own black lance into the air. "Sound the horns! Now is the time of our ascendancy." The great war horns of Qohor, encrusted with gold and jewelry and carried atop their own carts, bellowed over the battlefield with their eerie and unnatural sound, and the men of Qohor roared as one, turning to face their unsuspecting true enemy. High Orion snapped the reins on his horse, charging from his command tent to the front of his cataphracts. 7,000 in all, they made up the pride of the noble sons of Qohor. Each wore the heaviest and greatest armor in the world and carried great lances their people had taken from the Dothraki. Unlike the Dothraki, however, who often rode their horses unsaddled, the black war horses of Qohor were as armored as the men, draped in black on black or in red, for the followers of Arhillar. Behind each man sat a banner, which flew his house's coat of arms. The armor of the horses clattered as they moved, and grew louder as they charged. To the unprepared flank of the Norvosi reserves, they must have appeared like a nightmare incarnate. Thousands of black-armored heavy cavalry wielding lances and wicked maces came crashing down the hillside in an inexorable onslaught. Orion was not in the front line, for he was not a fool, but even back with his bodyguards, he could smell the carnage as the rows of men were trampled underfoot or gored on lances. Some were even sent flying into the air by the calamitous wave of steel that crashed into their ranks. He only joined the battle briefly himself, enough to satisfy his men and his own bloodlust, crushing into the side of a group of pathetic archers, goring 2 with his lance, before dropping it and killing 4 more with his mace. They fled, of course. Fled and were trampled under the great charge which continued into their compatriots, like a wave of darkness sweeping the poorly disciplined army of Norvos off of the side of the valley, whether through their devastating charge or by maces and arms in the melee that followed. He smiled as the army as a whole buckled and began to break, and his cataphracts began to pursue. There would be no retreat for the army of Norvos, only death, that they might not hamper the greater army of Qohor when they marched on the city. He would see to it personally. He turned back down towards the valley, where much of the remaining Norvosi forces were being trampled beneath the feet of Volantine elephants. He quickly spotted the great elephant of the Triarch. He wondered just how much Magar had anticipated in advance of the battle, trapping Arnius so perfectly between the two, even taking up ground that seemed to favor their alliance. He snorted to himself as the Lorathi trash inevitably broke, the entire battlefield falling into bloody chaos, as his cavalry and that of Volantis ensured that no organized resistance would remain afterward. He half wondered if he would go down in history as an infamous traitor. It didn't matter, of course. The old alliance, if they were successful, would offer at best a large town for Qohor, for his people. Now, for the first time since the Century of Blood, one free city would truly conquer another, and he would be the one to do it. Orion of Qohor licked the blood from his mace, savoring the rich taste. He would have more than enough of it when Norvos was his. Chapter 98, Cheraza 7. 286 AC. The festival of the Harpy in Yunkai had begun with great bonfires lit atop and around the pyramids of the city. Dancers performed nude in the streets or draped only with jewelry that still bore their forms to the open air. All across the city of Yunkai, there was a sort of heady feeling, from the music and incense which filled the air. People filled the streets in great throngs, master, freeman, and slave alike, though even in the festival the distinction between them was clear. In the evening, her father went off to the great feasts at the Pyramid of the Masters, the seat of Yunkai's government, along with a great throng of his best slaves and free retainers. Viserys was amongst them each afternoon. She had decided not to accompany her father this year, feigning illness. Her father had not decided to press, perhaps understanding the guilt which sat upon her breasts. So, she lay there, staring at the high ceiling of her chamber, draped in luxury and banners. Her fingernails dug into the flesh of her palms. She could not move, nor would she move, and she thought of what the boy must be suffering, having already suffered so much. In the morning, whatever master or noble had claimed Viserys the night before would return him, and she wrote each of their names in her heart, for she felt her blood boil at the thought. Only one was from Yunkai proper. The woman Captain Malozah Zojinga, who trained much of the city's army as her family always had. What she had offered her father she did not know, but Cheraza knew in her heart that she would see the woman's house fall if she ever held the power to see that happen. The ones from other cities were more difficult. A Karteen warlock, a nobleman from Mirian, a warlord from Nukis, and a Sothoria sea priestess who had given her father a boat full of half-man slaves, nearly restoring his prestige through that act alone. Tonight was the final night of the festival, and while she tried to feel joy for her father's renewed fortunes, she could not stomach the method. Any other slave she could let go, even see them beheaded in front of her without a flick of sympathy, but not Viserys, not the one she loved. She sighed to herself, letting her tears flow down into her pillows, though she would need to wash them away herself before her father returned with his caravan. Then again, perhaps she should simply wait here until morning. Her father would surely not begrudge her that much. It was hours later, long after her father's return, that he came to see her. Carefully, he took a seat at the corner of the room, gesturing the slaves to leave, which they did with haste. "Why are you here?" she said, tears flowing from her eyes. She knew her words were foolish but did not care. "Shouldn't you be off rebelling in your newfound wealth? It is your wealth too, daughter, and in quantities enough to secure your position, as well as my own, throughout the time to come. No, I am not here to apologize for what has been done to the dragon boy. I am here to ask you to understand." Her father's eyes glinted sadly in the dark as they met hers. "What is being done now, is, at its core, for your good. I know it hurts, believe me, I do, but in this world, all that exists are lambs and wolves, and we have been teetering on the blade to becoming lambs for almost a year, drawing ever closer to being torn apart. Do you think I would ever allow you to fall into the situation the boy is in now? I would sooner die. The lack of apology in his tone hurt her deeply, and she flung a pillow towards him, which he easily slapped aside. What do you know? She shrieked, tears now freely falling from her eyes. He's she sobbed loosely, falling back down onto her bed as her father rose to his feet. What do I know? Daughter, did you think your mother did not suffer the same as the dragon boy? I loved her as a bed slave for years before I was able to purchase her and free her. It was the drive to do so that led me to become a wise master. Do not think that I do not know the fire which eats at your belly. Do not think that I do not know what it is to suffer as your love falls into the hands of others. No. That is why I do all this, so that I will not need to feel it again. Her father straightened his talker as he walked towards the door. Viserys will be yours from the moment he arrives in the morning. I will have him rebranded. Do with him as you will. Sherazade felt fresh tears flow from her eyes as her father departed, leaving behind only the empty air where he had a moment before stood towering over her. She should have known better to question him. She had known the story of her mother, and to presume so much of her father when she knew better than any other just how much he had struggled, how hard he had worked in the past for both of their sakes. She pushed her head into her pillow and cried. It seemed to be all she was good for, at least to those she cared about. Chapter 99, Arianne 6. 293 AC. She gazed out of the window down into the streets of Sun's Pair. They had finally begun to return to normal in the last 2 weeks. While the city had not been hardest hit by the great storm, that dubious honor falling to those along the Brimstone, who even now would still be in the process of repairing their houses, towns and castles, the whole of Drone had felt its touch, as rain poured from the sky for days. She could remember rain once before in her life when she was little, up in the Dornish marches. But that had been a short, winter rain, nothing like what was already being called the greatest storm in memory. It was as if the sky had pulled the seal from a billion-gallon jug, and poured a wet night that lasted for days over the whole of the kingdom of Dorne. The rain had fallen in sheets so thick that one could not see a foot before their face, and the wind had screeched through the hollow places of the city, driving water sideways and flooding many homes, especially in the lower district. To Arianne at least, it had seemed a bleak nightmare, a wailing, shrieking black doom that seemed like something out of myth or legend. She was terrified, for it felt the world was ending around her, and she was powerless to stop it. It was only later that she learned that Sun's Pair, for all the ruin it wrought there, was spared the worst of the storm by the desert between her and its epicenter. Hellhold Castle and the city around it had been flooded by the Brimstone, which swelled at its banks until it had swallowed almost all the settlements around it. Even now the streets of Sun's Pair were choked by refugees fleeing that and the flooding of the Green Blood, which was less severe but nonetheless damaged many of the towns along its banks. Thankfully they were beginning to trickle back to their homes, but many would be returning to ruined harvests and leveled homes. Castle Sun's Pair itself had suffered only minor damages, some small flooding in the dungeons which had to be pumped out, lest it take to mouldering, and a fair amount of damage to some of the tower's wooden roofs. At first, Arianne had thought that they had been lucky, that nothing had been truly lost to their family beyond repair. Then that cursed letter from Dragonstone had arrived and told her of the fate of her prince. That he had been sailing after a murderous pirate from the Iron Islands, Euron Greyjoy, and that he had seemingly pursued the monster straight into the gullet of this greatest of storms. It was not a guarantee of death, not precisely. No wreckage of his maiden fleet had been found along the coast, and all reckoned that he had been on the open ocean when he had been struck. He would not have been smashed against the rocks. Even now, a month later, not even driftwood had been found along the shore. But she had lived through the storm on land, and she could only imagine how much greater its fury must have been upon the ocean. She had cried for her prince, cried until her tears had dried up, for he was surely dead. Her chance for freedom, her chance to escape her father's plotting, lost by a cruel trick of fate. And so, bereft of that, she had thrown herself into her city instead, gone out with the palace guards and helped with repairs, overseen the rebuilding of the marketplace, had her men replace shattered beams and broken doors. Her father was doing the same, all across Dorne, riding with a host of his vassals to restore the damage, but she wasn't with him, so she would do all she could for her city instead. What she couldn't do herself, she delegated to her siblings and her cousins, those in Son's pair at least. They were given their own detachments of the guard and sent to restore what was broken, or even improve it where they could. When they had seen their rulers at work, the people too had risen to help. New construction rose from the flooded and trampled regions of the lower district, and a fourth ring even began to form outside of the city walls as the refugees began to arrive. Stone was quarried and bricks were baked from the desert clay to support the new houses, though much of it still ended up becoming a shanty town, running out all the way to the docks. Indeed, the very land of Dorne seemed to mirror their struggle. All across the region flowers bloomed for the first time in years. The parched soil soaked by the waters which had seemed so devastating just the week before now gave birth to more plants than Arianne had seen in her life. It was a bittersweet thing though, for whole Dorne was now begging to find footing for its rebirth. Her own future seemed to be grinding to a dour halt. Even as she now looked over the city, rebuilt as it was, perhaps a bit taller and prouder than before, she could only feel a sort of melancholy for her achievement. Her eyes traced the contours of the winding walls down through the streets, down into the rapidly growing town of stone and wood which had sprung up on the docks, and out over the open ocean which had given birth to the monster. As her gaze ended on the water though, she felt her heart leap into her throat. There were tall white sails on the horizon. Chapter 100, Sesvar 1. 286 AC. He stared out into the yellow city, cast in bloody shades of orange by the red light of the dawning sun. With the end of the festival of the Harpy and the dawn of the new year, it felt as if there was a sort of strange tiredness to it. Even now many were leaving the city, newly bought slaves in tow, while many more came into its folds to be trained. But perhaps the tiredness was only within his own mind. He had gotten precious little sleep the night before. For by all the gods he was a failure. He knew the pain his daughter suffered and seeing her cry had reopened his own old scars like the fresh cut of a butcher's knife. The memory of the humiliation his Zaza had suffered before he was able to save her. He would not blame his daughter if she were to hate him. He well might have come to hate his own father if he put him through this, but then, his father had never had the power to do so. No, his father had never had any power at all, a drunk and a poor fool, but at the very least he had never whored out his Zaza either. Was avoiding this not what he had spent all his life in an attempt to achieve? If only I had never funded that cursed fleet. He rubbed at his shoulder. Ah, but there is no use at looking to the past now. When the boy was returned he would be given to Cherazza, and that would be the end of it. His fortunes now stood mostly restored, indeed, with the gold he expected this morning he might well wield more power than he had at his height. And there he comes now. Chindui was an enormously powerful merchant from Uti. By virtue of his connections with Karth, he controlled a near monopoly on the shipment of silk through the Straits of the Jade Sea and into the Giscari and Free Cities. While some were shipped overland, this was still enormously profitable, and the man showed it. He did not speak himself, instead having a servant speak for him after interpreting his gestures, and he dressed in a long silk robe that did nothing to disguise his enormously corpulent form. In regards to weight he was only slightly beneath the disgusting form of the yellow whale Yezin Zokagaz, though unlike Yezin he did not smell of urine and rot, and his hair was well kept black and long, rolled into dozen of curls with hairpins made of jade. He approached atop the back of one of the two trunked great elephants of Uti, though of a smaller breed by its size, and with him he brought carts laden with what was likely gold beneath heavy blankets, for he had promised 3 tons of gold in exchange for the boy's company on the last and most sacred night of the festival. A king's ransom. Sesvar descended the stairs of his great stepped pyramid to meet the man, or rather his interpreter. "Greetings, O great and benevolent Lord Chindu," he said, nodding to the enormous man. "I see you have come to fulfill your promise." The man glanced at him and then gestured several signs, through which his interpreter replied. "Indeed, wise master Zoshera, my lord Chindu found your bed slave quite satisfactory, though he apologizes for the injuries inflicted, as he is quite small. Sesvar narrowed his eyes as the dragon boy was brought out, thankfully intact, but seriously bruised and limping clearly to take his weight off of his left leg. He turned with anger towards the merchant. I specified that he not be harmed. The threat was only implied, but very real. He was a wise master, and as wealthy as the merchant was, he would be a fool to offend him within the walls of Yunkai. The merchant made an apologetic bow with his head and gestured to his interpreter once more. My master realized that this might offend you, and thus has seen fit to increase the gold he has promised to 5 tons. He hopes that this will be sufficient apology for the damaged state of the slave. Sesvar felt his anger cool somewhat. The merchant was not insulting him then. The boy would be treated in time, and he would be wealthier than he anticipated. No, perhaps I will not. He would give the excess gold to his daughter. It was her love for the boy that made him request that the child not be injured anyhow, so truly it ought to be her who received the money in apology. Very well, he said, turning to the merchant. Let there be no ill feelings between us. The corpulent man nodded. My lord thanks you for your understanding. Please, show the servants where to place the bullion while my lord returns to his ship. He turned to look at his master's signs once more. My lord looks forward to doing more business with you in the future. Cold comfort, Sesvar thought, as he directed the servants, though he still politely parted with the merchant atop his elephant. This was one more pain he would be unable to spare his daughter. With a careful hand, he moved to support the limping dragon boy so that he could wake better. It was telling that he did flinch when his bruises were held. Sesvar let out a long sigh, as the boy turned to stare up towards him. Come, Viserys. I will take you to Cheraza. Chapter 101, Arthur 36. 293 AC. The harbour of Sunspear looked somewhat different from how I last remembered it when we drew into port. Not only had the city grown significantly, far too much for a few months, but the desert around it was in bloom as well. Desert flowers and cacti sprouted through what at last visit had been mostly dry clay and sand. The reason for the city's rampant growth became clearer as we approached, though. The new town was clearly slapdash, a collection of mostly shacks. Things clicked into place when I remembered that the storm had been driving northeastern against the trade winds when it hit us. No doubt it had caused flooding in the normally dry lands of the desert kingdom. Still, our coming was apparently a cause of some celebration. As we came into the dock, the maiden fleet battered and injured but still sailing. A crowd was forming on the piers, even as we arrived, and on the shore I could see my bride-to-be sat atop a horse alongside her sister, making her way down to the dock. Ariane. I smiled. So that's your future wife, EY. Asha said, from where she was standing beside me at the prow. I turned to her for just a moment before sighing. Please don't mess about with this, Asha. She almost certainly thought I was dead. I know. I'm just teasing. I'll go below decks where I can't interrupt your reunion. Don't do that, that'd be suspicious and we have nothing to hide. Just don't get up in her face or act sultry or some nonsense. I smiled as the gangplanks thudded to the ground. I hopped over that way as the men made way, and smiled down at the approaching princess. This is too happy a time for that. I started to walk down the ramp, my big stupid fancy cape flapping behind me. I had put a bit of effort into my look for the day and gotten all my fancy cap back out of the wardrobe. I wanted to make sure I looked every bit the conquering prince. Then as soon as my feet touched the ground I realized that my legs were wobbling, owing to being on a boat for the past 2 months and getting accustomed to accounting for the rocking of the waves. Fortunately for my dignity, however, Ariane put her horse between me and the crowd as she leaped off straight into a tackling hug, leaving her cousin the reins Arthur. She said, pinning me to the ground, for she was still bigger than me, albeit less so than Asha or God help me Brienne. I thought you were dead. Before I could say anything she planted a kiss on my forehead, and I suddenly found myself a bit tongue-tied. She stood up off of me and dusted off her clothes, helping me up as I as well tried to get up onto my feet. I imagine my face was a fine shade of pink at the time. I barely had a chance to breathe before she dragged me back into her arms again. I was so worried. What happened? We heard you were chasing Euron Greyjoy and then the storm hit, and a trained 4 days and a thought you were at a dan deep. Regaining some clarity in my head for a moment, I wrapped my arms around the young woman's waist, returning her embrace and making her squeak. I gently ran my right hand down her hair, glad that I had made sure to ground myself, or ocean myself rather, before landing. Calm down, princess, I'm here now. It's all right. Everything is fine. Arianne for her part sniffed for a moment before nodding. We held each other like that for a while before our current location seemed to snap in her head and she pushed me back from her wide-eyed, glancing back towards the crowd, the sides of which were still able to see past her cousin's horse. Not to mention half the crew of the Sword, and the said cousin herself, who seemed to be barely stifling a giggle into her hand. An adorable red blush spread across her tawny skin, and I smiled as she turned back to face me. She smiled back for just a moment before her eyes turned towards the bottom of my face. What happened to your? It's a long story, but not here. I placed a finger to my lips, and after a second she nodded. Care to join me at the palace, my prince? Yes. I said, I think I'd like that. Arianne helped me up onto the horse behind her, thankfully of a sturdy enough breed that it could carry 3 relatively small people, though I will not deny that it was a comfortable position to be sat behind her. The crowd petered off as we went, apparently more interested in the fleet than me, or perhaps simply unaware of who I was, and we made our way through the gates of the Shadow City. So, the Sand Snake asked as we rode. Tyene, I remembered, the blonde one. Who was the woman on your ship? I felt Arianne shift a little uncomfortably at that, but I answered readily enough. Asha Greyjoy, she was the one who brought me into the hunt against her uncle. I gave Arianne's belly a squeeze. Before you jump to any conclusions or nonsense, I have not broken my promise to you, Arianne. You are my only princess. I felt Arianne calm a bit at that, though I doubted her sister was convinced as if I remembered she was the guileful poisoner of the group, but if she had something to say she was wise enough not to. I'll explain everything once we can get into private. That seemed to appease the young woman for now, and we rode into Castle Sun's Pair, though the courtyard was far more empty than it had been last time, though the statue of Nymeria that was my gift sat prominently in the square. Is your father not here? I asked as we dismounted, Tyene handing the horse off to a servant. No, he's out at Hellhold trying to make o. The princess covered her mouth, looking quite guilty. You would not know, but your father and the king are at war in Essos. I stared at Arianne for a moment as that little piece of trivia made its way through the gears of my mind. What? Chapter 102, Cheraza 8. 286 AC. Do your bruises still hurt, Viserys? She asked as she rubbed the oil into his skin with her own hands. She was no master masseuse, but after the festival, she would let no other soul lay their hands on the boy. He was hers now, had been for 2 days, rebranded with her own crest alongside her father's on his shoulders, and she had put a pair of golden torch around his neck, and other golden bands to cover the chained dragons on his shoulders, leaving only the harpies fully visible. It had been more trouble to ask him to stop wearing his rags, they were disgusting and tattered, but he had said that they were the only things he owned in the world, so he would not part with them. She had then taken him out to the market, and asked him which clothes he liked the most. Her heart had almost melted when he asked her to pick them for him, and she had given him a dozen outfits, telling them that they were his to wear as he pleased. He had chosen a simple red robe that hung loosely over his body. It had black embroidering about the edges, but no other ornamentation of note. She had thought about asking him to wear something else but decided that it was his choice, and he could wear it as he liked. That was rather the point of the whole affair after all. To teach him how to choose for himself. A skill that had seemingly been broken out of him. A desirable thing for a slave, but not for the husband she foresaw him being. Not so much anymore, mistress. My leg feels better as well, I suspect it was only sprained. Good. She said, meeting his purple eyes for a moment before turning away blushing. Good. His body held few mysteries for her now, and yet she still found his eyes the more entrancing of the two to gaze upon. She rubbed the ointment into the back of the boy's shoulder blades, feeling how close they were to the surface. Is there anything you would like to do? Viserys like to learn? I will find tutors for you, my father has given me gold plentifully. It was true, a colossal amount in truth, though it was not enough to pay for the suffering which Viserys underwent to acquire it. She could not bear to spend it on herself lest her meals turn to ash on her tongue. She had resolved herself that she would grant Viserys anything he asked for. The boy seemed to stop for a moment, letting his head rest on the pillow below. I want nothing other than to serve you, mistress. She pursed her lips, she had expected the response. Can you ever remember wanting to do anything? Learn anything? She asked, flipping him gently onto his chest. Perhaps you wished to do something before the Red Woman came. That seemed to stump the boy for a moment. He lay completely still, as if he were thinking, digging back through memories that he had long since buried in his mind. I wanted revenge, I remember, my throne back. I wanted to be a warrior like Rhaegar and defeat the usurper. It was a silly dream, I was a boy, and all of Westeros had turned against my father. She shivered as his concerned purple eyes met her own, like staring into an ocean of self-doubt to swallow all of Essos. He was mad, you know. Sometimes I think that the Red Woman is trying to drive his madness out of me, but mostly I believe she is simply cruel. She is just a monster. Viserys, you are not mad, only suffering, and greatly. Cherazza wiped a newly formed tear from Viserys' eye. But I cannot buy you Westeros, nor can I pursue your revenge, at least not yet. She knew too little of Viserys' homeland for one, even the boy didn't, only knowing a city called King's Landing and a Valyrian fortress called Dragonstone. She had seen nautical maps, of course, and sometimes slaves. If you would like to be a warrior though, there are many in Yunkai who could train you, and more beyond that if they prove insufficient. Perhaps a tutor from the free cities. Do you want me to be a warrior, mistress? What I want is for you to tell me what you want. The boy seemed to be confused by that answer. As he pressed his hand to his chin, Viserys seemed to fight against his instincts for a moment before relenting. I think I would like that, mistress. Then I will start looking to find one immediately. Viserys smiled at that, and she felt a bit less guilty than a moment before. As she finished rubbing the ointments in, she decided to see if her father owned any Westeros slaves. She might not have the resources to seek vengeance for Viserys now, but there was no reason she couldn't begin learning about his homeland anyway. After all, someday circumstances might change. Viserys might have his throne yet. She liked the sound of Queen Cherazza. Chapter 103, Arthur 37. 293 AC. I scribbled down line after line of text detailing my survival, trip, and current condition in as clear and concise a language as I could manage. It felt odd to leave Arianne hanging in the next room over, but the war had changed things dramatically for me, and meant that my planned reasonably relaxing return to Westeros had been traded off in favor of a frantic scramble to get the information of my survival and of my remaining military strength out to those who needed to know. Once they were put to dock and repaired at Dragonstone, the maiden fleet represented a not insignificant military force, particularly with the Marines I had brought with me. It would still likely be months before they could see use in the war, but I certainly wasn't going to hesitate in letting the Hand know of their existence and that he could communicate to Robert and my father the need to plan around them. The last one finished, I handed the letter to the castle's maester to fold and send out. The second raven going out this day after the two I had sent to Dragonstone, one to my mother and another to Gerald. The Frey had enough authority in my name to prepare the docks and the like for my coming arrival, and my mother and siblings needed to know I was alive for obvious reasons. That all finally finished, I sighed, turning back towards the door where my future betrothed awaited. So these lizards, you said they were the size of horses. As I opened the door, I was surprised to see Asha on the other side, apparently engaged in pleasant conversation with Tyene and Arianne. "Oh hello, Prince Arthur," Tyene said, turning towards me. "We were Jew. Arthur, come sit with me." Arianne cut her cousin off, and I glanced between them before dutifully sitting next to the teenager. As soon as I sat, Arianne immediately grabbed my elbow. "So," she said, and I felt a little danger in her voice. "When were you going to tell me that you had Asha here sleeping in your room during the voyage?" I glanced at her plainly. If she thought she had enough to throw me off my train of thought with that, she was sorely mistaken. "Nothing untoward happened between us, Arianne. I only put her into bed because she was drunk." "I wasn't that drunk," Asha said, but I cut her off with a glare. "You drank 2 full bottles of Arbor Red, and you aren't exactly a big woman," I stated, turning back to the Dornish princess. I also was rather put off by her at the time due to her being covered in gore and corpse gall. Asha made a gagging sound, sticking her tongue out, but it quickly turned into laughter. "Asha already told us as much. She also said that you had her swear a blood oath to you," Tyene pointed out. "Some sort of magical ritual, oh yes, and she said your grayscale was cured by magic as well." I turned my eyes to Asha, who suddenly looked rather bashful. "I'm sorry Arthur, but they just kept pestering me about it, and I didn't know how else to answer." A bit of the pirate captain came back into her tone in a moment though. "Besides, you should be honest with your lovers, you know." Pinching my brow, my eyes turned to the sand snake, who was the only one in the room I honestly hadn't intended to share the information with. Then again, Arianne probably would have told her anyway. "Aren't you supposed to be a septa in training or something like that?" I asked, a bit baffled by her apparent casual demeanor regarding my encounter with sorceries. "Shouldn't you be at least a bit upset by magic?" The girl turned to me, raising an eyebrow, before gesturing with her hand over her mouth, sarcasm clear in her tone. "Oh my yes, you're some blackguard sorcerer who will tie Arianne to a post in a dungeon somewhere and work unspeakable magics onto her. Out, out heathen, do not touch my cousin." The shooing was light and playful, and the girl calmed down after just a moment. Then again, Arianne would probably enjoy that. The last phrase elicited a guffaw from Asha and a blush from Arianne. "Tyene." The sand snake only chuckled at the princess' embarrassment. "My mother was a septa, it's true, and while she was devout and pious, I have found myself less inclined towards the faith. Besides, everyone knows the Hightowers, Royces, and all their northerners practice magic, and everybody tolerates them. I don't see why I should shout my head off at a spell you didn't even murder anyone to cast." I didn't quite like the way she said that last part, felt as if she might consider murdering someone for magic herself, but I quickly found my attention drawn elsewhere as Arianne wrapped a hand around my jaw, feeling her way down to my shoulder. "Arianne, what are you doing?" "Just feeling where the grayscale was. Your skin is so smooth here now. There aren't even scars." There were right after it healed. It was an angry red like it had been burnt, and it itched like the 7 hells, but they faded down into my skin over a few days. Arianne said, lifting her hand from my shoulder and wearing a dangerously innocent smile on her face. "So, you're going to make our betrothal with a magic blood oath as well, right?" In the gaping-mouthed silence that followed, I found that while my eyes could not leave Arianne's smiling face, I could still damn well hear Asha laughing. My blood sister would get hers in time though. She could bet on it. Chapter 104, Illyrian 1. For most young second-born noblemen or merchant sons who took on the role of being a bravo, it was a short-lived thing. Either one received an injury that prevented them from fighting anymore, died, or were good enough to win your fights, but got bored of it eventually and retired to a comfortable life in one of the free cities. Those who found they had a true passion for fighting often found their way into sell-sword companies as officers and the like, though most of those died as a result of battle being quite a different beast to dueling. Illyrian liked to think he was better than them, but really, he knew that he had just never found a role or place worth settling into for any given length of time. He hadn't even really been a bravo in years, but something like it, something of his own creation. He had been born in Tyrosh, the third son of a minor merchant there, and chosen to be a bravo so as to avoid weighing down his father or brothers. He had found his talents quickly surpassed those of his Tyroshi rivals though, eclipsing the skills of even Volyano, who had been considered the best of the city when he began, only 3 years after he had taken up arms. Unsatisfied by his victory, he had set sail to Bravus, seeking to challenge the water dancers. He had been beaten, of course, the first time he had tried his luck against them, but he had recovered and learned, and in learning, he had come to reject water dancing. It was the best that could be done with the thin sword of a bravo, but his build was too thick and muscular to make the best use of it. All the water dancers were thin, lanky, and tall, and he was only of average height and build. Whatever his skills, he would never join their number. So with a new sword of Westerosi make in hand, he had left Bravus, gone east to Lorith and served as a bodyguard while he worked on his style, but had to flee south after he was caught sleeping with his employer's daughter. He had fought as a mercenary in the wars of the disputed lands, even learned how to ride there as a cavalryman, though his style was not suited to cavalry, before traveling the Demon Road to fight in the pits of Mirian. At first, it had been great, the constant fighting, the glory of the crowd, the monsters they brought against him from the jungles of Sothorios. He honed his style in the arena, sharpened his blade. But eventually it grew dull, there were only so many types of monster and man, and the pay was dogshit for how dangerous the fights were. He could barely afford to keep his gear kept and his horse and self fed, much less settle into a house or anything. Which was why when word came through that some Unikii noblewoman wanted to hire a sword teacher, and was willing to pay an absurd amount, he had packed his bag, mounted his horse, and rode south down the old road of Geese. Yunkai, when he arrived, immediately struck him with how boring and monotone it all looked. Yellow bricks and pyramids everywhere, with none of the architectural splendor of the free cities, nor the colorful fanfare of Mirian. It did not strike him as particularly appealing, despite its reputation for excellent bed slaves. One rivaled only by Lys. Still, he made his way to the pyramid of House Sharna, heedless of the odd gazes which he received along the way. He made no attempt to disguise his status as a foreigner after all, and the clothes of even a bastard bravo like himself were still fancier and more layered than most seen in the lands of the Giskari. He had long ago grown used to the heat, however. At the door of the pyramid, he was greeted by a guard in serious-looking gear, but who he could tell was likely a slave soldier and no professional. "What business do you have with the House of Sharna?" the guard asked warily, as he dismounted. "Why, my good man, I had heard you hiring swordsmanship teachers, and I happened to be in Mirian at the time, so I thought I would come and see if I was worth the job in your master's eyes." The guard eyed him up and down for a moment, before nodding. "Very well, go to the third level of the pyramid, through the door on the right, and the guards will direct you from there. I will have your horse taken to the stables." "Certainly," he said, handing the slave the reins as he made for the stairs. "I will be off then." He was greeted by another guard just inside the pyramid and led on through a veritable labyrinth of twisting stone passages into a wide-open room, with small windows facing the outside. There, 2 figures sat, both younger than he had expected. The older one, a girl, immediately perked up as he entered, while the boy simply sat beside her, combing her hair. He noted the slave brands on the boy's shoulders. "Ah, are you another sword master?" the girl said. "I had not expected any more today." "Indeed, my lady," he said, tapping the tip of his handle in what would have been a challenge to another bravo. "Indeed, I am Illyrian, of Tyrosh. I presume you were the one requesting sword masters then?" "Indeed," the young girl said. "I wish someone to teach Viserys here how to fight." She gestured to the boy beside her, and he had to suppress his desire to roll his eyes. "It was some spoiled rich br. Did you say Viserys?" "Viserys Targaryen." he asked, the name coming fresh to his memory as his mind raced. He had seen the boy once before from afar, in Bravus, and the resemblance was there, though his dress and hygiene were radically different. The Red Witch's little servant was in Yunkai then? Had she really sold off the last of the Targaryens? It seemed to contradict her character, which was largely thought to be that of a witch from children's tales. How did he come into your possession? A gift to my father. The girl said as if that was final, and for now, it was. He cared more for her money than for his curiosity now. What do you know about fighting? Quite a bit. He said honestly. I was the best duelist in Tyrosh, and since then I have done well for myself in Bravus and Mirian. The girl stared at him for a moment. If she was impressed, it didn't show on her face. Before turning to the boy behind her. Do you like him, Viserys? The boy nodded in return, his facial language confusing in a way that Illyrian could not quite grasp. It was not as if he particularly cared, what mattered was the gold on the table. That is good enough, he has liked none of the others. The swordmaster smiled at that. The last dragon had good taste at least. Chapter 105, Robert 3. 293 AC. Robert stared at the map of Essos he had rolled out before him. News had been trickling into the camp over the last 2 days of the betrayal of Qohor and the victory of Magur at the Battle of the Grey Crag. He had to admit that it made him look towards the Pentoshi forces within his army with some suspicion. Though they were of poor quality and lacked the cavalry to replicate Qohor's devastating betrayal, an act which had put the allies against Volantis in a far weaker position than before. Norvos and Lorith would have to fend for themselves for now, however, as Magur seemed intent on joining his forces to the main body of the Volantine army now that the north of Essos had Qohor to contend with. Still, it left him in an opportune position to respond. A week into the southern flatlands of Old Andalos, he was now faced with the decision of marching southeast to try to catch Magur's army as it crossed the Rhoyne into the Golden Fields, or to march south to the relief of Myr, which the larger Valyrian host was besieging. He could in no circumstances allow the two to join together. He turned his gaze to the Pentoshi commander, a mercenary general of Dothraki blood by the name of Daruin. How far can Magur's army march in a day? March? Quite far, but his supply lines will slow him down, especially on this side of the Rhoyne. It is not the harvest season in the Golden Fields yet, so his army and his elephants will need feed shipped from Selhurris. Daron seemed to think for a second. By my guess, and by how he has fought in smaller wars, I would say that he will stick to the river. The Rhoyne is the lifeblood of Volantis, and he will make better time going south along its banks. Where will he cross then? He may have already crossed, but I would imagine it would be south of the Sorrows, and somewhere north of Selhurris. That would give him the best time to Myr. Robert nodded. Ned, what do you think? I have never dealt with war elephants, Robert, but I imagine they are best not faced on an open field. The Stark turned to the Dothraki, who nodded. In that case, our best option would be to catch him in the crossing, or while his forces are against the river. If we could drive them into it, then we might avoid the worst of their charge. Robert nodded, he had much the same thought. I agree. We will need to move quickly though, lest Magur bypass us entirely. Joffrey, come here. He quickly jotted down an order, before handing it to his son. The boy had groaned about being used as a courier at first, but eventually agreed after Robert had pointed out that all squires did that duty at some point, and told him that it was better to be a runner for a king than a layabout little shite. Run this to your uncle Renly. He'll take 5,000 of his cavalry out to the Rhoyne and mirror Magur's movements. As Joffrey ran off with it, Robert found himself clutching his warhammer tightly. This would be his first field battle since the Trident. He would have to see if his old strength still held up against the Volantine Triarch. He stood to his feet, walking around the map. The question then I'd what will the other army do if we move to cut off Magur? They can't pursue us, the Dothraki captain said. The Golden Company is in Myr, along with whatever else the three sisters have put together on the ground. If they leave their backs to them, they risk being sandwiched between our forces. That is presuming they don't take Myr, Ned said plainly. Their army is far larger than that of the defenders and fanatical to boot. Myr is strong, with aid from the sea, and the Volantens aren't fooled enough to launch against the combined navy of Westeros, Bravos, Tyrosh, and Myr. Their fleet is outnumbered 5-1. They will continue to blockade Lys instead. The Lyseni have no army if I recall correctly, Robert said, looking plainly at the man. What if they surrender? They might, he conceded, but they have been conquered by Volantis before. I suspect they wish to avoid it happening twice. Robert nodded. He could understand that, and Stannis would break that blockade soon enough anyway. It seems our backs are clear then. Now we just need to defeat a larger force led by a competent general with a history of victories, and who is in possession of a large number of war elephants. He scratched at some of the stubble growing back onto his chin. He would need to shave again. Joyful. In truth, it was indeed joyful. He loved this. The enemy was a foe that needed ending, a puzzle to be taken apart. He knew that Jon viewed politics the same way, but as far as he was concerned, that could all rot. This was his passion. He turned back to the captain of Pentos. What can you tell me about Magur's sub-commanders? Chapter 106, Cheraza 9. 287 AC. She watched as the line of half-man slaves were brought into the pyramid, and she had to admit that they were a fascinating sight, despite her distaste for the method by which her father had acquired them. The Sothoria sea shamanis had come through in full, it seemed. The boat carrying the lot of them had arrived this morning, and now they walked in chained lines into the lower part of the pyramid, waiting to be trained. They were a motley and disfigured lot in the whole, animalesque features blending into mostly humanoid shapes seemingly without rhyme or reason. They were bastard children of old Gorgossos all, the descendants of the abomination which the sorcerers of the city had molded of man and beast before the Red Death had cast it into a ruin. Their bloodlines were now spread all across Sothorios by the slaving that had been done to those who survived. Agasman was of such a line. These on the while looked much more bestiary than him, however. Where her father's slave trainer bore some resemblance to a rhino, most of these new slaves had the features of multiple creatures, likely due to the mixing of bloodlines. Some stood taller and broader than most normal men, bearing features of gorillas, elephants, and other great creatures, while others were small or lanky. One even had legs that seemed to be reversed in direction, like those of a goat, beneath rough patches of fur and skin. Most were of an ugly or disfigured bent, likely to make poor bed slaves and be sold down to Astapor or to the Yellow Whale, for he loved collecting such tortured creatures, but a few she suspected would work well enough in her father's trade. The larger males would certainly serve well his purposes, and some of the females with scales or feathers might look attractive if properly taken care of, their exotic features being a selling point. Still, the menagerie of monsters being led into her home was not truly what was occupying her mind. Rather, that would be the training Viserys was undergoing in one of the cleared-out storage chambers. At first, she had watched the lessons, not wanting to be away from him, but she found quickly that she could not stand the sight of him being hit, even on the service of learning. She had tried to bring it up with him, perhaps to replace Illyrian, but he had simply stated that it was probably necessary in order to learn the sword when she had asked him, and that he liked Illyrian, but that she could replace him if she so desired. Obviously, she couldn't do that now. There were precious few things or people that Viserys liked, and she couldn't separate him from one of them just because of her own discomfort. Thus she tended to come out here to the balcony and watch the streets when his practice was in session. It was in session an uncomfortable amount of the time, for Viserys had thrown himself into it with a wild abandon. It would be a source of concern if she did not understand why he did so. Lady Cheraza, we are finished. The thick accent of the sword master rang out, and she felt a smile creep onto her face as she turned around. I will be there in a moment. She walked into the innards of the pyramid and found the designated training room just down the hall. It was a stone chamber strewn with woolen mats, and it smelled strongly of sweat from its 2 occupants. Illyrian was a man of average build, but he seemed to make up for with flair, hair dyed in multiple colors, and clothes which seemed to possess all the colors known to man quilted throughout them. He held in his hand a wooden practice sword and twirled it around easily. "Your dragon prince here is a fine student, my lady, but I suspect you already knew that. He has grasped the forms much more quickly than I did when young, but then I lacked a good and skillful teacher." The man banged his own chest lightly, chuckling to himself in his boisterous manner. "Still, at this rate, he will have all the basic forms mastered within the year, and then we can move to more advanced techniques, such as how to fight beasts or men with shields." "That's good," she said, turning to the boy in question. In the time that he had been hers, he had continued to grow noticeably healthier from the emaciated boy he had once been, and he seemed to stand a little straighter too in his short red robe. He was currently leaning on his own practice sword, seeming to have mostly recovered from the session. "How are you feeling, Viserys?" "Good, mistress, I am making progress," he said simply, nodding towards the sword master and then turning back to her. "Would you like me to serve you dinner now?" "That sounds nice," she said, glancing up and down the boy. "Then we'll get some ointment onto those fresh bruises." While she didn't enjoy seeing her beloved dragon get hit, the application of ointment that followed was always the highlight of her day. She didn't want to take him into her bed until she was sure that he could choose to do so, but that didn't mean she didn't appreciate the view. "Yes, mistress, I will go bring food from the kitchen at once." As Viserys departed and she watched him go, the sword master spoke up from behind her. "You should make sure that he is eating properly too. Lots of meat if you want him not to grow stunted." She rolled her eyes at the suggestion. Obviously, she already was, and she made sure he ate it too, ordered it even if she needed to. After all, her dragon needed to grow big and strong. That way no one would ever be able to hurt him again. Chapter 107, Arian 7. 293 AC. She stared at Arthur as he sat there, his mouth slightly ajar, and wondered if what she'd said had been so ridiculous. Was the magic so costly to use, or? She felt a little worm of doubt niggle its way into the back of her mind. Perhaps it was just that he didn't want words with any true power behind them binding their marriage together. She tried to suppress that disturbing thought as the boy shook his head. "Ariane, magic isn't something I can just toy around with. If you want an explanation, I can give it, but I'd rather do that in private." Her prince pointedly turned his gaze towards Asha and Tyene. Asha, who had been laughing since her suggestion, just kept doing so, muttering something she couldn't quite make out, while Tyene simply sat there demurely toying with the ends of her hair. "Don't worry, Prince Arthur, I'm sure we can all keep a secret, can't we, Asha?" "Ha, sure, haha." The Ironborn woman kept chuckling and Ariane placed her hands on her hips as she turned back towards Arthur. "See, Tyene is as close to me as a sister, and Asha is sworn to you as one. Besides, they both know you have some magic, so that is no concern. You should just tell us now." Arthur visibly squirmed for a moment, glancing at the other two women before relenting, pressing his head into his crossed arms on the table and letting out a long sigh. "The reason I want to use it is because it's powerful and I don't know how it works." "How can you not know how it works?" Tyene asked, sounding scrutinous. "You used it, didn't you? And you seemed pretty confident to me," Asha noted. "All big bold words and cutting your palm and nonsense." "A show mostly," the boy said, and blended with only a little bit of actual magic. "The only variety of blood oath described properly in the Valyrian tomes I've studied uses sacrificed slaves, and I'm not really to do that. The one we used on the sword was something like a basted version, but it's still proven very powerful nonetheless." "Powerful?" Ariane felt compelled to ask. "How so?" The boy looked to Asha for a moment, a guilty grimace crossing his face, and then turned back to Ariane. "It's affected our minds," the boy said plainly. "Asha, tell me you have felt it as well," I at least turned from begrudgingly liking you but still considering you a pirate and a threat to me to accepting that you were truly my sister the moment we swore the oath. The Ironborn looked a bit shocked at that but did not immediately respond, instead she pressed a hand to her chin and seeming to try to recall a memory. I think, there might have been something like that. I definitely liked you better after our little ritual. There was a moment of silence in the room as Asha stopped talking and Ariane was left digesting that bit of information. Finally, Tyene broke the silence. Are you afraid of loving my cousin more as well? Tyene said. I should think if you intended on being faithful to her that shouldn't be an issue. Arthur's retort was fiery, standing from his chair with lightning in his eyes to turn on the sand snake, no. And don't suggest it again either. I am seriously concerned about the effect that this magic can have on people's minds, but do not take that for fear of loving Ariane. There was a distinct crackle of electricity as he stood, and a strange smell filled the air. He looked quite unlike her Arthur, but not in an unfavorable way either, defending as he was his love for her. Tyene sat back a bit, recoiling slightly despite being taller than the boy. Ah, I meant no disrespect of course, she quickly said in her defense. I apologize if I did not fully grasp the ramifications. Arthur stood for a moment, breathing heavily before seeming to grasp his situation. He looked aghast for a moment. Ah, I'm sorry. I'm not sure quite what came over me there. The boy sat himself down. Probably more magical bullshit, though not to do with that specific spell. I apologize if I frightened you, Lady Tyene. Ah, that's the Arthur I know and love, Ariane said, wrapping her arms around his shoulders, and trying not to recoil at the audible pop and sting of lightning on her skin. She carefully maneuvered herself so that her bosom sat against the back of his head, and he looked up at her in confusion. She would want all the leverage she could get now that she had made her conclusion. Ariane? The boy asked, sounding nervous. Magical or not, I want it anyway. One of your blood oaths that is. If it will silence the doubt in my mind, all the better. Arthur's eyes went a bit wide, but... Ariane, what if? No buts, she corrected, speaking over him. No what ifs either. I trust you, Arthur, my little prince. That's all I need. The boy seemed to deflate while the Greyjoy started laughing again. She's got you, Arthur. Knows what she wants this one. The boy turned around the room, but found no help from Tyene either, who seemed to just be interested in watching intently with a smug smile on her face. Finally, the boy relented under the pressure. Fine, I'll do it. He said, moving out of her arms to the door and rapping on it to talk to his sworn sword outside. Jaehaerys, can you run down to the ship and get a dragon glass knife and the large bowl from my cabin? After an affirmative noise, he turned back to Ariane. I'll need a knife or something sharp that belongs to you as well, and bandages for our hands afterward. She grimaced at the thought of cutting herself, but nodded nonetheless, drawing a small dagger out of her shoe, which got a raised eyebrow from Asha and an exasperated sigh from Arthur. Is there nothing else? Tyene said, looking to Arthur. I was hoping for whips or chains or something else more exciting. Perhaps some sort of magical flower that made you see visions. I hear the warlocks of Karth use such a thing. Before Ariane could answer, her cousin Arthur cut in, moving back to the table and sitting across from Ariane, beside Asha. You've heard right, but I neither need nor want shade of evening. It turns your lips blue and turns you into a walking corpse if you drink enough of it. Ariane is too pretty for that. She felt herself blush at the compliment, though Arthur had said it so casually. Ah, Arthur. She may be pretty now, but... No. Ariane said as she leaped towards her cousin. She would not have her prince hear about her earlier ignominy. She grabbed hold of Tyene, pulling her off of her chair and covering her mouth, eliciting loud giggles from the woman and laughter from the Ironborn woman behind. As she turned to see her prince's reaction though, it seems his eyes lay elsewhere, staring off into the distance as if trying to make out the workings of the heavens. She wondered if she had made the right choice, or if his fears were truly justified. Still, she would accept whatever change love wrought in her if that were the price for freedom and romance. At least it was a price her prince was willing to speak to her face. Chapter 108, Cherazza 10. 287 AC. The months continued to roll by in Yunkai, and the Yellow City carried on as always, a pillar of debauchery, wealth, and trade, and as they came and went, her dragon grew as well. Not only was he learning swordplay, but he was also growing physically. No longer constrained by a lack of nutrition, Viserys grew up like a beansprout, even growing taller than her only a year after they had first met in that humid stone cell. It was a happy time for the pair, or at least she thought so, for even with her Viserys kept his feelings close to his chest. She knew he loved her and that was enough, and they only grew closer as the days passed, him rushing to accommodate her every need or want, and she trying her heart out to do the same for what few wants he was willing to express. Oh, how she desperately wanted to take him into her bed, but since she could not do that until he asked her himself, she instead had his bed moved into her chambers. Many nights she lay awake, even after he had gotten to sleep, just staring at the boy. However, despite all of her efforts, it seemed that the world was ill-content to leave her dragon to grow and recover from his torment, as it seemed the fates themselves had conspired to torture him more. It was 9.5 months after the Festival of the Harpy when the wise master Malozah Zojinga announced that she had given birth to, and was legitimizing, a bastard of Viserys Targaryen. Cherazza's blood had boiled at the news, and only her father's stern warnings had prevented her from immediately hiring assassins to force-feed that militant whore the tears of Lys. The very idea that someone had taken something so precious from Viserys, taken it when he had not had the will or ability to fight back himself. Taken something that by all rights would someday be hers and hers alone to bear? She had screamed, and torn at her hair until Viserys had asked her what was wrong. He did not know. He did not know, and she could not tell him that that harlot had stolen from him a son, the fruit of his loins in the hands of a devil. For what if he wished to care for the boy when he was beyond his reach? He might be lured into Malozah's arms, ensnared by honeyed words. She had been unable to tell him, though she knew it was a betrayal. In recompense, she had redoubled her efforts to please him, to give him respite when he was weary, and love when he was weeping, and to play the flute for him as often as she could, and to dress him in her finery. But Malozah, oh, Malozah, thrice cursed whore for a legion of men! She had the gall, the nerve to parade about the streets with her child by Viserys, a boy of silver hair and her own brown eyes. She had seen them walk the very street before her father's pyramid as if taunting them, trying to charm Viserys away from her, the baby clutched to her chest like bait for a fish, her young daughter following beside her along with a troop of her legion of near-naked soldiers. Cherazza wished that her pyramid would crumble and fall into the bay, taking her and all those of her house with her, but alas, no such miracle occurred, and Malozah continued to taunt her many days as she waited for Viserys' training to end. She heard the child's name from her father. Aegon, in imitation of the first of Viserys' line. How cruel, how despicable! She swore to herself that she would see the house of Jinga fall within her lifetime. Mistress, you are gripping my hand harder than normal, is something the matter? She felt herself snap from her reverie at Viserys' question. She was sitting with him in the garden which circled the highest level of the pyramid, flush with properly pruned shrubbery and flowers. She took him here to relax after dinner on days where he was particularly beaten up from his training, though nowadays that was less common, and instead she found herself here with him in order to relieve her own tensions. She made an effort to smile as she turned to her dragon. No, Viserys, nothing that you cannot solve just by being here with me. I had not intended to leave, mistress, he said, and there was a quirk to the corner of his mouth. A sign of humor, something that only she got to see, and something which brought a smile to her face every time she saw it. She lay down, using the boy's lap as a pillow, which he guided her into with his hands, for she often did so. No, you have to stay with me forever, Viserys, she said, feeling his hands run through her hair, fixing her jewelry. Someday you'll be ready, and we'll be free, and we'll be married. I do not need to be free, mistress, I will be yours either way. She turned her head to stare up into his big purple eyes above her head, reaching up and touching his chin with her hand. You do need freedom, Viserys, she said, letting her care seep into her voice. Even if you don't realize it yet. Chapter 109, Davos 4. 293 AC. The Onion Knight stepped onto the deck of the Great Stag, stretching his back out in the pre-dawn light. He was getting old, the aches and pains he could have easily shaken off 10 years back seemed to stick in his craw like jam nowadays. Then again, maybe that was because of all the time he spent at sea. Far more in Lord Stannis' service than he had when he was a smuggler, ironically enough. Then again, this of all ships he could hardly fault for cramped quarters. The trading galleons of the Narrow Sea Company were as luxurious on that front as any man could reasonably expect from a ship. For the officers at least. The crew was packed as tightly as any other, there were just more of them since numbers would be key in combat. Well, not crew precisely. He corrected himself. The Marines were at best amateur sailors, but then that wasn't their purpose, a clever thing and a way to get fighting men aboard a fleet, needed as they often were. The maritime troops were limited to the 3 galleons which Lord Stannis had recruited into the royal fleet, their captains quickly deputies and knighted so as to fit their station. They would see about lands for them once the war was over. It seemed a bit of an extreme measure for his lord, but then he had grown hastier with his decisions since news of his son's loss came to Dragonstone. As he walked out into the grey twilight, however, he was surprised to see the shape of his lord, easily the tallest man aboard the ship, standing out against the side of the deck in the flickering torchlight. He wore a long grey robe over his shoulders and seemed to be clutching the balcony tightly. Seeing no reason against it, Davis moved to greet him. "Good morning, my lord. It's odd to see you up and about this early. Is something the matter?" "What?" Stannis said, as distracted as Davis had ever seen him. No, nothing the matter, in fact, it truly is a good morning, as you say." He was shocked to see that his lord was actually smiling, though there was a hint of confusion to it. If you don't mind me asking, Lord Stannis, what's making it so good?" His lord reached down into his cloak, pulling out a folded sheet of dragonstone paper, before holding it up in front of Davos. 2 hours ago a courier ship came in from Dragonstone. Brought this with it. He gestured to the letter, which bore the seal of the Narrow Sea Company. "It's a letter from my son, Davos. Through from son's pair to Dragonstone to me, he survived the storm." If it had not been his lord Stannis, Davos would have sworn he heard a tone of raw joy in his voice, and even with his lord's standard dourness, he thought that the edges of a smile might be creeping up the sides of his face. "My son lived, Davos." The simple words seemed to make Lord Stannis grow 10 years younger, once more a Baratheon in the prime of his youth. Though in truth his lord usually seemed far older than he was at 29. "That's great news, my lord," Davos said, and though he knew that Lord Stannis usually didn't drink, he still felt it necessary to tack on, "Should I go fetch a bottle of Arbor Gold?" His lord straightened, "That wouldn't be prudent. We may reach Lys today if this wind holds, and with the land war going to the hells we need to free the city immediately." Lord Stannis turned his gaze towards Davos. "Tonight though perhaps, or whenever the city is liberated from the Volantents. It can be a twin-fold celebration." "Aye, my lord." He nodded. "I imagine your son will want to be coming to war then. He asked me for instruction in the letter," the lord admitted. Lord Stannis glanced northwest towards the horizon. "I wonder if he still aims to conquer the Stepstones as he did when he was younger. Wasn't that just a childish fantasy of his?" Davos glanced at Lord Stannis with a raised eyebrow. He had never known him to be ambitious, but then perhaps it was on behalf of his son that he felt that way. Perhaps, but then perhaps not. It would certainly add to Dragonstone's reach, and the couriers have reported an uptick in pirate activity in the area. The Tyroji won't like it. The city had fought with kings over the Isles before. And they'll do what with their outrage? Betray the alliance after we've smashed the Volantine fleet? Try to avoid being crushed by Bravos and Westeros combined on the water. Lord Stannis chuckled. It was an odd sound, especially rare after his son had been presumed dead. No, they'll protest, but the Bravasi are itching to put the same prohibition against slavery on the Triarchy that they have on Pentos. They won't fight him, not openly. Davos felt the urge to roll his eyes. We have perhaps half of his marines and a third of his gallons with us, and even with all of them it would be hard to hold the stepstones. That could be resolved later. His lord reasoned, and Davos actually did roll his eyes. Why do you want this so much, my lord? Stannis breathed deeply, then turned towards Davos with a look of odd consternation on his face. It's the best reason I can give Robert, and Arthur as well, for keeping him out of this war. Pirates are less dangerous than armies. If I direct him to join us, I have no doubt he will. If I direct him to remain in Dragonstone for the duration of the war while he has a fleet ready to fight, he will feel he cannot do his duty. This will be part of the war, tangentially at least, and he will be kept away from Essos. Davos took a moment to swallow that and was beginning to open his mouth again when his lord cut him off. Enough, Davos. I understand your concern, and it is appreciated. But we will have ample time to discuss this later. The Baratheon gestured to the shapes of islands begging to take shape on the horizon, cast purple by the light of the early dawn peeking over the horizon behind them. It appears that we have bigger concerns at present. As his half-fingered hand found the miry shy at his hip and he spied the Drummond fleet of Volantis clustered about the island's coasts like a flock of great red leviathans, he had to agree. There was bloody work to be done. Chapter 110, Illyrian 2. He raised his guard, stepping back away from his student after their last clash. Young Viserys was growing quickly, as he always had been, and his skill had at this point reaches a sort of equilibrium. He had grasped every concept of combat that Illyrian could teach him, stances, strikes, follow-throughs, how to deal with opponents of different shapes and sizes. Viserys could, if he deigned to open his mouth, easily recite every single one by memory. However, it had become more and more apparent over time that the boy lacked one critical thing: practice. While he had the theory of swordfishing memorized as well or perhaps even better than Illyrian himself, the boy's lean muscles had not been trained by years of combat. He still needed conscious thought for his movements, and he lacked the sort of killer instinct that a master possessed for telling true weakness apart from feint. In short, like most boys his age, he was inexperienced. Now, this would be no issue if the boy were his own disciple in truth. If he was teaching some young man off the street, he would simply take him north to Mirian and have him fight in the blood pits there until he was well and truly capable, but that wasn't really a possibility with how much Lady Cherazza practically worshipped the ground her slaves' feet touched. It was all very odd to his sensibilities. If such a relationship existed in Tyrosh it would be ruthlessly mocked, but Yunkai seemed to have different sensibilities about such things. Not that it was his business anyway. It only made training the boy a fair bit more difficult. I am afraid, Viserys, that you are reaching the limits of what I can actually teach you already. The boy glanced at him with a raised eyebrow, meaning that he should elaborate. Your mind for theory is excellent, but you need experience, and that, I cannot provide. The boy stared at him for a long moment, and then nodded, turning to leave, likely to find his mistress. Well, that was rather abrupt. Illyrian though as the teen departed. But then, such things were common with the boy, he rarely if ever spoke, and when he did it was curt and to the point. He returned with Lady Cherazza a moment later, clinging to each other's sides like newlyweds as they always did. Illyrian bowed slightly as she entered with respect to her status. Viserys says that you can train him no longer. She asked, staring at him quizzically. Not that I cannot train him precisely. No, I simply cannot teach him more than that. He has already learned and memorized the theory and techniques of what I have to teach. The sword master said, before going into a lengthier explanation of the situation. So you're saying that Viserys needs to fight more people than just you? The young woman looked incredulous. Beasts too, ideally. I found that they sharpened my blade considerably since they were often so much stronger than a man. You know that I do now want to see him hurt. A sword must be struck before it is forged, my lady, as I have often said. While the girl's attachment for the boy was adorable, there was little that could be done to avoid him being injured in some capacity once he began to truly fight. From the grimace on her face, however, it seemed that she was still unwilling to accept the truth of the matter. A shame, as Viserys might yet become a warrior of great renown if he was only allowed to grow further past his current inexperience. I will consider it. For now, continue his training. I could not stand it if he were injured badly. Very well, my lady, Illyrian said, though he knew it would be pointless. As he drew up his practice sword once again, inviting Viserys to spar, he wondered how much longer he would stay in Yunkai if he was forced to continue with this pointless exercise. Perhaps the time was drawing close to travel again, and there were rumors of a small war between the cities on Sothorios. He glanced at his earnest student, the only man he had ever, and perhaps would ever train in the art of the blade. What did he have to offer the genius boy now? It would be rude to disappear in the night without at least giving a parting gift. He had a good bit of coin stashed away, and even a well-made sword wouldn't hurt his purse too much. Besides, he might not even have to pay for it himself. As he recalled certain contacts he had made in the free cities, he smiled. Yes, it would take a few months, but the man ought to be able to make it to Yunkai by the end of the year. He owed Illyrian a favor anyhow. As he knocked Viserys' blade to the side and tapped him on the shoulder, he smiled. Yes, a sword, I think, should be enough. Chapter 111, Arthur 38. 293 AC. I set the bowl and the knife down on the table carefully, ignoring the stares from the girls in the room. Had I known they would pressure me into this, I would not have come here, but if Arian truly needed security, wanted to be able to trust in me completely, then I was willing to do it for her, even with the risks present. So, I said, turning to meet her hazel gaze. Here's how this is going to work. First, both of us cut our hands with the blade of the other, while we bleed into the bowl, we swear our oaths, then the two of us drink from our mixed blood. I pointed to the bowl. This part isn't particularly dangerous, at least as far as I know. That sounds fairly simple for some great magic, Tyene said, and I turned to her with a flat gaze. The dangerous part isn't the blood mixing, though it is a bit painful. It's the words we speak to each other. We need to decide on that before we do this. I turned back to Ariane. Ariane, what is it that you would like us to promise each other? Ariane, who had looked a bit nervous since I brought the knife in, seemed to be only more nervous in the face of questioning. Well, I guess, not to take any other woman into your bed until we're married, without my permission, of course. You probably also want a clause to let him out of that if the marriage doesn't go through. Both of us turned to Tyene, who defensively raised her shoulders. What? One of you could die. It would be bad if you were both permanently banned from sleeping with others as a result. Though Ariane looked about to say something mean, I nodded. That probably is something we could think about, I said, cautiously nodding towards the sand snake, who seemed to puff up with pride at the agreement. Think of this like a contract binding our souls together, Ariane. This is already more binding than most people's marriage vows can ever be. The girl stared at me for a moment before a dark blush made its way across her face. Okay. She said, suddenly looking down at the table, I think maybe a promise to love each other then, romantically. I swallowed, nodding. I could do that. I wasn't quite sure how much of what I felt for Ariane was that now, but it wouldn't be a bad way to change myself. I can swear that you'll be my only romantic love, that I will have no other woman until we are married or one of us dies, I said, to a renewed blush on Ariane's face. Asha made a gagging sound. You know that you can save the lovey-dovey stuff for your actual marriage, right? Just say that you're betrothing each other and get it over with. Ah, that's a good point, I said, neither of us can decide when we'll get married, that's up to our fathers. Ariane paused for a second, apparently not having thought of that. That's true, she said. Maybe it should just be an oath of love, instead of a betrothal then? Since we can't really set the terms ourselves. I nodded, that would keep the wording, and thus the potential risk to blow ourselves up with magical bullshit, to a minimum. That sounds good to me, I'm ready when you are. I offered Ariane the handle of the dragon glass dagger. She hesitated only for a moment. Then she took the knife and handed me her pocket dagger. I nodded, a little conscious of the audience, which was looking on intently, before nodding. It didn't matter who saw it, because I meant my words. I pulled the bat along my palm, blood pouring out into the bowl. I, Arthur Baratheon, swear on my blood and on my name, that I will love Ariane Martell, romantically, above all others. I breathed deeply, before nodding. The next part was the dangerous one through the rest of my life. She will have no equal in my heart. I will take no other woman into my bed sexually against her wishes or without her permission until the day that one of us dies. The words were technical to a large extent. I couldn't spare romance for showy purposes here with so much at stake. My piece said, I turned to the blushing Ariane, who looked between the knife and her hand. My part was done, I could not violate it. All I could see was her reaching up, and wincing as she cut her own palm. Our blood crackling with lightning as it mixed together in the bowl. I felt a jolt of fear surge through me, however, as Ariane spoke, for she did not choose technical words as I did, opting instead for the romantic, but I could not stop her, for somehow I knew that they were spoken of her heart, and some magic held me unable to warn her. Ah! I Ariane Martell, Princess of Dorne, do swear on my blood that I shall love Arthur Baratheon, Prince of Dragonstone, above all others. I shall keep him in my heart now and forevermore, and I will keep my faith to him for eternity. The lightning surged up in the bowl with the end of her oath, crackling around the edge and filling the air with the smell of ozone. With shaking hands, I reached out, lifting the thing to my lips. This was binding, and dangerous. I worried if Ariane had a grasp on just how true that was. After I tasted the metallic taste of our mixed blood and felt the joined lightning crackle in my mouth, Ariane did the same. I was conscious of the change in my mind this time, actually feeling my love for Ariane grow as I felt the mixture of our blood sink into my gut. As she set the bowl down on the table, I reached across it, standing from the table, and she moved to match me, our lips meeting in the middle for a long moment. I could feel her heartbeat somehow, and it beat the same as mine. I drew her into a hug, tightening my arms around her shoulders, heedless of the now empty bowl being knocked over. We stayed like that I'm not sure how long, until Asha cleared her throat to the side. Well, you certainly didn't do that for me. I felt my own blood flow into my cheeks in embarrassment as I pulled back from the embrace, coughing into my hand slightly. Ahem. Personally, I'm a little jealous. Tyene said, I'm probably never going to have a prince come off a boat and magically swear to my eternal lover. Oh God, I did that in front of people, I thought, stepping back just a little bit from the table. Fucking magic. I turned towards Ariane, to see how she was doing as I stumbled into a seat on something like a sofa near the edge of the room, and I found my bride to be whispering something in her cousin's ear, which had the both of them giggling. I found personally, that I couldn't muster the mental energy to be worried. I just hoped that whatever the oath's magic did to Ariane, that she would be all right. Chapter 112, Melisandre 3. 286 AC. It had been early in the year in Asai when the old woman had called upon them once again. They had learned much in her temple, and in the wastes beyond it. Daenerys had learned to see the fires as she did, being born again in the fires of Arhillar, and both of them had come to understand the art of weaving shadows, though the knowledge of the old woman's true position only served to make her more terrifying. High Priestess of the Temple of Arhillar, and one of the 3 sorcerer lords of Asai, the Red Witch of the Fire. Even the people of the Black City, cynical and knowledgeable as they were, only spoke the titles of her and the other lords with a reverent terror, for none knew their names, nor for how long they had ruled. Some whispered in hushed voices that they had ruled since the last long night, that they were the shadows made flesh or heralds of the gods. Only one remained in the city at a time, and their power was unmatched within its walls. The Black Demon of the Ash was the current ruler, though she had not seen him herself. Men said that he was 10 feet tall, clad head to toe in an armor unrecognizable to any nation upon the world, and that his eyes glowed with an incandescent blue fire that filled all who saw it with a cold dread. There amongst the black and red spires of the temple of Arhillar, where slaves burned through day and night to bring his light to even this place of shadow and ash, she and Daenerys had been educated, shown the true nature of fire, and of shadow, and the ancient rites of Arhillar which even now awaited for his return to the world. Oh, how she had loved to walk the libraries of Asai, to read from tomes 10,000 years old to young Daenerys, to feel the power of her magic there, so close to its source. It was intoxicating and beautiful all at once. So rich and so vast was the knowledge held in those vaulted halls of dark basalt, so great their promised secrets, that she felt it almost a shame to leave, even at the old woman's call, but bound she was, bound to the old woman's breast feeding just as Daenerys was bound to hers, and thus they set sail for Yeti, leaving the black and poisonous waters of Asai behind them. They had sailed across the Jade Sea, arriving in the land of Yin, to an inn in the shadow of the towering palace of the Azure Emperor, where they awaited the old woman's coming. They did not have to wait long. On the third day of their stay there, she had strode into the tavern, tall and powerful and dressed in an ornate red robe that bore 1,000 intricacies woven through it. Her grey hair that at last sight had been scraggly, was now combed straight and held in a tight bun, and she was less wrinkly and shriveled than she had been, though she still lacked her teeth. Her blind eyes, though, they were just the same as always, and as always they did not hamper her path or purpose. She strode to the table where Melisandre and Daenerys sat as if the crowd was not present. "Melisandre," she said, her voice indecipherable. "I see you have taken to shaping the clay properly. Good." She tried to not let her pride at the praise show through, though she noted that Daenerys had no such qualms, and we beaming openly. "Of course, mother. Though I note that your own clay is absent. It needed to be let bake for some time, though it is nearly time to reclaim it from the oven, that is why I have called you." The old woman turned her sightless gaze to Daenerys. "Do you still fear your brother, girl?" "No," Daenerys said with pride and disdain. "If he tried to harm me now, I would see him dead before his hands could touch my skin." "Good, good, though it is dangerous to be so sure of yourself, for he is not so frail as you once knew him. He has grown just as you have, perhaps more so in fact." The old woman's gaze turned back to her. "We are almost ready to start the first fire." "So soon?" Melisandre sat back in her chair. "I had thought we were to wait until the coming of the eye." "No. The plan must be moved forward. The great Other's champion has already conceived of a new magic in the west. If we wait, he will only grow in strength until its gestation is over and it is born into this world in full. Our faith must by then be strong enough to match it, lest darkness swallow creation." Melisandre felt a chill run down her spine. "How long do we have?" "I do not know. Where the Other's champion walks, the fires are extinguished. I know only that we must hurry. Prophecy must be crafted and fate's purposes fulfilled." Melisandre nodded sharply. "What must I do, mother?" "We will go west, and collect Viserys from Yunkai." The old woman smiled widely, exposing her few remaining teeth. "And then we will begin the second stage of his shaping. The Azor Ahai needs to know war, after all." Chapter 113, The Battle of Lys, Part 1. Ajur, Admiral of Volantis, looked over the Bay of Lys from the city's great lighthouse, where he had established his camp for now, and swallowed tightly. To say that he was outnumbered would be an understatement. Volantis all told had raised 350 vessels, 120 of which were dromons of war, for their navy, intending to use them to fight off the navy of Bravos after crushing Tyrosh and Lys. That had not been feasible, however. Lys, unfortunately, had proven more difficult to hold than anticipated. The Lysans poisoned his captains and burned down storehouses, generally making a nuisance of themselves. Already he had needed to execute dozens of rowdy citizens just to keep order, and they bubbled and frothed even now. Especially now, what with the fleet which had appeared on the horizon. Sails beyond number flew flags of the 7 kingdoms, of Bravos and of Tyrosh in the distance, and dozens of cell sails too swelled their ranks even further. Perhaps 1,500 ships sailed down upon him, and most not of small classes. By tonnage, it was perhaps the greatest fleet assembled in the history of the free cities. He grit his teeth. He had expected numbers, expected to be outmatched by twice over perhaps, but the foe quadrupled his strength. If he won this day, he would be the greatest admiral in history. He might even replace Magar as Triarch when the old man finally gave in to time. He doubted he would win. Yet despite that he would still fight, for that was the duty assigned to him, and to flee would mean death more cruel in all likelihood than whatever it was the fates had in store for him today, for the Arhlorites held sway in Volantis now, and a coward would soon find himself in their bonfires. Even his family would not be able to save him. So, he turned to the man beside him. "Send out the signal to retreat into the straits." The man nodded, running up to the platform above him, and the lighthouse's ancient bronze mirrors began to turn with a great noise of grinding stone and rolling metal. Ajur sagged into his chair. Even with all he had planned, the enemy was simply too numerous. This battle could not be won on the water. ____________. Jon watched with interest as Lord Stannis Man, the Onion Knight, ran back and forth to wave flags and give orders to the other ships in the fleet while ignoring the one he stood on the deck of. Personally, he thought it was all a little silly. The Lord wasn't technically even their supreme commander. That went to the Bravasi Sea Lord on the 800 oar galleas 2 miles behind them, but then, perhaps he had communicated orders to Lord Stannis that Jon just wasn't aware of. Either way, it was growing increasingly clear that the royal fleet would be going in first, and he did not like the look of the straits. Especially since the Great Stag and her sisters would be at the head of the spear. "Pardon me, my lord," he started, "best to be polite with the highborn. But what should our heading be?" "Heading?" Lord Stannis asked. "Southwest, bring us up along the eastern face of the city. Those straits are a trap for cell sails and morons, and our cannons will be best used elsewhere." Jon felt a wave of relief wash over him. The Lord, Admiral, was a good seaman after all. He had nearly forgotten. As he turned the wheel, he took the chance to glance at Lys. It was a great white city, larger by a mile than King's Landing, with glimmering marble towers and domes that would dwarf the Red Keep easily. It sat at the edge of the waves, with its walls facing into the bay on its east side and the straits on its north. A small town with docks ran around the southern shore of the bay outside the walls, and he could almost imagine it on a normal day being a haven for ships from all across Essos, Sothorios, and even the Summer Islands. There was a sort of glorious wholeness to the city, like it had been built out of a mountain already present, that it was meant to be there just as it was. Jon suspected that wholeness would be lacking by the end of the day, as his eyes turned back to his own deck, where the mortars were being prepared for shore bombardment. Soon fire would rain from the sky on the defenders in shrieking and horrific fashion. The mortar shells were designed to catch the air and whistle to inspire terror, and you couldn't pay him to stand under their explosive barrage. He stabilized their course southwesterly, noting that the rest of the royal fleet he could see was following suit. The Tyroshi, however, were breaking off and making for the strait, though not without caution. Many of their cell sails were taking the safer route around the island to come into the back of the Volantene fleet on the other side of the straits, and more still were holding back, unwilling to commit to terrain that gave the Volantense the advantage. He heard the shout of fire from the deck below, and quickly pressed his hands to his ears as the cannons started to roar. A dozen balls went flying from the ship along with a great plume of smoke, and the whole vessel lurched slightly from the recoil. 2 hit the water, causing great plumes in the brine blue sea, but the rest hit the walls of Lys dead on, knocking great chunks of stone loose, though no breach existed yet. Then the other ships fired, and the noise of thunder came again. 2 more galleons, and a dozen galleas mounting excess muzzle loaders of various sizes on their decks. The volley crashed into the wall of Lys with the force of the warrior's fist, and the smell of smoke filled the air as the defenders bore witness to their walls begin to crumble. There was a cool, long moment where the whole of the battlefield seemed to be silent. And then the guns fired again, and the walls crumbled further under the blows. This time there was no silence, as the mortars followed suit against the city of Lys, screaming their murderous song through the air as their shells burst into shrapnel over the streets of the city, clouds of deadly metal scouring the ranks of the defenders. And then the long guns fired once again, sending yet more of the wall crumbling into the sea. Jon smiled as he saw the supply ships begin to move up behind the gunnery vessels. They were undercrewed and almost entirely undefended on their own, but they contained the powder and shot necessary to support the cannon fire for hours to come. Jon idly wondered how long it would take the defenders to realize that they could do this all day. The streets of Lys were in utter chaos. The fragile peace that had been established under the Volante military had been broken the moment that the screaming volleys of death had begun to fall from the sky, and chaos had taken its place. Rioters, citizen and slave alike moved through the streets towards the central district where the Volantens had fortified themselves around the temple square. They slammed into the barricades there with each wave of roiling thunder from the Westerosi cannons slamming into their shore. At any moment, they threatened to break through. It was, R'hllor realized, inevitable that the city would fall, if not to the fleet then to its own people fleeing the devastation on the waterfront, a large chunk of which was now on fire. Still, his duty as a citizen of Volantis would not let him turn from his defense of the barricades, and so he drove his spear through the chest of one more man. The 5th he had killed in the last minute alone, for every man had to do the work of 10 in holding back the rioters. Most of the Volantene army on the island was at the walls, or else across the strait as part of Admiral Ager's trap. As he cut his way through another of the city's frantically scrabbling masses, driving them back from the barricade, he felt a rock ding off of his helmet, and quickly pushed the less armored part of his body behind the makeshift defenses as the men and women of Lys began to pound at the defenders with hurled bricks and stones. The Admiral's plan had better work soon. Ager glared down at the Bay of Lys, his eyes tracing the outlines and contours of the oceanic battlefield. To an extent, his plans were coming together. While the Bravasi, and apparently even the Westerosi barbarians had seen his trap for what it was, a large part of their allied fleets had not been so wise. Many had followed the Volantene fleet into the straits, and more still had decided to try their luck sailing around Turtle Island, likely in the foolish belief that they would catch the Volantene fleet in its unguarded rear. They had forgotten that he controlled the land. The only truly distressing component of the ongoing battle was the Westerosi thunderscorpions that were pounding upon the eastern wall and sending shrieking pots of explosives into the air. While the actual damage they were doing was, to his eyes, relatively minimal, the screaming fire pots were causing panic and rioting in the streets, and that would no doubt hamper his ability to move men freely through his own defenses. At least the raging fire in the waterfront would hamper their landing forces, and the sheer size of their fleet meant that only a few of their ships could even try to land men at any given time, so for now, at least that would be a slow front. He might even be able to beat them back with effort. No, if he was going to win, the real danger was the Bravasi, who had committed nothing thus far, holding back with a war fleet of more than 700 ships and their Sea Lord's banner at the prow. No doubt they were waiting to see what Ager would do. Well, he supposed it was about time to show them. "Send the signal," he said, his voice calm despite the anticipation building in his heart. If he was going to lose this battle, he would at least do so on his own terms. The lighthouse began flashing in a new pattern, and he smiled as his fleet turned about to face the flanking enemies which were trying to sail around the strait. Then the sails of Tyrosh began to pile into each other, stopped at their front by a great chain which his men had raised in the water. There was another behind them. They were old things, and the Lyseni had tried to use them against him on the way in, but he had simply landed men and gone around to seize the unprotected city. His enemies today would have no such luck, as the army on both sides of the shore opened up into the trapped and immobile sails with scorpions and catapults. Their shots were balls of burning tar or stuffed with oily burning rags just behind their spearheads, visible even as they are through the air into the helpless vessels. Some tried to fire back, others to flee, but it was all pointless. Perhaps 100 vessels were trapped between the chains, unable to flee or to avoid their fate as bolts of fiery death rained down on them from both sides. The fire leaped between the hulls and sails of the crushes together ships in glorious burning cascades, and Ajur smiled tightly at the display, the smoke already beginning to fill his nostrils. The larger part of the sails, unfortunately, was not so kind as to sail directly into his trap, but now they were cut off by the island, well separated and without their support. His own fleet would make quick work of the mercenaries, with support from the men on the island. Especially with the blow that their burning compatriots would deal to their morale. He glanced past the wall of smoke and death, back over to the Bravasi fleet as he sat back into his chair. Your move, Sea Lord. The Sea Lord in question, Farago Antarion, nodded gingerly at the forecast of his great galleass. My lord, should we begin our attack? Soon, soon. Let's let them commit to fighting those sell swords before we move in. Farago said gently, leaning against the prow. No reason to put too much pressure on when Lord Stannis is already doing us that courtesy. I doubt the Lyseni will like his methods much, but then my sympathy for slavers is somewhat lacking. Yes, my lord. Farago nodded, dismissing the man. He wished he had a bit of wine with him for moments like this, but alas it was currently lacking. Still, they would need to time their landings properly. They needed to take Turtle Island before the Volantene forces could redistribute themselves to the eastern side of it. Once that was done they could cut those chains and disable their siege weapons. Then, once the Volantene navy was unsupported on one flank, or perhaps even under fire by their own captured defences, the true fleet of Bravos would advance. Farago gently inclined his head towards the captain of the Ironfoot Company. One can advance. It seems it is about time for your men to earn their pay. The man was fully armoured, so instead of nodding, he bowed ever so slightly. Aye, my lord. The island will be yours. Farago smiled as the man went to rally his men to the landing boats. Other mercenary captains across the fleet doing the same. Bravasi might not have a spectacular army to call their own in the way of Volantis, but they certainly had the money to hire one. Davos had gotten sick of covering his ears with his hands after half an hour of bombardment and had instead harassed the gunners for some of their stiffened beeswax to fit in his ears. The material was uncomfortable and obnoxious, but it suppressed the sound of the continuous cannon fire. He had heard that some of the guns had even started to melt their barrels under the constant barrage and that the men had needed to wait for them to cool off before they could continue firing. One of the galleasses had even suffered a catastrophic misfire as a result, killing half a dozen men, wounding 24 more, and almost lighting the ship on fire. The rest had slowed their cannon fire after that, not that continuing it was even really necessary. Whole chunks of the wall had collapsed under the barrage, leaving breaches big enough for 2 or 3 men to cross shoulder to shoulder. It was more than enough, and his lord knew it. Lord Stannis had retired to his cabin to put his armor on and had Davos do the same. Now he followed the man onto the deck. His lord wore a gleaming suit of scale armor, rather than plate, but he saw after a moment why. The material glimmers with the distinctive wavy pattern of Valyrian steel. Davos could barely keep his eyes inside his head. He knew Lord Stannis had found a great hoard of the material of course, but this was the first he had heard of any armor being made from the material. There was probably enough metal in that suit alone to make 5 swords, each worth a castle's ransom. It looked good on his lord, who stood on the deck above the assembled marines, his eyes scanning over the crowd as Davos moved up beside him. "Men! You are my son's forces, as much as my own. I do not know you in truth, and you do not know me either. I will not pretend that we share some special bond, and I will ask of you nothing, but that you do your duty to the house of Baratheon. Do it well, and we will have victory this day." He raised his sword into the air. "Come with me then, and take this city." It was not an inspiring speech, as those went, but it was enough in Davos' opinion. These men, these marines, they were here to prove themselves, and he had seen their training regime. They didn't need the encouragement of peasant levies, they were more like half-knights. He had even heard them call their officers sire by mistake, despite the fact that only a small majority of the men who led them held that rank. Inspirational or not, they cheered when appropriate, and the rowboats hit the water within 2 minutes of the speech's end. Cannon fire and mortar shell continuing to cover their advance, albeit at a reduced rate and a higher elevation. Davos half grinned, half scowled as he glared up into the raging inferno beyond the walls. His lord bore a similar expression. A few cracks of rifle fire echoed off of the longboat as the marines took shots at what few Volantene defenders still remained in and amongst the shattered walls of the eastern bay, sending them running for cover or collapsing to the ground bleeding. It mattered little as long as they failed to hamper the assault. There was no doubt in Davos' mind that Lys would fall today. Chapter 114, The Battle of Lys Part 2. The smoldering crackles and pops of burning wood were only broken by the occasional shouts of men or sharp cracks of rifle fire as the marines of Dragonstone made their way through the wreckage of the Lyseni waterfront. What had once been large wood and clay warehouses now lay in broken and smoldering mounds of rubble. Whatever their content had been, it had not escaped the fire unharmed. The marine coughed at the stupid smoke that kept trying to fill his lungs. Sergeant Dern had been on one of the first boats ashore, following closely behind the gleaming form of Lord Stannis Baratheon, who made his way through the wreckage of the city with a grim and purposeful march. Their orders were fairly simple: establish a beachhead, and prepare to land more men and cannons, so as to drive the enemy further into the city and eventually take it. Thus far it had been easy. What scattered defenders had remained were either shot where they stood or forced to flee by the oncoming troops, their bullets easily punching through the lamellar armor that the Volantene footmen wore. It was too easy, in Dern's opinion at least. Wasn't much glory in it as far as he could tell, but then he supposed he wasn't a knight, so the glory would be going to his unit instead of him. Nothing like the stories. Ah, but Lord Stannis, he was like the stories, in his pretty armor with his gleaming sword. Man could have been the mirror shield come again for all he looked the part. The man led them into the city with little fanfare, but once inside he proved how competent he was, with the 200 or 300 landing marines easily establishing a perimeter in the ruined and distinctly unpleasant structures. He coughed again. The sooner they could push on into the city, the better. Dern glanced back towards the water, where light cannons were already being dragged through the gaps in the wall by mules, the artillery corps doing their part for the moment. Along with them came the soldiers from the rest of the fleet, men-at-arms and knights and the like from the vassals of Dragonstone. He smiled at the sight. It was about time that they actually started doing their jobs, and that was only the first wave of them. With that support, Lord Stannis might let them out of this goddamned smoke. __________________. Ajur scratched at his chin as messengers continued to deliver reports. It seemed that the Westerosi king's younger brother, Stannis Baratheon, was leading the men who were currently pushing into the city proper. A problem to be sure, as by all accounts the man was a renowned soldier and some claimed he was marching in armor made of Valyrian steel, an item of colossal expense. One which Ajur might yet claim for himself, given some luck. Unfortunately, he simply didn't have the men to spare to deal with him. Half of his forces were occupied on Turtle Island driving off the Bravasi attackers who were currently attempting to land on the island. Even that, he might concede, could prove futile. The Bravasi had committed perhaps a quarter of their men to the action. His eyes moved towards his own fleet, only now beginning to finish up the remaining cell sails, and not without themselves having taken considerable losses. There were simply too many foes, and not enough forces at his disposal. Even now it seemed that the whole city would be rising against him at any moment. He sighed. The wind was not as he had hoped, but then, when was it ever? Send the signal, Iman. It's our last gamble. Yes, sir. He felt the gears and mechanisms of the tower begin to shift once again as the mirrors rotated, redirecting the light of the sun towards the waterfront district outside the city, and the bay as a whole. The trap would have to be sprung, even if the conditions were not as favorable as he had hoped. The tide was going out at least, so there was something to be said for it. He sat up from his chair, nodding towards his retinue, then turning back towards Iman, who was presently returning from the mirrors. Wait a few minutes, and then order the fleet to swing around the island, cut off the Sea Lord's landing parties. He reached for the sword at the side of his chair, an old relic of his family, purchased when Valeria still stood tall. He clasped the scabbard to his belt in earnest, the unnatural lightness of the blade allowing it to comfortably rest on his thigh. I cannot afford to wait for the enemy to storm this tower itself. I go now and marshal our men in the temple square. We must drive the attackers from the city before they outnumber us. His retinue stepped into tight formation behind him as he began the long descent from the stairs. King's brother or not, the barbarians would have to be driven out before the Bravasi could move to support them. Victory already seemed a fading hope, but let none say that he was a coward. The small boathouse was a minimalistic thing, tucked away in the smuggler's port outside of the city of Lys proper. Oh, its real name was just the lower waterfront, but everyone knew what usually went on there. It provided a fairly good view of the Westerosi Royal Navy, which had, thankfully for the soldiers huddled there, ignored the largely abandoned section of town to focus on the walls. It might just prove their undoing. Oran for his part was crouched into the base of the wooden structure, glancing periodically up towards the lighthouse where Admiral Ajer was commanding. That was where the signal would come from, presuming that it ever came. You think it's going to be soon? Selyse asked, and Oran had to roll his eyes, for the nervous young man had asked the same thing what felt like every minute. Oran wasn't going to dignify it with a response anymore, only turning to glare out at the enormous vessels that filled the harbour. He rolled his shoulders carefully. Then, he saw a glint in the corner of his eye, the lighthouse mirrors begging to turn his way. There, he said, rolling up from his prone position. That's it. Pass me the flint, boy. Here. Selyse quickly handed him the item, and he began to quickly strike it against the steel, showering the boat that was their only weapons deck with sparks. It took 8 tries before the oil-soaked rags that covered its surface ignited, begging to smoke and quickly spread, and with a mighty heave he shoved it out into the retreating water of the tide, to be carried by wind and wave into the Westerosi fleet. Hundreds of his compatriots would be doing the same with the other fishing boats of Lys, all along the bay and beyond. Most likely wouldn't reach their targets, but a fire amongst ships was deadly even if only one caught, to begin with, and there were enough of the same things that few were sure to reach their targets. What do we do now? Selyse asked, and Oran felt the urge to roll his eyes. Run for the hills, of course. We don't want to be here when they land men after us. The fighting on Turtle Island was harsh. It was brutally harsh, in fact. Enormous bales of hay were lit ablaze and rolled downhill towards the landing. Swords, arrows, and crossbow bolts left wounded and injured men all across the slopes of the islands as the mercenary army of Bravasi attempted to seize control of the enormous villa complex at the center of the isle. Blood soaked the ground of orchards and vineyards where Volantene spearmen fought in tight-packed schildrons, trying to push back the Bravasi advance, their leaders roaring orders over the din of battle. It was into this hell that the Ironfoot Company marched, undaunted by the missiles that clattered against their broad heater shields. They were armored better than most of the attacking forces, all in chainmail from old Andalos, and they moved with purposeful aggression in a manner long ago perfected in the petty wars of Essos. They were like a great grey wolf, chewing up the helpless and immobile turtles of the Volantene defense until they finally reached the high plastered walls of the villa. The Volantense hiding behind crude ramparts at its top, and raining down boiling water and chunks of masonry on their heads. It killed a few of his men, he would not deny, but nowhere near enough to save them, and those that escaped it unharmed climbed the walls with an efficiency brought on by anger, getting in amongst the defenders and driving them to their graves. Kevin for his part was right there with them, cheering like a madman with the rest. They were a tight-knit bunch after all. Mostly from the same few towns south of Bravus. Fortunately, deprived of their walls and advantages, the Volantense fled the villa, retreating towards the coast. A good deal for him, since his orders were only to occupy it, and didn't take long at all for Big John to find the rich slaving fuck's wine cellar, its owner hiding in the city like a coward no doubt. As he poured himself a goblet, and a fine goblet it was, mostly silver, he would be seeing it at the next opportunity, of the Lysini brew, he turned his eyes back towards the Sea Lord's fleet and winced. That was more fire than he had anticipated. It must have spread while he was climbing the hill. Indeed, it was not only the Sea Lords, but the Westerosi ships as well, not the whole fleet, not on either account, but at least a few dozen ships on either account. The smoke rising in the distance even as the remaining Volantene fleet moved to engage. It seemed that the battle had not yet been won, even if his island had. Well, it had been as far as he was concerned. Kevin decided, reclining in his chair and watching the battle begin to unfold. After all, his men didn't get paid extra for heroism. Ajur cursed as yet another assault failed, the thundering blasts of the enemy weapons and sharp cracks of their crossbows giving off the telltale news that the assault had been discovered, and most likely foiled. He had been at it for over an hour now, and his forces were depleting more quickly than he had hoped, all for little success, only a short breakthrough when he had filled the streets with men. He stretched his back out, standing up from his seat, and cracking his neck, he turned to his bodyguard, and whatever other men remained in fighting shape. Men, I will lead the next charge personally. His eyes traced over the crowd. I expect every one of you to follow me into battle. This will be our final push, lest they come and slaughter us here in our camp. We will drive them from the city, or we will die. I do not ask that you come happily, but I ask that you come nonetheless. He raised his shining blade into the air. Now, who's with me? Fire! The shout went up, a loud cry. And it was followed by an enormous blast of small metal balls apparently called grapeshot, that tore through the lines of the oncoming Volantense like so much chaff, sending limbs flying and punching straight through the armor that they wore as it spiraled down the road in a grotesque demonstration of firepower. It was ironic, that his son's men shouted the same word to shoot their missiles as his men surely were in a panic at the rear end of the royal fleet. He grimaced from his position on one of the few standing sections of the eastern wall. It was late afternoon now, and the fires of several of his ships flickered red in the distance from the attacks of the Volantene fire rafts. They had thankfully only managed to catch a few of his vessels, not drifting into the core of his fleet, but that was still hundreds of good men lost, and perhaps a dozen vessels all to a despicable and poorly executed attack. He grit his teeth, grinding them for just a moment before he was able to calm his nerves. At the very least none of the powder-bearing vessels had gone up, he could only imagine how much worse that might be. For his own part, the offensive in the city had stalled, mostly due to a renewed Volantene counterattack, that only now seemed to be winding down. His son's Marines had proven stellar soldiers in its repulsion, their rifles allowing them armor-piercing and deadly volleys, whole the cannons tore chunks in the ranks of any attempted assault with the numbers to weather their hailstorm of fire. It had proven far more effective than he had anticipated. So much so that he himself hadn't needed to enter the combat outside of one small breach in their lines, and even that had not been strictly necessary, only a fulfillment of his duty to fight alongside his men. I wonder if Arthur knows their worth. He mused idly as the gunfire began to die down. My lord. Stannis turned at the sound of Davos' voice, nodding towards the man to continue. The men have reported that the enemy general is dead. Cut down by grape shot in one of the last barrages. They've recovered his sword, sir, Valyrian steel. Davos lifted the blade in a half-torn scabbard. It held the clear rippling marks of the ancient metal. Where the shot had torn its scabbard in half, the blade didn't even show a dent. The armor that Stannis wore suddenly felt a great deal safer than it had the moment before. Perhaps when he returned to Dragonstone it would be appropriate to see just how much punishment the material could take. He turned his mind back to the sword in front of him. He already had perhaps the greatest cache of the material in the known world. What was one more sword on top of the pile? You may keep it, Sir Davos. You have served me dutifully for more than a decade now, and I have no need for more of them. His second made a sort of choking sound, his eyes wide as he turned to look towards the blade with new eyes. Stannis could appreciate why. There was a time when he himself would have felt the same receiving a blade of the legendary material, but those days now sat far in the past. Thank you, my lord. I will not forget this. Nor would I expect you to, Stannis said plainly. However, there is more to be done. Did the men recover the admiral's body? Yes, lord, though it is quite mangled, the head is intact. Good, have some men prop it up on a pike. With any luck, we can force a surrender for the remaining men without any pointless bloodshed. He turned his gaze towards the lighthouse, which now blazed in its beacon with a white-hot fire rather than the light of the setting sun. I'll need a squad of marines as well, accompanying me to the lighthouse. I suspect the Sea Lord will thank me for ending the battle at sea before he takes any more losses. Chapter 115, Arthur 39. 293 AC. When the sword sailed into Dragonstone Harbour, I was 13 years old, my name's day passing just out of the stepstones. I had wanted to move a bit faster, but it was somewhat imperative that I wait a week in Sunspear to confirm the betrothal with Prince Doran Martell. It hurt a bit, leaving Arianne behind for now, and I already missed her face, but it had to be done. There was a war on, and I likely had a role to play in it, one that it would take months for me to properly address due to the repairs necessary on the maiden fleet and the time it would take to call up my remaining resources. In short, my course was to hurry up and wait. I impatiently tapped my heel on the deck as we approached the harbour of the city. My city, it had grown since I was last here, I could tell, which likely meant that executive staff was doing their jobs. That was a good sign given the bastardized half-feudal business model the company operated under, though it was annoying that the city had already managed to sprawl beyond the walls that were now finished, looking more like 1897 Dawson City than the sort of straight-laced organized industrial center I expected. I would have to make sure I paid more attention that when I built my new capital. Still, despite its semi-shanty nature, I couldn't help but smile as I saw the city's population, or at least what seemed like most of it, standing around the waterfront, with one of its central piers left conspicuously open. My city had turned out to see my return all right. I straightened my back and my collar both. Best to look as regal and dashing as possible, though really I just wanted to see my mother, and my little siblings as well. This was the first time I'd ever been away from her in this whole life, and it must have scared her half to death. I took care to ground myself as we came into the pier. It was probably a good thing that Asha hadn't woken up yet. That wasn't a conversation I was looking forward to, though it was one I would need to have with my family nonetheless. I smiled as I saw her standing at the edge of the dock alongside my siblings, though after a moment I noted that she was also quite clearly pregnant again. Hey! It seemed that I got a new sibling every time I almost died, odd that. I stepped off the gangplank letting my ridiculous cape flap behind me, no need to be any less dramatic than I could be, especially when the entire outfit had come out of Dinah from her household, though the design had been my idea. When your wardrobe was modeled after a fancier version of Reinhard von Lehengrams, it was hard to go wrong. I made sure to smile wildly as I walked down the dock, nodding to both my mother and to the wider crowd as I approached her. Eric apparently managed to lose her grip and came running out down the dock, cheering. I caught him just as he got to me, ruffling his hair. Hey there, little guy, were you good while I was gone? Yep, he said, surprisingly cheerfully. They said you got lost, but I knew you would come back, Artha. Yeah, I said, smiling, and you got bigger too. I think I can still carry you though. Wait, what? I scooped up the now laughing toddler, raising him up onto my shoulder though he was a bit heavier than before, and kept walking on down the dock. Hello mother, I said, bowing slightly though etiquette didn't require it. I'm home at last. I almost yipped as I felt the tall woman's arms wrap around me, pulling me into her bosom with a tight hug, but my mind overcame my instinct, and I hugged her back with my free arm. I know you are. She said, I know. Never scare me that way again. She released me and I backed up away from her a bit under Edric's giggling. You'll drive your mother's hair grey early, you understand. I understand mother, and I certainly hadn't intended for the tropic hoof. I almost doubled over as a head rammed into my stomach and Shireen embraced me like a rocket let loose from its moorings. It took me a moment to catch my breath as my free arm rubbed the top of her head gently. Missed me, hey. Arthur, she said, tugging at my cape. Arthur, I thought. Don't worry, I said, kneeling down to hug her properly. I'm here now, I'm here. I know, it's just. I held Shireen tightly as she began to cry into my shoulder, before scooping her up alongside my brother, which brought out a little yelp. Let's get going then, I said, turning to my mother. I haven't slept in my own room for too long. My mother nodded, gesturing to a carriage that waited to take us through the throngs on the coast. As my eyes looked over the crowd, I paused for a moment, rubbing the back of my head. Actually, mother. She turned around in an instant as if daring me to ask what I wanted to and giving me second thoughts. Still, I was as stubborn as her if it came down to it. Could I ride a horse instead? I need to showboat a bit. Her gaze was firm for about a second, but then she reached down, pulling my siblings off of me and nodding sharply, once. You will be at the Grand Hall for dinner. There is a feast in your honor. It wasn't a question, and I nodded in turn, wandering towards the crowd. I was glad that I hadn't invented autographs yet. Chapter 116, Melisandre 4. 289 AC. The old woman stepped off of the boat first ahead of them, despite her advanced age. It had been odd, seeing her visibly shrink and grow weaker as they moved further away from Asai, her place of power. Or perhaps, Melisandre thought in her heart, blighted Stygia itself. Asai, it was true, had a cursed reputation in the lands beyond the shadow, but it was still a city inhabited mostly by mortals, though nothing grew there. No, if it was cursed, it was only by its proximity to its elder, Great Stygia, Black Stygia, whose walls ran for miles, decorated in great snarling gargoyles that were too lifelike to be the work of mortal men. She had seen the strange fires that burned in its bleak windows from the valleys nearby, and the great stepped pyramid altar that seemed to spew shadow into the clouds above it from its inky black mass, as if vomiting forth the very night itself from the depths of the earth. She had never approached it though, for as much as power might be found in that ruin, so too sat madness. Much like old Valyria, sorcery ran rampant there beyond the ken of mortals, and the streets were filled with monsters that slithered and crawled and took all manner of unearthly shapes. No mortal could venture there and hope to live. But then the old woman didn't seem to be a mortal, especially not at night, when her toothy grin seemed to fill the warm, sticky air around them with shadows. Yunkai rose like a great yellow sore upon the land of old Ghys, and she could only chuckle as the fools who worked its docks failed to make way for her master. The people of Asai had known better than those of the weak western lands. Her master paused before the gates, scanning them with her blind eyes as if she could see everything within the walls. Then she smiled her crooked grin, drawing a bottle of oil from her satchel, and gesturing for Melisandre to hold the torch to her side. Melisandre thrilled as her master began to speak and weave magic, the black tarry liquid pouring onto the torch and dripping down onto the ground, taking shape into a grotesque creature. Half lizard, half bird, it flapped its wings to ascend easily to the old woman's shoulder, and she whispered to it only a moment, smiling cruelly as it fled into the city, its feathers still smoldering at the edges. Melisandre dearly wished to ask how it was done but knew that the old woman did not share such knowledge so easily. "The clay will come shortly." The old woman spoke with a matter-of-fact tone. "We shall see how it has baked." Melisandre nodded her understanding, not yet knowing why the old woman had called her here for this. Daenerys beside her frowned slightly. Her surrogate daughter did not like her brother, tugging lightly at her collar in memory, but she knew better than to complain. She had long since been burned for such actions. They waited there for some time, and it was the old woman despite her blindness who first spotted the boy. The burning bird now returning to her shoulder, its feathers almost ash. No, perhaps he was not a boy anymore. "Clay!" The old woman cackled as he approached them, her blind eyes matching an iron gaze on his part. Her words were met by the sound of a sword sliding from its blade. It was a beautiful thing, clearly a work of excellent craftsmanship, and it glinted with a polished gleam in the light of the braziers which stood before the gate. The Viserys who stood now against them was not the same one they had left. Not a boy, no. The Targaryen was no longer a gaunt child hungry and afraid, but a lean and proud young man. His silver hair hung in a ponytail down his back as he stood now taller than the old woman, though he was yet to outgrow Melisandre herself. He wore gilded lamellar of black with red fringing, and his purple eyes blazed with a dark hatred. Like a coiled viper, he leaped forward, springing towards the old woman in a lightning motion, as if he had put all of his being into the attack. His sword moved with barely a sound as it dove towards the old woman's neck. The old woman laughed, blocking it with her staff, which shone with a reddish light. "Ha, you have grown ambitious in your baking, boy. Yet you are not fully cooked just yet." The man staggered back as if struck, though he kept his grip on his sword as the reptile bird shot out, its scaly tail coiling around his neck and eliciting a shriek from his mouth as it burst into a roaring fire. All that remained as it burnt into his flesh was a line of ash around his neck, like a slave's collar. "Did you think I didn't know what you did here? How you fell for the girl? How you plotted to slay me and find freedom?" The old woman spit out, grabbing hold of the charred flesh of his neck and eliciting more cries of pain as she lifted him with unnatural strength. "To betray me is to invite death on not only yourself, but on her as well, her and her family, and this puss-filled sore of a city." The old woman dropped the man, who collapsed to the ground weeping at her feet, bitter, angry tears flowing from the silent Targaryen's eyes. "You are lucky our healer still has use for her, your efforts to protect her from me were in vain," she said, her blind eyes reflecting the firelight in an unearthly display. The old woman turned back to Melisandre. "We leave tonight with the clay, go tell the captain that we are doubling his pay. Arrangements need to be made in Volantis, and in Qohor as well. We will have to treat with the disgusting worshippers of the Goat Mother in order to properly equip the boy." Melisandre stared for just a moment too long, before nodding sharply, grabbing hold of Daenerys' hand and pulling back towards the ship, leaving the old woman alone with Viserys to work her magic upon him. Still, to treat with the demon worshippers. She wondered what the old woman was planning. Chapter 117, Renly 1. 293 AC. "They're moving again, Lord Renly." The Lord of the Stormlands sighed heavily into his dinner. The messengers were fresh-faced and cheerful, but they always brought such obnoxious news. "And where are they going this time?" "South, it looks like, down towards Selhurris. It might just be another feint, or they could be trying to cross the bridge there." "I know that. This is only the fourth time." Renly drew a hand over his face, turning to the best general of his forces. "Lord Tarly, can you lead the advanced force? I'll get the rest of the men moving shortly." "Certainly Lord Renly, they can't match our pace anyhow." The martial lord stood from the table. "I'll be gone in minutes. Though the men and I both grow tired of Magur's games." "Don't we all?" Renly said, sighing into his wine. "It is not that I don't understand why Robert wants us here, only I wish somebody else would do it instead." Tarly chuckled, stepping from the command tent, as he pulled his gauntlets on. But then, that's the way of war. War, Renly found, did not agree with him. Oh, he could fight certainly, he had earned his knighthood fighting, and he imagined battle would not be overly complex, at least not where he stood in the army's hierarchy. No, it was the campaign life that bothered him, the constant marching, the movement, the sweat and smelly armor, the lack of decent latrines, and the perpetual smell of horse dung. All of it irked him like mud sticking to his armor that he needed to wear all day long so as to be ready should Magor try to force a crossing. Robert, he knew, loved it, but it was not his way, and even Sir Loram ministrations he found could not relieve the soreness of his spine from wearing his plate harness through the day. At the very least he could take solace in the fact that Magor's horde of small folk levies was likely suffusing his camp with an even worse scent, and his elephants probably even more so. The massive creatures were terrifying in all honesty and scared the horses greatly, but even they would die if caught trying to cross a river under enemy fire. The simplicity of Robert's strategy was as sensible as it was proactive. Forcing Magor to take a poor engagement, especially since the news had begun to filter back of Stannis' victory at Lys. He was sure his brother would be insufferable as a result. Not only had he won the first real battle of the war, but with his miraculously survived son's weapons knocking down a city's walls. That particular bit of news gave Renly a little pause, and he had moved young Arthur a few notches upward in his regard. Sieges were long and brutal affairs, and siege weapons traditionally were more about terror or fire. The idea of just brutalizing one's way through a castle was both absurd and interesting. He would have to see about purchasing some of his nephew's weapons. But, that was all for later, and his brother's good fortune was at least better than a defeat since it meant the siege at Myr would likely be broken, and that meant Magor didn't have time to waste faffing about the riverside anymore. He would make his move soon. Renly thought at least, and Lord Tarly agreed, so that counted for something. He sighed, sipping some more of his wine and closing his eyes for a moment, just taking a second to enjoy the bliss of the drink, a small pleasure, but a previous one here on the campaign he found. "Are you feeling all right, my lord?" Sir Laura asked, and wasn't he a dear, but Renly shook his head, standing from the table. "No, but that isn't an excuse, we need to pack up camp quickly and I can't keep sitting here supping at wine for eternity." Loras nodded, helping him from his seat. "Shall I bring your horse around, my lord?" "Yes," Renly said, marching over to where his sword and helmet sat, strapping one to his waist and pulling up his coif to place the other over his head. The heavy, antlered thing was beautiful in its intricacies, but mostly he just liked it because it let the men know who he was. He gingerly placed it over his head, raising the visor. That would be sensible. Magor was going to break one of these days, damn it. Renly would not let it get to him. He would not break first. He would not shame himself in his first real battle. As he rode out of the temporary encampment at the head of nearly 4,000 cavalrymen, mostly knights, and squires, he couldn't help but frown. The doubt was there, niggling at him that he wasn't the warrior his brothers were. That he would fail and be remembered forever with mockery. He crushed his doubts inside himself. He would not lose, not to some fat old man from Volantis. At least I hope I will not. Chapter 118, Melisandre 5. 290 AC. They had visited Qohor before, once, when she was younger she remembered, just after getting Viserys and Daenerys. The city was enormous, full of stonework and smokestacks which burned day and night for foundries which produced half of the steel in the free cities. Slaves constantly pulled great geared mechanisms which drove enormous hammers that beat like the footsteps of elephants to shape and mold the material to the master blacksmith's wills. The streets were suffused in a thin covering of soot at all times, and black-clad men and women marched back and forth across them, their skin pale and gaunt, though not unnaturally so as some of the denizens of Asai. The old woman had taken them first to the temple of Arhillar, a great dome supported by spiraling pillars that rose above the grey city, smaller only than the temple of the Black Goat at its center, which was forged of dragon glass, and seemed to devour the light of the area around it. It was physically repulsive to look at it for too long, and soon her eyes turned back to the Arhlorite bastion, which the old woman was even now stepping from, looking quite satisfied. Behind her stood Viserys, passive and silent, with his eyes fixed straight forward. He walked behind her like a bodyguard, albeit one who wished to plunge his dagger into her back. "I take it your meeting went well, mother?" "Yes." The old woman nodded, giving one of her grins. "Old Lysander is a coward, but not a fool. He has a strong network of contacts in the city's nobility, and has arranged us a meeting with one of the Smith Lords." Melisandre stood, drawing Daenerys up with her, though the girl still preferred to position herself so that Melisandre was between herself and her brother. "Where shall we be going then, mother?" "To the Foundry Palace of Lord Orion." They progressed through the soot-choked streets to the noble district, where the buildings were grander, and carved with reliefs of the Black Goat and its many spawn, as well as the deeds and successes of the families which dwelled and worked within them. Here there were fewer smithies, compared to the rest of the city, but the ones that remained were simply enormous, multiple stories tall and ringed with dozens of smokestacks that towered above all the temples of the city, and all spewed great towers of ash into the midday sky. The Palace of Orion was one amongst these. Its foundation was a deep black basalt, and its structure was dark granite and limestone, with great carvings of men and horses at war wrought into its walls. They had to climb many stairs in order to reach its cold grey doors, where the old woman announced their arrival. The servants let them inside, where they waited a few minutes in a sparsely decorated lounge, for it seemed that the Cohorish put more effort into their architecture and its grandiose type than they did to small things such as luxury or comfort. The whole room was full of the sound of grinding gears and of hammers that echoed through the halls of the palace. When Orion approached, it was not with a retinue, but rather as a tall lone young man, dressed in a simple but finely made black robe. "Greetings to the servants of Arhillar," he said, lifting his hand, in a gesture of welcome, before turning to the old woman. "I understand that you have a request to make of me, and perhaps of the city proper." "Indeed," the old woman said, nodding as she met his gaze with her blind eyes. "A multitude of things truly, some of which may quite benefit your city in the future." "It is not my city," the man said, taking a seat across from her and allowing her to sit down. "But I do wield some influence here, it is true, and Lysander speaks well of you. Come, tell me what you wish of me, and I shall consider it." "We wish to craft an alliance of sorts, a force to unite the free cities against the power which now grows in Westeros. I do not have a name for it yet, but it comes with the storm clouds and drowns out our fires. No doubt your own seers have felt the same presence." "The seers of the Black Goat are infallible, they have mentioned no such disturbance," Orion said, his eyes turning hard, then softening slightly. "But I will question them on it." "Please, continue." "Perhaps their eyes have simply not turned that far west as of late," the old woman said in an accommodating tone. "Regardless, we would like this alliance to stand between Volantis and Qohor, to form together an army to overtake the other free cities." "You want a new century of blood?" The Smith Lords raised his eyebrow. "How will this benefit Qohor?" "Norvos and Lorith will be yours, perhaps Bravos too, though that is more difficult." "And I suppose Volantis will have the rest?" "Yes." The woman nodded. "How will you do this?" the man asked. "The elephants have a tight grip on Volantis." "Indeed, but not so tight that the cult of Arhillar has not been able to grow there." The old woman gave the young lord a wide grin as she gestured to Viserys behind her. "And not so firm that dragon blood cannot break it." As Lord Orion's eyes flashed with realization and ambition, turning to glance at the armored youth, a small smile crept onto his face. "I think it is likely that we can work something out." Chapter 119, Arthur 40. 293 AC. The feast, as it was excellent, well-prepared meats and good cheese, along with a fine selection of vegetables and other side dishes. It was clear that Shireen had begun learning etiquette while I was gone, and it was adorable seeing her trying to eat properly and failing to do so, a childish frown of frustration on her face as her fork kept clattering on the plate. The conversation was lively, and my siblings quizzed me endlessly on my adventures, and on the strange things I had seen, tales that I was quite happy to tell. Then, finally, the question came up. My mother was the one who raised it. "Arthur, you had mentioned that your grayscale was cured in your letter, but you did not say how." The question was implied, and I swallowed my food before responding. "Well, the men will tell you it happened on the island," I said gingerly, tugging at my collar, "but you're right to think there's a bit more to it than that. We should probably discuss it in private." My mother nodded, gesturing for my siblings to join us as we went into one of the side rooms, shutting the servants out. "So?" she asked, and I breathed deeply. "During the storm, and yes, we ended up getting dragged right through the middle of it, I hit my head when I was thrown around the cabin." I nodded gently. It wasn't something I wanted to share, but it was something I had to be forthright about. They were my family. "I was unconscious for more than a day, and I had a vision in my sleep," I said carefully, seeing the light flash in my mother's eye. "She was a faithful woman after all." I sighed. As far as I could tell, it was not one of the 7. That made her go a little pale, and I stopped, but after a moment she nodded that I should continue. I found myself in a great stone chamber, with the walls covered in statues. The whole place was full of water, but I could breathe fine, or rather it felt that I didn't need to breathe at all. I glanced at my siblings, who seemed content to listen quietly. At the center of the chamber was a great globe which held a map of the world, and all the continents of it. I could see Westeros near the top, and Essos as well, and Sothorios and Uldhos and other continents without names. I tried to copy the map when I woke up, so I have some fair idea of where they all are. I may discover them myself someday. But, the vision did not stop there, I grimaced. The next part was the most probably heathen. One of the statues awoke, emerging from the stone, a great merman, perhaps 40 feet tall, freeing himself from his prison. He spoke to me, in a voice like lightning. I cannot remember all he said, but at the end of it, he struck me with lightning from his staff. My mother seemed to shiver at that, but I continued nonetheless. When I awoke, my body was changed. The grayscale retreated back, as if a fire before a wave, at the touch of the lightning, and ever since the lightning has kept flowing through my blood. I reached out, tapping the iron doorknob, which caused an audible crack as the static passed between us. I can ground myself to prevent from shocking others, but not much past that. "Hoa!" Edric said, "Do it again." "Edric!" my mother said, turning her eyes his way and then sighing, before turning back to me. "Do you know what it was, the creature you saw?" "Not really," I said frankly, though I half suspect it may be my ancestor, the god of the sea who fathered Ilnia, the wife of Durin I and thus the grandfather of the Baratheons. I shrugged my shoulders. "Beyond that, I know nothing." The creature looked as mermen are described, but I cannot say if it truly was one, or some statue brought to life by lightning. My mother nodded, holding her hand to her breasts. "Tell no one of this for now," she finally said, after a long pause. "We will decide our course when your father returns." I nodded at that. It was a reasonable command, and besides, I had no intention of spreading rumors. My mother nodded in return, then went to make sure my siblings did the same. I almost left, leaving her to her melancholy and thoughts, but at the last moment, I turned back, instead deciding on hugging her in her chair, which elicited a frightened yelp before she realized what I was doing. I could only feel warm as her hand patted my back. "Oh, foolish child, did you think I would hate you because of the work of things beyond your control?" She stroked my back as she spoke, and I smiled. It was true, I had feared her reaction. "I do not, and I will not. Love is not so easily broken." I smiled at that, pushing off the woman, who nodded towards my siblings. Edric for his part seemed to be staring at me with starry eyes, but I wasn't quite sure what the look on Shireen's face meant. "Shireen?" I asked, stepping towards her, but she moved back a little. "It's not going to hurt you, Shireen, come on, just let me give you a hug." She stared at me with wide eyes for a moment, before she nodded, her words coming all at once, "But the septus est that magissus badan the heliasnt." I quickly wrapped my arms around my sister, patting her back gently. "It's not going to hurt you, Shireen, really it isn't." My sister sniffed slightly, before nodding her head on my shoulder. "There now, see, it's okay," I said gently, "it's all gonna be okay. At least I hoped it would be." Chapter 120, Bonero 1. 291 AC. The great temple of the Lord of Light was a marvel built by the hands of man, a great towering dome that stood so tall and so wide that at its center the shadow of its roof would let no light inside, excepting that of the thousands of blazing braziers that filled its halls with the heady smoke of incense, and occasionally on feast days with the scent of burned flesh. Across its hundreds of hallways, the fiery hand kept watch, their armor emblazoned with the symbols of their god. It was a beautiful place, true in its dedication Arhillar, and a haven for his followers. A city of faith unto itself, and it was his to rule. Indeed, he was the highest ordained priest of Arhillar, by right Volantis herself was his to rule, to command, for he knew that even the Triarchs feared him, and rightfully so, for he commanded the hearts of the city. Why then, was the Red Witch of Assai coming to his door and acting as if she were his superior? Bonero she greeted him, and he fought to keep the sneer off of his face at her lack of use at his title. It is good to see that the faith is well in Volantis. He felt it difficult to accept the compliment but nodded nonetheless. "It is due to our true faith in Arhillar." "Is that so?" the woman said, sitting down on the sofa across from him, her eyes tracing the room, lingering on the fires. Accompanying her was another woman, a young red priestess who lacked the markings of the order on her cheeks, but blazed with his power nonetheless, and a clearly Valyrian girl, one of the last Targaryens if he remembered properly. Then there was her bodyguard. He stood a bit taller than Bonero, but by no means of great height, clad head to toe in armor like that of the Golden Company or the people of Westeros, plates of black metal overlaid with red engravings of fires interwoven into their design. The breastplate featured a three-headed red dragon roaring rampant through a great orange flame, and he did not miss the symbolism. This was no doubt Viserys Targaryen, the missing prince that had been sold as a slave in Yunkai. Indeed, he had sent feelers out to see about purchasing him himself, but they had all returned with rejections. He could see now why, if the Red Witch had sunken her claws into him. "Do not question my faith in this his temple, witch!" Bonero snapped, closing his arms over his chest. "You come to me asking favors and then dare to disrespect your high priest." The Red Witch stared at him with her blind eyes for a moment and then laughed a bitter laugh. "I ask only that you do your duty to Arhillar, Bonero." She met his gaze with a toothy grin, "Nothing more and nothing less." "Well, see what Arhillar thinks of your duty," Bonero shouted, standing from the cushions. "Guards!" The soldiers of the fiery hand all at once filled the room. "Take this woman to the dungeons at once." "I wouldn't be so quick to do that if I were you, Bonero," the woman said, raising her staff up above the ground. "You do not wish to test my faith against your own. Cast your spells, witch, they shall not harm the faithful," Bonero said, narrowing his eyes and raising his own hands, calling forth his own sorcery against that of the woman. Fire leaped from his hands and was matched by that which spewed from her staff, forming into a glowing blazing ball, not unlike a small sun where the two met. Light filled the chamber and some of the fiery-handed guards began to crackle and smoke, their skin melting under the gaze of their god. A fitting end for the faithless. He had no time to consider their predicament, however, caught as he was in a struggle against the witch. She was crafty, and despite his greater power she was the more skilled sorcerer, trying to bend about his fire or to sneak beyond it, they stood transfixed against each other in a struggle for what felt like hours. Then the Targaryen, the armored man, moved, uttering a simple word from his formerly silent lips. Enough. The young man drew up his sword and lifted it into the fire between the two. It drew into itself the fire of the sphere, and of their magic, and of all the braziers in the room until it seemed to draw the fires out of even the burning guards. A grand conflagration about it. Within a moment it was gone, and in its place, the fire coiled along the edge of his blade, like a serpent burning. Bonero felt wonder in his eyes at the sight, the blazing sword in the darkness of the chamber. He fell to his knees, overcome by faith. Azor Aha, he said, too shocked by the sight to think. You have brought the Azor Aha. The old woman, for her part, seemed exhausted by the exchange, leaning heavily on her staff. Yes, Bonero, I have brought him and forged him. The Red Witch smiled. This has been my task, as ordained by our healer through the fires. Will you listen now? Bonero turned once again towards the blazing sword, which was now reset into its sheath. Then he nodded. I will follow the Azor Aha. Chapter 121, Arthur 41. 293 AC. Breaking the news of my oath with Asha turned out to be a fair bit more difficult than breaking the news of my apparent heathen connection. I didn't explicitly mention any magic in the blood oath, but I think my mother picked up on it anyway. She wasn't happy. She wasn't angry either, mind, more, disappointed that I hadn't conversed with my father and her before taking such a step. She was willing to listen to my reasoning, but forbade me from taking any other such risky actions without consulting her or my father, preferably both. It was both a lighter punishment, and a better reception of it than I had expected, but it had probably helped that I had framed it as a sort of personal oath of vassalage. Westerosi understood that, especially in the Reach. Still, after an exhausting day of showboat information and saying hello to children around my city, and then of explaining some of my more controversial decisions to my mother, I was left with only one thing my plate. Prince Arthur. Gerald greeted, likely having anticipated my coming. I was quite glad to hear that you were still alive. I was as well, I chuckled, smiling at the man. How has your progress been while I was gone? Well, we've had some minor advances in the consistency of the fuse model I designed. He nodded towards the testing fields back behind the castle, and cannon production was up before your father went off to war, but he brought most of the testing gunners with him. Sounds reasonable, I noted. I'll need to start a training program for our sailors, try to avoid them killing themselves when we start issuing the cannons across the fleet. That does seem wise, Gerald admitted, nodding before he halted for a moment, his eyes turning elsewhere. Ah, and there was a development in the labs at the Black Tower. Not one that you can speak of here. I guessed, wondering if there had been a wildfire accident or something similarly dangerous. Gerald nodded silently. Come, we can speak of it as I show you. I followed the man to the forbidding obsidian tower that we had taken over for alchemical experiments, ostensibly for storing wildfire, but also for other things which I would have a harder time explaining to my parents. The books containing my foreknowledge of the War of the Five Kings and the invasion of the White Walkers were stored here also, useless as they now were. As we passed down into those depths, however, I noticed the change quite quickly. Where are the plasma jars? I asked, noting that the light in the laboratory was now being provided by wildfire torches, a considerably more volatile light source in comparison. That is precisely it. They are what changed. The Frey said, stepping over to one of the sides of the room, where several heavy chests were placed. I would suggest you cover your eyes for a moment while I open these. I nodded, lifting my arm over my face as he cracked the lid on the first chest, and the room exploded with a blazing white light. Even with my eyes covered and shut as they were, it was disorienting, as we went from the dingy grunge of the former dungeon into what might as well have been an enormous spotlight. I cursed under my breath as my eyes quickly tried to adapt. Don't look directly at them, my lord. The Frey corrected quickly as I turned his way, Poor Eric was responsible for putting them away, and he's gone half-blind as a result. I nodded at that, turning sideways to the chest and making a mental note to ensure the acolyte got a pension for his troubles. I stepped up next to the fray, turned away from the vial behind me, which I realized were crackling audibly. How long have they been like this? Since shortly after you disappeared off of the Dornish coast. I nodded at that, going over the ramifications in my head. Seems that wildfire, or at least its equivalent here, is more connected to its maker than we thought. I rubbed at my chin. This is probably just a more visual representation of it. But it would explain why wildfire gets more powerful as it gets older. Its manufacturer is getting older and more powerful too. Did you experience some great growth in power in the Summer Sea, Prince Arthur? You could say that, I said, raising my fingers in front of me, though I couldn't quite make lightning crackle between them. Such control was beyond me for now. Perhaps not for long though. I thought, my mind turning back to the beakers behind me. It might be wise if you stood back a bit, Gerald, this next bit could be dangerous. Oh? Gerald asked, stepping away from the chest rather quickly as I chuckled, reaching down and gripping the neck of one of the beakers, raising its blinding firm out of the chest where it sat. I could feel the pull, the attraction between the lightning of my soul and that within the beaker. They were the same. Gently, slowly, ever so gently, I moved my other hand up beneath the bottled lightning so that it would rest where the actual liquid was. As I raised it, I felt sparks begin to run along my flesh, up and down my entire arm, as if pulled there in anticipation of the contact. Then I touched the bottom of the beaker. It's hard to describe what happened next. If I was a ponce, I might call it enlightenment, or some other hokey bullshit, but in reality, it was more like a form of understanding, a type of raw realization of a fundamental truth that was only possible through magic. Before I had possessed lightning and not known its true nature, like a bird not knowing its wings. Not so now. Whatever base instinct had driven to touch the bottle of liquid lightning had taken me to another plane, a level of understanding I wasn't even aware of, like music being written into my skull by a peal of thunder. I grasped it now in truth, how it could be made, how it could be improved, how it could be used. I couldn't help it, I laughed. I laughed and kept laughing. What a magnificent prank of existence, a hilarious beautiful prank. That I had made at 7 and dismissed as useless, a thing that should now buoy me above the conceptions of science or magic I had used in making it. A sheer primal essence contained within something I had used as a shirt light bulb. It was simply too far beyond my consideration. The glass shattered in my hand, shattered and broke into shards as the liquid lightning poured over my hand, its power drawn into me even as shards of broken glass saw my palm bleeding. I laughed through the pain. I laughed as my clothes began to char and my hair stood on end. I laughed and I laughed and I laughed. Before I had held a flower and not known its scent. Now I could care for it in my garden. As the need to laugh gradually left me, and I pulled the energy that crackled through my veins back into my core, my humor gradually faded to a chuckle, my eyes roaming the lab before I spotted the open chest. I shut it gently, before latching it tightly. Are you all right, Gerald? I asked, a sudden surge of fear overtaking my good humor as I turned towards the fray, who had thankfully extricated himself to the other side of our ill-fated wildfire forge. A little scorched, my prince, but otherwise intact. The man admitted, clambering from behind his rocky barricade. If I may ask, what was that? I smiled and suppressed the urge to make lightning crackle through my eyes, despite the inherent appeal. Progress, Gerald, that was progress. I chuckled a little, before noticing the blood dripping from my hand. I said, picking a shard of glass from my skin, I'll need a bandage, I'm afraid. The pain was only now starting to register in my mind over the sheer knowledge that had entered into my form. Oh, and we're going to need to up our copper imports considerably. The Frey looked at me oddly. Are you planning on making more of those things, my lord? I glanced at the man, then chuckled again, my good humor still roaring. Yes, but that's not what I need it for mostly. I glanced at the bottled lightning beside me, a gleeful smile playing across my face. No, we're going to be making wires. Chapter 122, Magar 1. 293 AC. He stared down at the report, which had been brought up to his howdah by one of the messengers, and rubbed at the space between his eyes. "A pox on you and your army, Baylor," he grumbled underneath his breath, placing the letter to the side and glancing out of the window of his chamber towards the river, and on towards the Westerosi lines. His fellow tiger, Baylor, was apparently disinterested in his request for reinforcements, preferring instead to pointlessly make camp around Myr and bide his time. This wouldn't be an issue of course if he wasn't having such trouble crossing the Rhoyne. The great river was navigable at precious few points, and the cavalry of the Westerosi army was quicker than his own foot. He had greater numbers true, but that meant almost nothing when trying to force a bridgehead or ford a river. Still, it seemed he would have to do it anyway, a dangerous gambit given that he didn't know the location of the main Westerosi army. "It's like fighting the fucking Dothraki," he grumbled to himself, letting his old bones rest for a minute, and thinking in that context our situation only gets worse. The horse lords could be beaten true, lured into traps and slaughtered by stake or by the arrow, but not on an open field, and not when they kept to a distance, remaining unknown. Many armies of the free cities had been drawn out and crushed by the screamers in such a scenario. Numbers meant nothing, and if the Triarch still had hair, he might pull it out in frustration. This was not to his instinct, Magar knew. Fiery young generals who got themselves killed liked to attack, but he had always been a calmer sort, preferring to lead the enemy into their doom, rather than to meet them head-on. It had served him well as a Triarch, but it would not suffice in this situation. No, he would need to make an advance, to force a path across the Rhoyne. Then he could find terrain that better suited him, but where to make the crossing? The easiest was Selyse. The bridge there was old Valyrian dragon glass, and wide enough for 2 elephants to cross aside each other. It could handle his army. He wished he had used sellswords or some other force at the Grey Waste now, rather than the hoplites. They would be excellent in this situation, but he would just have to use his foot instead. Their spears were not as long, but they could fight in closer formation than the sellswords normally could. Once they got a good beachhead established on the opposite bank, he could move the elephants over, and that ought to dissuade the enemy army from any further advances. Westerosi horses were not trained around elephants after all, and they would be terrified of the creatures. Still, he could not help but feel that there was something he might be missing. He flipped his map open again, but found no traces of whatever was sitting in his mind. He grumbled once more, rolling his options about in his head. No, the bridge was the best course, that was undeniable. He would just need to be cautious and sensible about his approach. He rang a small bell that sat by his right knee at all times, and one of the servants came running, approaching him. "Honorable Triarch," the boy asked, "what is it that you desire?" "Have the horn blown, we shall be moving again soon." "Yes, Honorable Triarch, should I give a direction?" "South, we will be going to Selyse," he said after a moment, deciding that the army ought to know now. "And call the commanders here as well, we have plans to organize." The servant bowed quickly, then made his way to the ladder at the side of the great elephant. Magar stood, turning his gaze to look out towards the enemy camp once again, all bright colors and banners, stables for their horses. He knew there was another one, larger and more dangerous, somewhere behind those hills. Both would die, eventually, at least. Chapter 123, Renly 2. 293 AC. Lord Stark. Renly straightened in his saddle, turning from his men and the bridge below to the other side of the hill, where other riders and apparently footmen were already descending. "I, my lord, should I bring him to you?" Renly turned for a moment before nodding. "Yes, and quickly too. I imagine that King Robert has finally decided to move then." The knight nodded, turning his horse back around to face the approaching northerners. At their head was the king's chosen brother. Renly didn't like Lord Eddard. It wasn't any sort of particular hatred, just a clash of personalities. The man brought the temperature of the room down wherever he went, and Robert was overly fond of him to boot, putting him even above his own brother in terms of the army's command. Certainly, the man had more experience than Renly did, but such men were for strategy meetings and leading at the back, not for the charismatic face of high command. Honestly, Renly couldn't imagine how the Northern Lord could inspire loyalty in anyone. But then perhaps Northerners were just a different breed in general. Still, far be it from Renly to be impolite. He rode up to meet the Lord Paramount as decorum dictated. "Lord Eddard," he greeted, approaching. "I take it this means that my eldest brother has finally chosen a strategy." The Northern Lord came to a halt next to him, gently nodding. "Yes. Robert has chosen our course." The man's eyes glanced across the slowly assembling camp, and down towards the river. "I'll have my men camp on the backside of the hill. Avoid the eyes of Magur's army." "Is it to be an ambush then?" Renly asked, chuckling. Inside he was quite happy that the stalemate might finally be over soon. The faster the war was over, the faster he could return to Storm's End. Lord Eddard grimaced, before turning towards Renly's camp. "I don't suppose you have a tent set up yet to discuss such things?" "Ah," Renly said, a little embarrassed at his mistake, but unwilling to show it. "Yes we do, right down the hill here, please, follow me." Once they had handed their horses off to the squires and gotten inside of the quickly erected command tent, Lord Eddard nodded, turning to face him. "Your brother intends to ford the river upstream, south of the Sorrows, then make his way south on the opposite bank with the rest of the cavalry, about 13,000 all told. He intends to use it to hit Magur's flank during the crossing." Renly nodded. That was sensible, only how will he time it properly? Magur's will likely try forcing it by this afternoon. "That's why I'm here with the footmen," Lord Eddard said coolly. "We are to hold until he arrives." Renly grimaced. He had feared it was something like that, and against elephants too. "We will need to hold the bridge then." "Yes," Lord Eddard said. And that was it. He said no more, no reassurance of success, no confident words or bravado. It would be refreshing if such things were not necessary for the leadership of men. Renly stood from the table. "Well then," he said, trying to fill his words with a bold voice. "I shall rally the men. I don't know what you Northerners do before the battle, but the knights at least should be reminded of their oaths." Lord Eddard nodded at that, but said nothing, just watching him go. It took near half an hour to rally the knights, along with what footmen would come, so that they could all see him, sat on the backside of the hill. He was dressed in full regalia, his helmet adorned in four-pronged antlers and his banner hoisted beside him by Sir Loras, who held the golden stag of Baratheon flapping proudly in the wind. "Men of Westeros!" Renly projected his voice. "I know well that we have spent long now, marching and parading in a foreign land. You miss your wives, your lands, your children." There was a great deal of affirmative mumbling at that. The army had indeed been moving for a long time, though the consistent food supply had eased much of the traditional woes of such a force. But today, or perhaps tomorrow, for the first time in this war, you will face battle. Thus I, as the king's brother, as the Lord Paramount of the Stormlands, and more importantly as a knight sworn to the Seven, have come forward today to remind you of your oaths, of your duties to your lords, of the reason you came forth from Westeros with the blessing of the High Septon himself, in the light of the Seven who are one. Do you hear me, men of Westeros? Will you answer the call? There was a cheer at that, and Renly raised his lance in the air to match it, footmen stomping lances clattering against shields. Even the Northerners, what few had come to attend, were cheering only a bit less loudly. "We are here to smash asunder the ranks of godless monsters, villains who burn men alive, and worthless dogs who fight only for money. What are they to you? What are they to the Seven, or to the old gods? What are they to the brave men of Westeros, the men of the Andale and the First Men, the men who fight and die with red blood in their veins? You are not some SSC cowards, hiding behind high walls and bought swords. You are men. There was a great sound of reply at that, even from the northerners, and he smiled as he saw the proud and vicious faces, full of chivalry and righteousness. And as men, true men of Westeros, I know that you will not falter, for though the enemy brings monsters forth against us, we will not fall, like the mirror shield, or the last hero of the north, we will slay these beasts. They will die on the bridge and their corpses shall block Maegor's host from ever trying his luck again. We shall send these dogs of Volantis scurrying back to their walls in fear, and once we have smashed their other army likewise, we will tear their walls down and free every slave inside them as the High Septon commands. Who will follow me in this?" The riotous cry that his proclamation drew shook the very hill, and Renly smiled. He might not be suited to campaigning, but this was a battle he understood. "Rest now, men of Westeros, rest now and sharpen your spears, sharpen your axes, sharpen your swords. For when that fool across the river tries to play his hand, we shall cast him fully back into the Rhoyne, and when they speak of you in taverns or in castles, when they mention your names in hushed tones as the men who slew a Triarch of Volantis and your chest puffs wire pride, you will know that you have earned it, that in your own honor, your own chivalry, you have claimed your place beside the other knights of yore, the heroes who slew their own monsters. Rest, but be ready to rise at the call of battle, rest, but pray for victory. Rest, but join me soon in casting this overgrown cat into the river where he belongs." As he finished his speech and the thundering cheers began to die down, he turned to Loras, who was wearing a smile he was sure matched his own. "Think that'll do it for a speech?" he asked, chuckling to his knight. Loras just smiled. "I have never heard tell of better, my lord." And that was enough. Chapter 124, Varys 2. 293 AC. Varys half-smiled as he reclined into his chair in the small council chamber. He was quite a bit early for the meeting, but he had gotten used to such things since the Hand had assumed control of the court. He couldn't remember a ruler paying much attention to the actual affairs of state since Lord Tywin had been much the same position, and now as then, it was a refreshing change from Robert or Aerys. The meetings were generally punctual, and the issues were addressed by people who didn't have to go running back to a normally drunk king to get permission to solve them. Indeed, Lord Arryn had taken to passing a slew of minor legislation and reforms that were simply below King Robert's notice while he was away on campaign. Using his currently improved authority to great effect and strengthening the court's position. Ironically, this made it easier for things to slip under the Hand's nose, for while he had always been overworked, the scale of his duties was now tripled, and he barely had time to double-check anything. Though Varys didn't actually have much unusual going on at the moment in comparison to Lord Baelish, who seemed to be taking the opportunity for all it was worth, perhaps dangerously so. Indeed, covering the man's now rather obvious tracks was his primary concern at the moment, taking most of his contacts and resources in the city to manage. He would admire the man's ambition for power grabs if it wasn't taking all his focus just to obscure it. He had even needed to pull most of his little birds out of the Red Keep, only keeping the few on the small council members in hand. It would be a shame if such a useful man were to be caught out for his more blatant offences when the king returned and the Hand recovered his free time. Still, the spider could not bring himself to be entirely cheerful, as he glanced down at the paper in his hands. A curious thing, the Dragonstone Times, a paper designed to disseminate information to the small folk, he could see its use rather immediately, and if he had been able to get at the machines they used to make them he would have King's Landing full of the things. Unfortunately, of the two groups he knew to have the devices, both knew their value and guarded them rather jealously. Still, he had the newspaper from Dragonstone brought for his reading only a few days behind its release, and what he had seen in it recently was not entirely to his liking. The fact of the matter was that he had clearly miscalculated the value of Prince Arthur Baratheon. Whatever the boy was, he wasn't the puppet which Varys had imagined before, but rather the apparent driving force behind the island's rampant growth. It indicated a level of independence from his father that seemed unusual, but not entirely out of character for the Baratheons, but more pressingly, it made the boy a danger to the crown on his own. He was torn between being overjoyed and terrified. On the one hand, he would likely end up in a civil war with Joffrey, should the boy take the throne, a situation that would cause more than enough chaos between the prince and the Lannisters. This was especially promising with his recent marriage to Dorne, as the Reach likely wouldn't back either candidate and might be accepting of a marriage alliance with the boy and Essos. On the other though, it stacked the deck heavily in Dragonstone's favor. Most houses lacked one competent leader, and between the boy and his father, it seemed House Baratheon of Dragonstone might soon have two. Any thought he had of removing Robert during the war was immediately cast aside. Especially with Lord Stannis already claiming victory in Lys. It would simply swing the kingdom too far into the favor of the Dragonstone Baratheons. Still, today's, or rather 2 days ago's news was interesting at least. Prince Arthur marshals fleet, raises men, plans to take the fight to Stepstone's pirates. Very read over the headline, tapping his finger on his chin. My! It seemed that the prince was aiming to take a kingdom since his father had been denied one, albeit a frail and unstable one. They were to set out in a month once repairs were done, and he had marshalled a regular army, footmen he imagined, most of the knights were off in Essos. The newspaper went on for several paragraphs praising the boy and speaking of how he would drive the pirates like rats from the islands and then chase them to their watery graves. The author rather obviously didn't care about displaying his obvious bias, or any other logical concern a maester might bring up with the publication, and it was almost admirable the lengths he went to praising his employer, but very still found it rather dull to hear nothing but praise for a man, and he soon turned to other articles, a new section of wall being raised, some news from Lys that had already reached King's Landing a week ago, new sewer work in part of the city. That one made him snort. Dragonstone seemed utterly determined to avoid becoming King's Landing. Not that he could blame them. He put the paper down just as Lord Arryn entered, greeting him properly. "Lord Hand," Varys said, nodding kindly to the man, "how are you today?" "Well enough, thank you," the Valaman said, going to his chair. "So when were you going to tell me that the Queen was pregnant?" Varys nearly choked, before turning to the man with wide eyes. "What?